You're gonna catch me wiping my screen for a minute. So anybody who's watching this on the replay is going to see that. Nobody's in here just yet. Another couple of minutes. I'm going to go ahead and get the last stream going. We're going to be on once again Clapper, TikTok, and YouTube. Uh, and we should get this going real quick for anybody who's early. Tim Liberals. Follow me on YouTube. Follow Tim Liberals on YouTube because that's where I want to start doing some live streams. So follow Tim Liberals on YouTube. But there's about a minute before we're going to get the program up. So give me a moment here to get my other streams going. There's a tale of two topics today, and we're gonna cover them both in detail. I mean, it is. Um, I'm gonna simply. There's no denying that under President Trump, news moves fast, and not only fast but often. And today we got a couple topics that continue to be in the news, but they're evolving. They're evolving. So I want to talk to you folks about it more. Some of this stuff is getting to be extremely concerning and favorable to some people. Listen, make no mistake about it. There's a big difference how liberals, independents, traditional Republicans, and MAGA view what's going on in the world. There's a big difference right now. All four of those sides I just gave you have a totally different opinion. So hopefully we can get some of each, but there is a huge difference in how predominantly MAGA, I'll say predominantly MAGA has a different view right now of how the country is evolving, succeeding, whatever the case you want to, whatever word you want to put in there. But MAGA's view is a little bit different, or in some cases, substantially different than all of the other groups, independents, obviously Democrats and progressives, and even traditional Republicans. MAGA's view is significantly different than that. So we're gonna hopefully we can get some MAGA up here because we're gonna be talking about DC. And of course, Trump is due to meet with Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine tomorrow. So those are going to be our two topics. Let me go ahead and get the remaining stream going, and we'll get the live and the show up momentarily in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you ask, I always say. Every time you go by the handsome liberal, somebody says your ugly ass should not be able to use that name. So we just start preferencing it with depends on who you ask. Anyway, so we're going to be talking about a couple of things. You see on the monitor behind me, that is no typo. That is not some wild graphic. Washington, D.C. under siege. We're going to talk about the notion that many are starting to feel like the nation's capital is under siege. And we'll talk about what is meant by suggesting that the nation's capital is under siege. But I'll just start it out by saying this. If someone is taking control and you're not favorable of the person or group or entity that has control, then you're kind of under siege if you're powerless to do anything about it. Kind of like if somebody was to take control of your home, and while you were in the home, you were powerless to do anything other than follow to their will or bend to their will, then your home would somewhat be under siege. Many people would view it that way. So we're going to end up talking about DC. And of course, as I just stated, why would we suggest that DC is under siege? Now, I'm sure you guys are aware, everybody's aware, that Trump has sent National Guardsmen to that to the District of Columbia. But the thing about it is, it appears as if it's escalating, and I don't know if I understand why.
More National Guard members deployed to D.C. as part of the federal takeover. Our Washington, D.C. reporter Felicia Ashley with a rundown of the operation and the changes you'll see in the district.
This is what we are seeing in D.C. during the federal takeover. You can see multiple tanks behind me as well as National Guard members, and this is at Union Station. President Donald Trump has now requested more National Guard members, and the governors of South Carolina and West Virginia are now sending in hundreds of them. And that's on top of the more than 100 DC Guard members that have already been deployed here. Now, what we learned from the White House is that at this point, they are not armed, but that they could be. I've been tracking everything that has been happening during this takeover. It was a week ago that the president announced he'd hold a press conference to stop violent crime in Washington, D.C. At the press conference Monday, the president announced it was...
You heard her say, I think it was it, what states did she say? I heard her say, did she say North Carolina? It was 2 states she added in there. Let me hear that again. 2 states are sending National Guardsmen in addition to what they already have.
See, during the federal takeover, you can see multiple tanks behind me as well as National Guard members, and this is at Union Station. President Donald Trump has now requested more National Guard members, and the governors of South Carolina and West Virginia are now...
South Carolina and West Virginia are also sending National Guardsmen and women to DC. Had to put that in the notes. So I'm going to ask right there, is Washington, D.C. really that bad? I mean, they got here 1,500. I mean, I don't know how many police officers are on the Washington, D.C. police force, but then they also got the Capitol Police. I mean, there's so many postal police, IRS police. I mean, there's so many cops roaming around D.C., Secret Service, the FBI. Is that city really that bad that you need 1,500 additional members of law enforcement? I'm just curious. I've been to DC, but it's been a while since I've been there. But is that city really that bad that you need to blow up the amount of law enforcement by that number? I mean, that's not a small number. A 2,000 man police force represents a huge metropolitan area. That's a big police force. I remember once being younger when I heard that. I think I had heard that Chicago had 2,000 cops. This is some years ago. I'm assuming that number has grown, but he's sending in 1,500, and that's in addition to what they already have. Is that city really that bad? I know Washington, D.C. has its share of crime. It's not a small area, but 1,500? That seems like an excessive amount of law enforcement.
Today, West Virginia's governor said he was sending up to 400 National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. at President Trump's request. They'll join soldiers already deployed with D.C. police on the streets of the district. The troops may be armed. That's a major shift that comes after the president deployed them to, quote, take back the Capitol, even as local authorities report crime falling in the area.
Why so many? Multiple states? Why so many? 11,000. Alter Ego says 11,000. Wow, that's a lot. By the way, Alter Ego, why don't you look up and see how many are in DC, obviously before this happened? Because DC's I think I asked my Alexa a few days ago, and they stated that there were 600,000 residents in DC. But I mean, when you're swelling it up by that much, like for instance, even Chicago, one of my viewers said that there is over 11,000 cops in Chicago. So we're talking about as many as a 10, 15, 20% increase in the amount of cops in a major city as big as Chicago. And DC is significantly smaller than Chicago. 1,500, 2,000 cops, that would swell up Chicago's police force by that kind of percentage. It's got to really increase the amount of law enforcement in DC, which is why I'm asking, is that town really that bad that they need that many additional cops? Is it really that much crime and violence going on there? I mean, I would assume based on what Trump is doing, there's going to come a point when cops are everywhere. I mean, they got to be fucking everywhere. They're going to be, that town is going to be literally saturated with law enforcement. If you're talking about the National Guard being viewed as law enforcement, but that town's going to be saturated. That just seems very much excessive. And I guess with Trump suggesting that he would do this to Chicago and LA and things like that, I mean, do you think America would be a better country if we just saturated all the major cities with law enforcement? Just increased every major city, increased their law enforcement by hundreds and hundreds of extra cops. Do you think the country would be better off? I'll leave that to the comment section, and we'll certainly end up talking about that. But that is our first topic. Why is President Trump sending so much manpower into DC? I'm not here to pretend like DC doesn't have its problems in regards to crime, but that's a lot of manpower. That is an excessive amount of manpower. So we'll talk about that. Also, the other, we only got two topics today, but you know how our show goes. You know, the topics tend to grow legs, and all types of other shit can come up at any given time. So we'll end up seeing where that goes. But also, the Ukrainian war obviously continues, and President Trump is going to be meeting with Vladimir Zelensky tomorrow. Now, we're going to be talking about whether or not that first summit between Trump and Putin was a success, what's likely to come out of it. But Trump was on Fox, as he always is. You won't see him on MSNBC. You won't see him on CNN. Trump tends to go into friendly news outlets. He was on Fox, but I want you to hear what he said. This is interesting.
He drove China and Russia together. That's not good. If you are just a minor student of history, it's the one thing you didn't want to do, because they're basically natural enemies. Russia has tremendous amounts of land. China has tremendous amounts of people, and China needs Russia land. But because of pure stupidity, they were driven together.
That's President Trump last night accusing his predecessor of uniting natural enemies, China and Russia. So
I want to ask you folks, how many of you agree with Trump by way of yes or no that Biden united Russia and China? By way of yes or no, how many of you folks believe that Biden is responsible for the relationship between China and Russia growing? I want to hear from you folks. I see we got one or two people in there saying, yes, Biden is responsible for the relationship between Russia and China growing. Now, I'm going to say flat out, I can see where that would come from. And that would come from the belief that Trump is correct in suggesting that the war would never have started if he hadn't been reelected. There's many folks that support Trump that believe that had he been reelected in 2020, Russia and Ukraine would never have went to war. Look, maybe he's right, but I'm going to say right off the bat, I don't see any evidence to support that, other than him feeling very confident that he could have done something about it. But I mean, we've seen how that war has been going since he's been president, and he started out with the confidence of thinking he could end it in 24 hours. He's been completely wrong about that. So I don't know where the confidence is coming from to suggest he could have stopped it from from taking place to begin with. He's already been overconfident, thinking he could end it in 24 hours. But I understand MAGA believes that war would not have taken place. So MAGA is indeed blaming Biden for the war between the Ukraine and Russia, not also taking into consideration the fact that Russia had already taken swipes at the Ukraine before Biden came along, under Obama, under Bush. But I don't know, somehow Biden became the fault for these folks. Listen, my humble opinion is America is what's drawing Russia and China together. Fact is, if you and I have a common enemy, somebody that's fucking with both of us, that's stronger than both of us, we can put what we're doing on hold right now. Let's take care of this right now. You and I can have this squabble later on. But right now, because this person got us both up against the ropes, maybe we need to deal with it. My humble opinion is America is what's brought China and Russia closer together. But obviously, some folks are going to disagree with me. And I see in the comments, Richard Crosby says MAGA has DDS. I don't know what DDS is. But I will absolutely say you hear Trump is here criticizing Biden, suggesting that, his predecessor was stupider. I think he said ignorant or something like that. I definitely believe whatever the definition of derangement syndrome is, there's no way in hell Trump doesn't have it towards Biden. You cannot put a microphone in front of Trump's face without him criticizing Biden on something that's here or there. Biden is gone. Biden's been gone for almost a year at this point. I mean, so the idea that he's still trashing Biden on every rip If you ask anyone, next time you hear somebody suggest that an individual has Trump derangement syndrome, also known as TDS, ask them to give you what the definition of derangement syndrome is in their opinion. And tell me if you don't think if Trump fits that definition. Ask them to give you the definition of what derangement syndrome is. You know, you can't stop talking about it, lives rent-free in the head, you just hate the guy. All of the stuff you're going to say, tell me Trump doesn't have that. So we'll end up talking about that. But in regards to the notion of bringing Russia and China together, I want you to hear something. This is incredibly important, at least in my humble opinion. And by the way, tap the screen on TikTok. It helps out the algorithm. I don't know why the numbers are so damn low, even lower than usual. But we don't have it on sub only. So tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. Help out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are indeed MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. But I want you guys to hear this, because this is going to go in line with the notion that this war would not have happened if Trump was reelected, and that Biden is the reason Russia decided to attack the Ukraine. This is actually Vladimir Putin a few weeks ago speaking at a summit. This was not in the United States, but I want you to hear Vladimir Putin's words. They're going to be translated. You'll hear him speaking in his own ethnic Russian language, but they'll be translated.
A direct question about the situation. Donald Trump,
First, the situation is quite different. And second, we are not seeking Ukraine's capitulation. We are insisting on a recognition of the reality that has developed on the ground.
реалии, которые сложились на земле.
Listen to this follow-up.
Mr. President, I'm in no position.
I have many times said that I consider Russian and Ukrainian peoples a one people, in fact. In that sense, the whole of Ukraine is ours.
Did you hear that? He considers Russia and Ukraine one people. He views Ukraine, the whole country, as ours. So think about that when we hear that he's only attacking because Biden is a weak leader, or that Zelensky should secede the amount of land that they've taken already to bring peace. If you give Putin, if you give Russia the 10, 20% or whatever the hell it is of Ukraine that they already have, he still thinks the other 80% belongs to him. So it leads to an obvious question. What are the chances he won't come back for the other 80% that he clearly thinks is his? Because this is what the Trump administration is promoting. To make peace and end the bloodshed, the Ukraine should give Russia the part of the country that they already have. The man has clearly said he thinks the whole damn country is his. Everybody in the region believes that he's not going to stop with what he's done so far. And when you hear him talk, there's a damn good reason to believe that. So I'm going to end up asking you folks right off the bat, do you believe Zelensky, president of the Ukraine, should take Trump's advice in order to gain peace? Let Russia have the part of the land that they're already occupying. And if you believe that, do you also feel confident that Russia won't come back for any more of the Ukraine? Remember, 2008 invaded Georgia. 2014 invaded Crimea. 2021 or 22, this happened. They're coming back over and over again. But the belief is if you listen to Trump and take this agreement, they won't come back anymore. Now, I don't believe, unless some of you folks can correct me, I don't believe Trump is offering any military protection or guarantees if they do not adhere to the whole terms of this. If Russia says we'll be happy with the 10 or 20% and we won't do anything, and then a year later they attack again, Trump, I don't believe, is promising to do anything in regards to Russia. So we're going to talk about all of that. Trade Alliance says Trump didn't say that. I would like to know, what are you suggesting that Trump didn't say? Because I'm fairly certain that the expectation is that Russia secedes what that Ukraine secedes what Russia already has.
Donald Trump said on Saturday Ukraine should make a deal to end the war with Russia because, quote, Russia is a very big power and they are not. His comments follow the summit in Alaska, where Vladimir Putin was reported to have demanded more Ukrainian land. In a later briefing with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, a source familiar with the talks cited Trump as saying that the Russian leader had offered to freeze most front lines if Kyiv ceded all of Donetsk. The industrial region is one of Moscow's main targets. Zelensky reportedly rejected the proposal. Trump also
trade a line in the comments before we start going to the box and start going to the callers. What are you saying he didn't say? I'd be curious to know. Let me know what you think he didn't say. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and start the program off. Thank you folks that are tuning in. We run this as an uncensored program, so it does not matter what your political affiliation is or your opinion is. Doesn't matter who you criticize, even if it is yours truly. We don't block, ban, or censor. There are no moderators to this program. There are no moderators to this program. I don't really, censor or ban anybody for any damn thing other than just getting, blatantly ridiculous, like typing the N-word over and over again. And I don't even give a damn about that, but the apps will take you out. So to prevent the whole damn program from going down, if you get too ridiculous, you kind of push it, but we haven't had to take anybody out in a very long time. Anyway, looking in the comments, people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and stop complaining about the cost of living. Do better and stop being a victim. Wait a minute. Hold on, Mr. Wise Guy. You say that people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and stop complaining about the cost of living, do better, and stop being a victim. Where the hell were you at when Trump was talking about the cost of eggs and groceries? I didn't hear none of that shit. I didn't hear none of that. Stop complaining about the cost of living. I heard the man talking about vote for me if you want groceries to come down. Did you just pop up out of thin air? Are you like a rabbit that just got yanked out of a hat? I don't remember hearing from you, sir. But let me know in the comments. I appreciate your input. Looking in the comments also, keep telling yourself that lie, Mike. Okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. Egg prices are down. But you shouldn't be complaining about them at all there. Who said that? Nathan, you're saying that egg prices are down. Why are you complaining about the prices of eggs at all? According to my man here, you should pull yourself up by your bootstraps and not complain about the prices of eggs or anything at all. So if you're not complaining about them when they're up, then what are you bragging about them for when they come down? You should not be talking about the prices of groceries at all, according to that guest. Let me go back to the box. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps and quit complaining about the price. When that's all we did under Biden. Wow. Stick Darula. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. So what do you think? Should, in an effort to make peace, should the Ukraine just let Russia have what they have already? Stick, are you there?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
My bad, Tim. Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
In effort to achieve peace, should the Ukraine secede the territory that is currently under Russian control?
Being that I'm not in Ukraine, and let's just say, you gave a good analogy the other day about should Texas give Mexico some just because they got a lot of people over there, right?
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly don't want anybody to perish behind this foolishness that Putin got going on. Mm-hmm. But maybe that's something that Zelensky and his people will, come up with, tell them, hey, I check with my people. Sort of kind of like, Gavin Newsom having a vote on should they have those districts, those new districts.
Wait. You said Trump should tell them I'll check with my people.
No, Zelensky. Zelensky should check with his people, just like Gavin Newsom is getting with his constituents to see if they're going to vote on redistricting.
So he should ask Zelensky should go check with the citizens of Ukraine and ask them, are they okay leaving some of their brothers and sisters under Russian control at this point?
We kind of know the answer already. So, yeah. But my thing is, being that I'm not over there and being that that's not my country, I would hope that they just do what's best for them. what they feel is best for them. That's what I hope they do.
Is there ever a time when it's in your country's best interest to give up on thousands of its people under the hands of enemies?
Nah, that's never been a good plan. That's never been go ahead and we'll back you. And that's why we kind of know that the Taco didn't do anything. He went over there. He looked just happy to be there. The picture that they took, he looked just so happy. Putin is over there just kind of like, whatever. I could have been here. I could have been eating a hot bowl of whatever at home.
So listen, because I'm thinking of it like this. Let's say, for instance, Canada attacked America, and during that attack, they were able to, take control of Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, but the rest of the country was still
Chicago.
No, don't throw Chicago in there because it's going to skew the conversation. But let's say they took control of some of the states that are closest to them, like Wyoming, Wyoming, North Dakota, Idaho, or something like that. Not heavily populated states, but they are part of the United States. And the rest of the country was still under our control. And someone else trying to broker peace between America and Canada told America, why don't you just let them have Montana and Wyoming and Idaho in effort to achieve peace? Do you think the United States would entertain that?
Nah, man, we don't negotiate. I mean, but even though we got a president that claims that he wrote the art of the deal, which we know he didn't, we don't negotiate. We just things that were already in the sense of this country. We're not gonna give that up. Yeah. There's no. You got states that want to succeed from the union. We ain't giving them up. Yeah. You know that.
And that's something you see in a lot of right-wing circles is that, well, the people in that area speak Russian and they want to be a part of Russia. It doesn't matter what the people want. You rightfully pointed out my example that half of southern Texas speaks Spanish and would probably rather be part of Mexico. That doesn't mean Texas is going to give it away. Just because the people want to. I mean, it doesn't matter what the people want. It's up to the government to make that decision.
Yeah, I mean, probably with Zelensky, it will be the government's choice or decision. But I believe the type of president he is, it just won't be a Donald Trump decision, which is, I don't give a damn what you think. I'm going to do this and this and this and this.
Well, I don't get the stance of Trump in this anyway, because Trump is offering no guarantees if Russia breaks the deal, and he's saying that he's saying that the European Union is the ones that should be giving Ukraine weapons, and if Russia doesn't follow through, the European Union should stand up and defend Ukraine. Then my question then, why are you here negotiating? There's nothing. There's no punitive measures for lying to you. You're not going to do anything. So why are you the one that's negotiating the deal between Russia and Ukraine when you're basically saying the United States at this point is offering nothing? So I don't understand why the European Union is not trying to do this as opposed to Trump.
Well, my thing is this, Tim. Neither one of us was there while they were alone driving in the limousine, or neither one of us was there while they were actually talking at the summit for 3 hours. Mm-hmm. Me personally, I think he needed 3 hours because, and I'm talking about Donald Trump, his cognitive dissonance, his cognitive ability is declining. Yeah, his cognitive ability is declining. So he needed to hear what Putin had to say. What's next for him? I'm talking about.
Well, listen, they brought I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, they brought a lot of their assistants.
Let me get it out, Tim. Let me get it out, Tim. Because with the things that we have going on in Washington, D.C., Washington, D.C. is now the new North Korea. Washington.
Whoa! No.
Yeah, they already they got the parade out the way. Now it's the military takeover.
Wow.
And they had Pam Bondi. She trying to tell somebody, I want you to go down there and do this job. So if you look up martial law, when federal government starts taking over and telling other people in government, city, county, state government what to do. That's what we got going on. Even though DC is a federal controlled district, it's the whole point of now you're messing around with the mayors and this and that and special prosecutors and all of this stuff. Man, like if people don't understand and don't see what the setup is, they're claiming it to be one type of act, but they're doing the act that we all know is called martial law.
You make some good points. I don't want to jump on the bandwagon and say that Washington, D.C. is currently North Korea, but you do make a good argument that North Korea had to start somewhere. And the way D.C. is going looks more like it's headed in that direction towards as opposed to democracy. It does look, if you were going, like I said, I'm not saying DC is North Korea like you are, but I am saying that if somebody had a goal of changing DC to North Korea and they had to start somewhere, many of the things that are happening now is what they would be doing. So it has to start somewhere. So you do make some sense with that. It has to start somewhere.
I mean, it's got to start somewhere, and I just feel like, Trump was happy because now he has the second part of his plan from Putin. He okay, Putin, how am I gonna? Okay, from here on out, like everybody's worried about the list. What can I do? How do I do? So Putin, oh, sorry about it. Being the big brother that he is, and the pimp baby daddy. I just think that he let him know how to proceed forward. Look, I got my Russian whatever looking at your constitution. You can do this, you can do that. Your law says this, your law says that. There's so many,
loopholes,
holes in the law and in how legislation is ran that I just really think the reason why he likes Putin, Russia, and any other thing is because they're doing their due diligence to combat and tell him what he can do, whether it's just for a quick second. All of his executive orders, not saying all of them, but majority of them are only good till they go to court. Then once they go to court, then the court says, hey, man, you can't do that. But he does it until he goes to court. That's the point.
That's an interesting point. North Korea, wow. And in the comments real quick, Zoko Man too has said, why would anybody want Chicago? I thought it was garbage. Well, the fact is, the 5 Great Lakes in this country, Huron, Superior, Lake Michigan, that's 20% of the world's fresh water supply. So if you get access to Chicago, you're on one of the Great Lakes. You're getting access to ports and travel. Don't just focus on the crime of Chicago. There's a lot more logistically to that city than just, there's crime in Chicago. So no, it's a valuable city. Railroads, all that shit. There's a lot of value to that city.
And I'm tired of hearing that too, for these, Southerners / rural, sun dodging, whatever. I'm sick and tired of
sun dodging.
Yeah, they're sun dodgers. I'm sick and tired of hearing a person from North Dakota or even a person from Florida talk about how things are in Chicago. I'm just sick and tired of it. You don't live there. You don't know what's going on. You don't know the culture. 9 times out of 10, you are a sun dodger, so you wouldn't even go in those neighborhoods even if you went to Chicago. But I love it that people are now not just going with the flow in the sense of if you're not MAGA, you're not just going by talking points and what people are telling you. You're actually saying, getting on camera, walking around, showing how nice Chicago is, how beautiful it is, how much culture it has there. It's a beautiful city, and it's a big lie. Anybody would love to take over Chicago. Now you got to think about it. If you lead or you rule with an iron fist, you don't give a damn about how bad any place is because you're going to turn it around, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, that's what Trump is doing. But my whole thing of it is he should have did everything before he did the parade. You already had military there. You could have cleaned it up then. Yeah. But you didn't do it. You know why? Because you were trying to stunt and he was trying to be all in front of the camera, which he looked bored. the steps were off with the military.
Well, some would say he looks like a brave world leader. I mean, MAGA thinks he looked pretty damn good out there.
Man, MAGA wouldn't fight a goddamn raccoon that's trying to get in their cupboard. Don't nobody care about MAGA.
MAGA. 84 million people voted for Trump. What do you mean nobody cares about MAGA? They are,
and only 34% of them are MAGA. So again, nobody cares about MAGA. I don't, I'm like them. I'm doing exactly what they're doing. They're running around talking about, the Democratic Party is this and the Democratic Party is this. But you're not even part of the Democratic Party. You don't even know what's going on in the Democratic Party. You don't even realize.
They know enough. Just like you're not MAGA and you're criticizing MAGA. They know enough about Democrats.
Well, how about this one? If Trump can run for a third presidency, that means any other president before him can run. Which means if you keep running that big lip MAGA, the only person you're going to have to worry about is the person that actually Trump has derangement syndrome on, which would be Barack Obama, because he does not have testicular cancer. He's not in any ailments. He doesn't have any ailments. He's right and cognitive as a mug. He thinks before he speaks. Who would not want him back being president?
All of MAGA. I got to move it on stick, but I can tell you all of MAGA would not want Obama back.
But guess what? Remember, Tim, you had people that voted for Trump, but also voted for Barack Obama.
Great point.
You hear it all the time.
Great point.
You hear it all the time. So guess what? Those people that voted for Barack gonna be like looking at it like, oh man, I remember before he left and he inherited Trump, that the Trump inherited his economy, we were doing great. I think I'm gonna go with this guy again.
That's a great point. Because you normally don't see Obama and Trump supporters on the same page, but you are right. I get dozens of people that say I voted for Obama and I got tired, and then I switched over and voted for Trump. So you could be right. There may be some Trump voters that will say, "Look, I voted for Obama and he did a good job. I'd rather go back to that." I don't know, but I do agree with you. There is plenty of Trump supporters that say they voted for Obama. Are they telling the truth? Should be the other question. Stick, appreciate you coming through.
Hey, last word, Tim. Y'all, they talking about Gavin Newsom, but again, if he get a third term, he ain't the one you got to worry about. Now, he might be vice president, but I guarantee you, to save this country, he'll do the same thing Joe did. Come out of retirement, get that seat, fix it, then he out.
I'm not 100% sure, Stick. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not 100% sure if Obama could run for a third term, would he? Stick is, by way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks think that Obama, who's currently riding off into the sunset with generational wealth and no worries, if it came down to it, do you think he would come out of retirement and run this country again? Because I strongly believe his wife would have been very competitive against Trump in 2024, and she didn't do it. So I'm not saying would you vote for him. I get the voting populace. Obama would have a lot of support. I'm asking, do you think Obama would do it? That's what I'm not asking would you vote for him. I'm asking, do you think he would run? Do you think he would be willing to come out of retirement where he's basically living on a golden goose? He has nothing to worry about for the rest of his life. Do you think he would come out of retirement to get back into a chaotic adventure? Because Trump is going to troll him for the rest of his natural life. If Obama comes back and runs, it doesn't matter if Trump loses to Obama. Trump is going to spend the rest of his life trolling liberals regardless. That's going to happen. Now, MAGA is going to suggest that liberals have TDS and the liberals should just shut the hell up and let Trump just keep trolling them for the rest of his life. I get it, but Trump is going to troll liberals for the rest of his life. And if Obama decided to run, he would just get added into that. To stop the orange clown, yes. I don't know. I don't know if I feel confident that Obama would do that. Jesus, you thinking about Trump rent-free? Jesus. I don't know. Does Trump pay rent? I don't know what you mean there on Clapper. Increase the number of seats in the House of Representatives. Whoa. You know, I think what is likely to happen if we remain as normal, and I'll go back to the box shortly. And by the way, tap the screen, get us on up to 25,000. Tap that like, smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. If you like uncensored dialogue, follow the program. If you're watching on Clapper or TikTok, Give us a sub if you're watching on YouTube, and happy Sunday to all of you folks. We're talking now. I will say this. I do believe, not to lose my train of thought, if America remains the country we've come to know and love after Trump is gone, I do believe there will be a series of anti-Trump laws going forward. And I say, I mean bipartisan. When I say bipartisan, I mean the Republicans are going to agree with it as well, because fact is, no matter how much you love Trump or how much you hate Trump, chances are you don't want another Trump that's against your side. So if Trump does his full term and all of a sudden the liberal gets put in there, there is no way in hell the Republicans want a liberal in there that is doing the same things that Trump is doing, only for the left. So they would totally be in favor of bipartisan laws preventing, because Trump has made essentially everybody stand down. From media outlets, he's suing colleges and universities, he's suing law firms. I don't think the right would want a Democrat in there doing that. I mean, look, regardless of how much you think Trump has been wrongfully insulted or slandered, you don't think that happens on the right to a left-wing president? Everything from Michelle Obama being a man on down to Obama being born in Kenya. They could sue people too. They could do all of the same things, all of the same media outlets that Trump is. The right was doing all of the same stuff. So I don't think we would probably want another president in there that's suing media outlets and suing law firms and suing other politicians. My guess is even the right would be like, no, if you liberals in power now are okay with not doing what our guy did to you, we would certainly be okay to write a law so nobody else can do it in the future. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be anti-Trump laws from that standpoint. Some of the shit that the Supreme Court has done, I'm assuming we probably don't want in this country happening anymore. There's going to be a lot of things because Trump has kind of really tested the envelope. Obviously, what he's done with DC, what he's done in California, because now if you're on the right, you're totally okay with Trump sending in the National Guard. Whatever reason he gives you, if you're on the right, you're going to be okay with it. You're not going to challenge it. You don't need to know the crime of Los Angeles. You don't need to have ever visited Los Angeles. If Trump says the riot in there is heavy crime, you're probably going to just favor it. But do you want a liberal looking at a city in a red state coming up with reasons to send the National Guard in there? Probably not. So it's going to be a case of, he did it to you guys, and damn, we don't want you doing it to us. We do not want you doing it to us. We don't want, for instance, gun crime in America could easily be deemed as a national emergency. If you can look at crime in DC as an emergency where you need to send in the National Guard, you could look at all of the kids getting shot in schools and things like that and constitute a reason why that's an emergency. That would not be hard to do. Do you want a liberal acting on your Second Amendment rights based on some perceived emergency? No, they don't want that. So there's things Trump is doing that the right is not going to want. So I think in the future, there's probably going to be some anti-Trump laws coming down the pipe because he's pushed the envelope in a host of ways. I mean, obviously, too, my guess is before Trump came along, nobody would have been okay with a felon being able to be president. It's made up felonies. Nobody would have been okay with that. It doesn't matter. Nobody would be okay with it. Let's say, for instance, you don't have any felonies, but the courts are pursuing you because they think you did commit some felonies. In the future, get your cases straight before you can run the country, because we don't know if you did it or not. I mean, Trump had a lot of stuff disappear because he became president. So we don't know. A lot of these cases never came to fruition. Are they made up? Are they all witch hunts? Maybe. Are they really legitimate? Maybe. We don't know. They were all stopped. So my guess is 10 years ago, nobody on the right would have been saying if a person has felonies, they still should be able to be president of the country. So all of that stuff we've kind of allowed Trump to get away with. I don't think in the future we're going to favor that. So I expect there will be some anti-Trump laws. And I seen in the comments, somebody said they were witch hunts. Okay, let's say, for instance, the cases against Trump were witch hunts. Well, maybe you should first prove that before we give you the job. Can you imagine somebody coming to work at your outfit, one of your companies, and they got a bunch of felonies, and they tell you, well, this stuff is just a witch hunt. These are not real. The court's railroaded me. Well, how about you show me some proof of that before I actually give you the job? You don't just blindly trust a person, do you? So, okay, if he says it's a witch hunt and he can actually prove that, that's different. But he got the job by just simply saying it was a witch hunt. So we'll leave it at that. And then, of course, I'm assuming what happened with the 2020 election where Trump said it was stolen and the whole Capitol building thing and stuff like that he claims he has no fault of, that would probably also be something that would disqualify a future candidate. That you just simply say the election was stolen, you did all of this stuff, and then ultimately you never proved your claim. So I think that he's been fortunate, extremely fortunate, but I don't think the right would want a left-wing president getting that fortunate and doing all that stuff that Trump has been able to do. Anyhow, looking in the comments though, civil does not mean he is a felon. Well, the felonies didn't come from civil cases. We're not talking about the E. Jean Carroll stuff. We're talking about actual crimes he was convicted of. Not to mention all of the Fonnie Willis stuff down in Georgia that was blocked. I don't know. We don't know what would have came out of the Jack Smith cases. You don't know. A lot of stuff just ended. You don't know if there was something legitimately there or not. He's in office, and it's like you literally being charged with anything from assault to rape to murder, whatever. And if I hire you, those charges go away. So I don't know if you actually did any of that stuff. So I'm just going to hire you based on your word, and we'll never find out how that case went out. That's kind of what Trump has been able to do. We don't know if those cases were legitimate or not. He says they're a witch hunt. I get that. What do you think he's going to say? I did it? No, he's going to say that's what he's going to say. The other side did not get a chance to even make their case. And here he is in the president. So I don't think the right would want to put a left-wing president in there under those circumstances. Anyway, continuing on with the program, Jeremy, good evening. Welcome to the show. How do you turn 2 low-grade syllable misdemeanors into 34 felonies? Well, that's what I'm saying. How about he get up there and adjudicate that case? You don't go to court. You or I would never be charged with a crime. And the courts find you guilty, and then the public start trying to re-adjudicate your case in your favor. You realize how many people are in jail that think they were railroaded? That happens every day. I mean, this guy had access to the best attorneys money could buy. He lost. Nobody in jail think, what was it on Shawshank Redemption? We're all innocent. The lawyer fucked me. Jeremy, good evening.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good, but I'm asking this question. With Trump sending so many National Guardsmen into D.C., is that city really that bad?
Well, it's pretty bad, but it's not. I don't think it's the worst city on earth. I think that it does need to happen, though. Here's why. I think that our capital should have a higher level of safety than other cities. I think that by default it should be safer because of how important of a city it is. It is more important than Chicago. It is more important than Detroit, than Houston, than Dallas, than LA, and than Seattle, than all those states, because it's literally the capital of the United States. So I think there's a lower threshold to be reached in order to call an emergency for a place like DC. Now, like Milwaukee or Chicago having a violence problem, I don't think we need to necessarily send that in, and unless it's requested by like the mayor of those cities, or unless they're trying to.
But let me ask it to you that way: do you think DC was so bad that it justified going around the wishes of the mayor and the people in that city and saturating it with National Guardsmen from other states? You think it was really in that much chaos?
Yeah, but that's because our capital needs to be much more safe by default. It needs to already be safer than most other cities by default. We need to hold up to a higher standard. But if we were talking about a city like say I don't know, Dallas.
I get it. You think it's the most important city. I get that part. But what I'm trying to figure out, okay, Trump gets into the White House and he fires hundreds, if not thousands, of workers in D.C., all of them federal jobs. You're closing off. I mean, he's unemploying thousands of people in that city. You don't think that might affect the crime rate? All of a sudden, you see what happened to Detroit. You see what happened to places like Cleveland and Toledo and Gary, Indiana. I mean, you're coming in because that's their primary bread and butter is federal jobs. He's come in and chopped a whole bunch of them. You don't think that might affect the crime rate?
It really depends on what federal jobs. Not all federal jobs are the same.
It doesn't matter what you're making people unemployed. I don't care if they're a janitor. You're unemploying people. You're leaving people with no job.
Poverty does not directly increase crime, and by itself, it's a lack of ability to get out of poverty. So that's usually what actually causes it.
Has he done anything for DC that's given them the ability to get out of poverty?
It's too recent. It's too recent, and to say there's less jobs around on the DC, but there's also just less people. There's less people in there in general.
What do you mean? I don't get that.
I'm not saying that isn't gonna affect people's wallets for sure. However, there are jobs outside of that in the private sector that are available.
Based on what? I mean, has he done anything that's created? Okay, we know he's fired people, so we know he's cut jobs. Do you have any examples of how he's created any jobs in DC?
No, not right now. Not in DC specifically.
So in other words, in that town, he's hurt them economically.
Yeah, to a degree. However, it's not. However, this changes happen in the economy all the time. It just depends on severity and time length, and that decides how much it will actually hurt people. If something if it's a large severity, but it happens over a very slow period of time, people can usually adjust. If it's something that's very severe but happens in a short period of time, people can usually adjust. And the amount of people who've actually been fired is not as huge as people would like to make it out to be.
Explain.
There are people who are being fired, but not nearly at the same rate. In fact, a lot of people are actually being rehired after the Doge layoffs.
I don't know if you understand how this works. Let me give you an example. Let's say you work in the USAID building in DC, and they close that building. The guy who used to park the taco truck out front, that when people would come out the building to have lunch, he's lost his job too. Maybe the newspaper stand, or what is it, 7-Eleven now, that people would have a Slurpee while they're waiting for the bus on the way home. All of them are noticing lost business too. You realize how many people that in that building, all of the other residual side businesses they patronize on the way to work and on the way home, all of those businesses lose work too. So if he fires that building, it ain't just the people in that building that are hurting. The coffee shops, the Starbucks with that long ass line full of USAID people that are waiting to get coffee and take to their desk in the morning, all of them are gone. So do you realize how many people when you fire one guy, you're hurting everybody he patronizes?
Yeah, I know there's a bit of a domino effect. However, that taco truck that's out there, that's not their only business. That's not the only people they get business from. You know, the 7-Eleven doesn't only get their business from. It will hurt them, but it won't necessarily shut them down. Right
so you're firing hundreds of people and hurting thousands in one town.
I didn't say it's a good thing that people.
No, you didn't say it's a good thing, because there's no way to say that. But what I'm simply asking you is, if you take a town that already has a high crime rate, and then you do something that's going to cost hundreds of jobs, and you're also going to economically hurt thousands of other people, you don't see any change to the crime rate from doing that?
No, because poverty does not directly cause crime. I mean, there are indirect things that it can do to cause crime, but not directly.
What do you think causes crime?
A feeling. It's the belief that you can't get out of poverty through a legitimate mean. So, in other words, there are plenty of places in the United States where people are poor, but the crime rate is actually kind of low. Like if you look at a lot of places in Middle America, there are actually a lot of low crime rates in Middle America, but there's a good amount of poverty.
There's no people there. We're talking about a big city that's impoverished.
Even per capita. Even per capita.
Give me an example.
Let's Cincinnati. Not a lot of crime there.
Really? Who told you that?
And last time I looked at their crime rates, they were pretty low.
Cincinnati has a low crime rate. Didn't they just have a major killing or something? Didn't something big just happen in Cincinnati a week or two ago? I don't know if I agree with you on that. Cincinnati does not have a lot of crime.
I have to relook at that, but last time I checked, I think they're actually one of the safer cities. So let me just Google that. Well, or do you really have? Actually, we might not have time to look at that. Well, no,
Just keep
actually,
going,
I'm
keep
gonna do
going,
it in
keep going.
a few seconds. Wait, Cincinnati. Let's see, Cincinnati crime rate.
Yeah. Alexa, what is the population of Cincinnati? It's also a much smaller town.
I don't have specific information about a town called Cinnamon. Are you perhaps referring to a small town?
Yes, I think Alexa might be racist.
Alexa, what is the population of Cincinnati, Ohio?
Cincinnati, Ohio has a population of 309,000 people as of today.
So, Alexa, stop. That's about half the population of DC. So that's about half the population.
New
of
York City's
Alexa, stop. God damn it. I think that's about half the population. I don't know where you're getting that Cincinnati doesn't have a high crime rate, though. I've never heard that before.
Well, so from Google AI, Cincinnati's crime rate is higher than the national average, but when compared to other major cities in the U.S., its overall crime rate is moderate.
Yeah, because it's not a major city. I mean, out of the top 50 cities, is Cincinnati even in the counting? I mean, it's got to be pretty far down. That's not a big.
It's somewhere in the middle. They don't have a lot of crime.
Yeah, well, I mean,
they're not like the safest city in the world, but they're not particularly violent either. They're kind of in the middle of the road.
Let me just put it this way: when you take into consideration that DC, I believe I heard it had over 600,000 people. There is no city in America that has that many people that is low crime. How about that? There is no city in America that has 500,000 people or more that's considered a low crime city. When you put that many people together, it's not going to be safe in areas. I mean, it's going to be, because you're going to have a whole lot of socioeconomic issues. So the smaller the town is, the lesser the amount of diversity is, for instance, there's less crime. Most of the safest cities in America don't have any diversity in it. There's not as much to argue about. There's not as many human beings in those towns. I mean, when you start adding those factors in there, the crime rate goes up.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, that's not. Yeah, well, regardless, as at the end of the day, poverty does not directly mean that you're going to have a lot of crime. Okay, there are a lot of like, for instance, like some of the biggest earners in the country live in New York. New York has a really bad crime rate. There's some places in like California that have very low crime rates. What is it? Huntington Beach, I think. No.
Some tiny ass suburb. You're naming places that don't even have 100,000 people. I mean, you're getting real small. We're talking about DC, one of the top 10 largest cities. You're comparing this stuff to suburbs.
No. I'm thinking. No, hold on. Let me just think. Somewhere in some county, I can't remember. Okay, forget it. And look, at the end of the day, am I saying that it's a good thing and that all these people are getting fired? Not necessarily. I do think that you do need to make sure that you don't hire people and overhire and pay people for jobs that are essentially useless. But I don't like it when people lose their jobs, and I like it when people land on their feet.
But you don't believe firing hundreds of people and hurting thousands economically has any correlation to crime in the city?
Correlation maybe, but not causation.
Yeah, I don't understand how you could feel that way when you got places like Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. I mean, there's like legitimate examples of towns that were doing well, lost a lot of industry, lost a lot of jobs, and they became cesspools for violence. I don't see how you can't see that. There's way too many examples of it.
That's because those places, as I said, it's the inability to get yourself out of poverty, like that causes crime, not the poverty itself. Some people will just make less money, but they're not prone to actually being violent. It's a feeling that you have to use illegitimate means in order to like the system.
Well, but like I'm saying, Trump is. You say, okay, you're saying it's not poverty. It's the desperate feeling that you don't have a way to get out of poverty. And you admitted Trump has created poverty and he's done nothing to help people get out of it. So he's put them in that situation. He hasn't created any jobs in DC. He's only cost them.
Yeah. Well, so that might, in the future, it might cause more crime in the future. Sure, but we don't really know yet. We don't really know exactly what's going to happen. It's kind of anyone's guess as to what's going to happen.
But going by your definition...
Tim, I'm trying to be as reasonable as I can.
No, you're not.
to be unreasonable, I would just say like, oh, these were useless jobs, and there are plenty of cities outside of DC that people can get jobs at, and there's like DC is really close to a lot of other major cities. They can move there, but that's unrealistic, and that would be disingenuous.
I don't know if what you're saying right now is being anything other than disingenuous. Even if you say it's a useless job, didn't you hear me just say, even if it's a janitor, you're making people unemployed? I don't care if your job is valuable or useless. If you fire somebody from that job, you've hurt them economically. If you do it times hundreds of people that Trump is doing it to, not to mention all the businesses they patronize, you're hurting thousands of people. Doesn't matter if the job is meaningful or useless. He's hurting a lot of people in one city. All of that's happening in that city. He's doing that too.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna have some negative economic effects.
And now he's going to saturate that town with law enforcement, meaning they're going to be handing, okay, we want him to bring down crime. But if you saturate an area with law enforcement, now you're talking about speeding tickets, moving violations, because there's so many eyes on you. All of that's going to lead to people getting tickets and probably getting warrants and shit, because now they're dealing with the law enforcement, kind of like Ferguson, Missouri, where they were able to show that the shooting was justified, but the police were giving folks all these discretionary tickets because they're just fucking with them. I mean, you put that many cops in one area, you're going to suddenly be having interactions with police for damn near everything that you didn't normally do. So now you're getting tickets and all of that because they got to justify their reason for being there. So people who can't pay the tickets, now they get warrants. I mean, it's just going to lead to more people being in the system and being further impoverished.
Well, two things. Okay, there are absolutely ways that people can misuse the system when it comes to law enforcement. That's more than possible. However, in most of the safest places in the United States, it's police. It's like where I live. I'm not going to say what part of Wisconsin I'm from, but I will say that the place I live is very safe because the police don't have much to go after. So you are more likely to get ticketed for a moving violation. It's a sign of a bad place if all of a sudden people are speeding on a regular basis, and the cops don't really pursue those people unless they've done something else that's bad. Like, that's not a good thing.
Well, if you saturate an area with,
if you go, hold on, second thing, if you go to court and it's your first time in with a moving violation, most of the time, the judges or prosecutors will usually cut you a break and say, hey, you'll get off with a warning this time.
Okay, well, we can't speak for what a judge is going to say, but the point is, if you saturate an area with police and law enforcement, people are going to get tickets and violations more than they normally would. I mean, just about all of us drive down the highway doing 5 to 10 miles, even more than that, over the speed limit. If you put more cops on the highway, more people are going to get tickets. I mean, there's just no other way around it. Weaving, maybe you turn without your signal on or switch lanes. I mean, if you put more eyes on drivers, more drivers are going to get tickets. So if you got more cops roaming around the city of DC, there's going to be anything from jaywalking to loitering, you name it. More people are going to get violations. Every judge is not going to just say, we're giving you a warning. I mean, because that normally is something that stops at the cop. The cop is the one that should be giving you a warning. If he's sending your ass to court, the likelihood of you going to court, and by the way, going to court costs money to begin with. Did you catch an Uber? Did you catch a bus? Did you miss a day at work? It's costing people money.
Yeah, I understand that. And however, like, usually the court, so here's the thing. I've been to traffic court before, okay? Like I said, if you've ever gone to traffic court, you'll know what I'm talking about. Usually if you go up there and you say, hey, look, look, this is my first time. I'm not someone who usually speeds like this. And so a lot of times the prosecutors will be pretty cool with you. Usually they'll say, we'll just change this to a warning. And
you feel confident that the same administration that saturated that area with cops is going to be okay with their judges giving people warnings.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. And here's the thing, Tim. Here's the thing. Yeah, at first, people will definitely get more tickets, but I think in time people will be just committing less crime, and then you'll see a lot of bored cops sitting in their vehicles, probably watching TikTok when they're not supposed to be.
That ain't going
what I mean?
They
Yeah,
would
it's just
listen,
kinda
Jeremy. Some of the
poured
stuff
on
you're
their
saying,
minds.
with all due respect, some of the stuff you're saying is crazy. Trump put those cops in there because he wants numbers. He didn't put them in there to sit in their car and watch TikToks. I mean, he wants numbers. I want to be able to say I brought in speeding tickets. I want to brought in arrests. He put them in there to give numbers to brag about, not to sit around watching TikToks. If they're in that area, he expects them to be productive. And that means you got to find shit if there's nothing in front of you. Just like when you're at your job. If the boss comes in, you don't just sit there even if there's nothing to do. You start looking like you're doing something. That's what everybody does. They're not going to be sitting there watching TikToks. Go ahead, I give you the last word.
Here's the thing. I do think that there is a problem with, and this is why I always get annoyed at quotas. I do get annoyed at quotas because there are problems with that. That might actually be a legitimate issue. But this idea that it's like the president's actions are going to cause like some like poor granny who maybe just was like swerving a little bit in between lanes and one day to like be put in like CCOT in El Salvador is definitely like ridiculous. Like these people aren't going to like face like hardcore jail on time for like small little offenses. Okay, the people that are probably going to get picked up the most are probably the gangbangers and people who are making it hard for businesses to move in because they don't want to get robbed, and then kids don't get to have their first job at 15 or 16.
Okay. All right, Jerry. I think you and I completely disagree on this, but as always, I appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
You too. You too. I mean, and listen, maybe he's right. It's only going to be hardcore gang members and not old grandma. But isn't that what we thought about the whole immigration deportation issue? It was only going to be hardcore gang members and not grandma. Anyway, continuing on with the program, it's gonna turn to nope, I ain't taking my granny to that state because someone's rules. Yeah, they already said that. Tourism is down in DC. That's happening now. I mean, would you want to go there? I get people are suggesting that, well, if they got a bunch of police, that means the city is safer. Maybe, but you do understand that maybe the wrong cop may look at you as a bad influence or a criminal in the city. Might be you that they're using to make the city safer. I'm gonna say flat out that, look, at the end of the day, I don't have anything against cops, but I don't want to have any unnecessary interaction with police. I mean, if I'm driving home and there's a street with cops all lined up and down, and if I can avoid that street, I will. I mean, I don't want to have any unnecessary interaction. So I want to go to a town where they're just every fucking where. I mean, it's just, do you feel safer? Yeah, I probably am not going to be accosted by other citizen criminals. I feel safer from that. But now I'm starting to question whether I'll be dealing with the wrong cop or not. So yeah, I would avoid that town. That would be my humble opinion. Looking in the comments though, black judge very drunk. I don't know what you're saying about that. Hell no, Joe Biden already told us that he doesn't stop at red lights in DC. Biden doesn't drive. What are you talking about? The president is not allowed to drive. I guess it was meant to be comedy, but president is not allowed to drive. If the police pull you over, you got nothing to hide. You'll be good. There is not a single defense lawyer that would agree with you. White, black, doesn't matter if the defendant is white, black, Hispanic, Asian. Not one defense lawyer in the country that works in courtrooms and deal with police every single day would tell you that what you just stated, if the police pull you over and you got nothing to hide, you'll be good. Not one single defense lawyer would agree with you on that. Fact is, police make mistakes. There's a small percentage of cops that are corrupt. They could think that the sugar or the rock salt that's on the ground in your car from you walking in snow or something is crack. I mean, there's hundreds of errors. There's no way in hell you just should automatically assume. Well, I ain't doing nothing wrong. Just let them do this. No, things go wrong all the time. Police make mistakes all the time. Plenty of people have been arrested, sentenced, and done time for stuff they didn't do because a police made a mistake. So there's a reason why defense attorneys tell you don't consent to searches, don't let them in your house. And they're not just telling that to black people, they're saying it to everybody. Looking in the comments, they have a PhD in making mistakes with people of color. That can be different, Mr. Rocco. Appreciate your input. Arshafine, good evening. Welcome to the program. Is DC under siege? Or better yet, is it that bad there that they need 1,500 extra law enforcement? What say you?
I do. I do, and I have shit to do to get. Oh,
You're on the air.
Hi.
You over there playing bad wife?
No, I'm a mom, Tim. I'm a mom.
Okay, all right. I came in the middle of some shit. If you,
All right, hi. I tried to talk to you yesterday, but my signal was cutting out.
Yeah.
So this is one, the thing with Jeremy and like people losing jobs. So just a statistic to think about what was the demographic that lost
Black
most
women.
of their federal jobs?
They claim that the overwhelming majority, the worst group hit by that is black women. I don't know how that happened.
Yes, actually, I just looked it up. Within the last 3 months, 300,000 black women have lost their jobs. So imagine, of course, they're not all in DC, right? Mm-hmm. Federal jobs are everywhere. Right. We have federal jobs in every state that work for the government. It's going to affect households. It's going to affect people's incomes. It's going to affect how much food they can put on the table for their family. It's also affecting the African American unemployment rate has risen.
But as Jeremy tried to say, does it affect crime? Does poverty have a direct relationship to increase or decrease in crime?
Yes.
Yeah.
Think about it, Tim.
I don't need to. I know it, but go ahead.
We know.
I don't need to.
We know. It's a no-brainer. I don't understand that. And I think the thing I have a hard time with the Washington, D.C. and the deployment of military is, what about New Orleans? What about St. Louis? They have a way higher crime rate, way more dangerous than Washington, D.C. or Chicago. Why isn't, I mean, if we're going to do it, if you're going to send out people because you're wanting to, declare war on crime, why aren't you doing it universally, like from the top down?
Well, to be honest,
I can tell you why.
Go ahead.
Because, you're talking about Republican states. They're only doing this in democratically ran areas. So, I mean, if it's like we all want to live in safe places, right? That's what a lot of people are saying. Of course we do. Duh. But make every city safe. Don't go after the one that's actually had decrease in homelessness, decrease in crime over the past 30 years. I meet people at my job from Washington, D.C. all the time.
Well, hold on. Let me just interject, because you mentioned why when we do this in Memphis and St. Louis and Chicago. One of my viewers in the comments,
I was saying New Orleans, but
yeah, okay. Well, his response is because he cannot do that. Well, whether he can or cannot, he is saying that he's likely to go to Chicago and Los Angeles next. So whether he can or cannot, he don't seem to agree with you. And I agree with what Arsha said, is that he's skipping over bad cities in Republican states and only talking about doing it in liberal states, which makes it look like it's disingenuous. It ain't got nothing to do with whether you got a lot of crime or not. It's got more to do with the politics of your governor.
And there was no reason to do it. It wasn't crime related that he did it in LA.
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
And he did it. Apparently he has so much authority to pull out the National Guard, but apparently only Nancy Pelosi had that job on January 6th.
That makes no sense. What about this though? Gangsta Grandma says, why do you think it is because we're black? Do you think the color of the citizens in these metropolitan areas have anything to do with Trump's decision to send a Guardian?
Well, Donald Trump is not the president of all. He's the president of his fans. And, if you want to be protected by the president, you're going to have to kiss his ass. And that's just the bottom line.
You're going to have to kick whose ass?
Kiss the golden calf's ass.
You're going to have to kiss his ass. Okay, I get it. I thought you said kick. Okay, you're going to have to kiss his ass. True.
No, I mean, anytime you come down, bend your knee, kiss the ring, admit that he is the savior, and let go of all your values as a human being, then as long as you're willing to swallow your integrity, you got a job. I'm not that kind of a person. Obviously, we're finding out that there are a lot are. And then I want to say something else about Ukraine, because that came up. Ukraine has been a sovereign nation or country for well over 30 years, since the fall of the Soviet Union. They have their own language, they have their own culture, they have their own identity. For a person who has kidnapped children and forced them to speak Russian and be given to Russian families and been declared a war criminal.
Is that how that happened? I've never heard that before.
You haven't heard? Oh, well, no, Zelensky, I mean, he's wanting their kids back. People have lost their children due to the takeover.
Well,
yes,
okay, I have heard that. That.
Like, and, you know, can you, so what, and then you're going to roll out the red carpet for a person that is wanted for breaking international humanitarian and, you know, committing war crimes. So why are you, that I have a big problem with.
Well, let's be clear. The only way you're going to get a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia, I mean, what if you got to kind of appease Putin a little bit to get them to come to peace? Is that really that bad? And by the way, Trump and Putin obviously had a friendly relationship before Trump became president, so it shouldn't surprise people that he was friendly with the guy when he came over here.
No, I think the problem is that when, like I said, all you have to do is compliment our president, and he will.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
He will find trust in you. As anybody can know, I mean, Tim, you and I have been along for a long time. Putin put in a law that, you know, he gets to be president for 25 years. This is not a person that you can be trustworthy of. I find our current president, because he is so easily flattered, it is a sign of weakness, in my humble opinion.
Well, MAGA thinks you got the strongest president we've ever had.
Again, if you're really...
What are you trying to say?
You know,
what are you trying to say?
I'm trying really hard. I will say, okay, I will bite my tongue, and if he ends the war and Ukraine gets what they want, I'll say, good job, Mr. President. Thank you for creating peace for a nation and defending their sovereignty. You deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. But until that happens, and if that doesn't happen, you did nothing for the Ukrainian people. In my opinion, I really hope Zelensky, I mean, people have been giving their lives. Men, women, the women, soldiers volunteering to defend their towns from, you know, these horrible, I mean, war's ugly. Doesn't matter what it is. But they've given up so much. Yes, so has Russia. But Russia is a superpower. Ukraine is a little fish.
But what about what Trump is suggesting, that, look, we can end this if Putin, I mean, if listen, Putin already has a little bit of the Ukraine he's occupying. If the Ukraine would just give that up, Trump is saying he could broker a peace deal. Should Ukraine take Trump's advice?
He can't even broker a ceasefire.
Well, he could do it if the Ukrainians.
And that is him giving Putin the leg up. Putin's like, I don't want a ceasefire. I want the war to end. Of course he wants the war to end. He wants it to end on his terms. But Zelensky's like, can we have a ceasefire so we can all talk about this?
Right.
You can't be bombing people while you're supposedly, while you're sitting here in Alaska getting rolled out the red carpet like you're some freaking, like he's a fanboy of some sort. And while, it doesn't look good. The other thing I was going to say is, I don't believe that, in my opinion, that he is declaring that it's a war on crime. For me, I see it as a war on the poor. He doesn't like looking at people that don't, he keeps saying, like, I don't like seeing it. He doesn't want to see anything that doesn't look pretty. And he's redoing the White House. He wants to put in a ballroom. He's cementing the Rose Garden. He took out pictures of presidents because he doesn't like to look at them because they make him feel bad. I mean, oh my gosh!
Arsha, wow, a war on the poor. You see Trump? You think Trump would do that? A war on the poor?
Are they taking away all the things that help the disenfranchised get food on the table, get medical care, get to a school, find mental health?
Wow.
Yeah, it's a war on the poor. And it doesn't matter. Poor people come in all demographics.
Well, I'll use the previous caller, Jeremy, what he said. He's only been in office for 7 months. I don't know if I would jump all the way to a war on the poor. That's pretty heavy.
Okay, so if you don't go into a shelter, then you're going to go to jail. And as soon as you go to jail, then you're going to be out, and then it's going to be wash, rinse, repeat. I don't know if anybody, I live here and, I know where I live in the state. There are people that work, 2 full-time jobs, and they live in their car. I'm not going to name names, but we have a person who works at the grocery store.
You live in the most expensive state in the union, though. I mean, you live in
California is pretty close.
Just think about it. For most of us Americans like myself in the Midwest, I'm Chicago, and hear somebody say California is pretty close. California is super expensive. For you to live somewhere that costs more than that, that's a lot.
How is it cheap to live in a nice neighborhood in Chicago?
No, but you can live in Chicago. You don't have to live in a nice neighborhood is going to cost money anywhere damn near. But it's not cheap.
So when you concentrate a large group of people that are constantly struggling, it's gonna have a ripple effect to all of us. So, instead of waging war on people that need mental health services and people that are struggling to pay their rent, why don't we take all that money that we're supposedly saving and, do what we know works in getting these people, detoxed, mental health. If you're going to cut all these services, of course, you're going to have more people in dire straits. I don't see it making America safer by what he's doing.
You make a strong point when you really answered the question and hit a home run when you said, if you're going to take homeless people and start giving them a possibility of putting them in jail and kind of rinse, repeat, that ain't going to help nobody. I mean, you're going to tell a homeless person, either you come with us to a detox, which is basically incarceration anyway. Either you come with us and let us hold you in here, or you stay on the street and let the cops get you and hold you in there. I mean, that's nothing but bad news.
And who pays for that? We do.
We do.
Either way, when I would rather my tax dollars go to helping people with mental health, helping people be housed, so that we can all live in a safer environment, than taking away the things that would give any human being a leg up. I mean, none of us, and I'm not saying you need to give out money, just don't, instead of making it harder for people, which I believe this administration is doing, make America great again. This isn't making America great. It's causing fighting. People are afraid to go to work. Now you have to be afraid not just of being unhoused or having a problem. Now you have to worry about people that aren't trained. Okay, because let's bring that. National Guard are not trained to be police officers or mental health providers. They are meant to come out and help us in the event of a national emergency, a flood zone, all these things. They did not join the military to police and arrest their own citizens. I think it's not. We see what happens when militaries around the world are used to keep the people safe. It turns into it has the possibility of turning into
I do got to move it on, but I think I agree with you. There are no good real world examples of how the military was used to police their own citizens, and it turned out well. I don't know of any good example of that anywhere around the world. I'll give you the last word. I do got to move it on.
I have one thing to say,
Sure.
because I hear this from MAGA all the time. They didn't remove. They're just going. They want to hire people on merit. They don't want it to be race-based. Okay, can you tell me what merit an environmental lawyer has as the head of freaking HHS? He's not even a doctor. Can you tell me a person who's never even gone to economics class is the head now of statistics? Tell me, where is the merit in that?
I'll answer it simple by saying the merit conversation does not apply to the heads of MAGA. They're talking about other people, not themselves. It doesn't apply to them. If Trump hired you as the head of anything, you would have merit and you would not be questioned. It doesn't apply to people that Trump is appointing.
DEI hire because I didn't get my lips.
Not if Trump appointed you.
I don't have Mar-a-Lago face yet. I need to go get some plastic surgery.
It does not matter. If Trump appoints you, MAGA's going to be okay with it. I got to move on to Arsha. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Anytime. Because Omarosa was appointed by Trump during his first term. Nobody said she was DEI. She didn't have any significant skills. I mean, if Trump appoints you, you're not going to be called DEI. It just doesn't really matter what your qualifications are. If he appoints you, black, white, or indifferent, you're good to go. Because first rule of this stuff is you don't really question President Trump. Military police are trained to police. She's dumb. Well, all of the National Guard that they are, this is what one of my viewers said, that the military police are trained to police people. And he said in my last caller, Draco said my last caller is dumb. All of the National Guard folks that are being deployed into DC are not military police. They're not the whole. I mean, that you can't just take an infantryman. Let's say, for instance, somebody was trained in it. You don't just throw them on the streets. Well, you know, they're not all military police. So I think you're going way overboard with that. Tell her to look at the past Department of Secretaries. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't know of any real world example where the military was used on its own citizens and it turned out well. Not one. Now, also keep in mind, what are the liberals often criticized for? Defunding the police. Both for the liberals, they want to defund the police. They're going to get rid of the cops. I bet you there's a whole lot of cops in D.C. that voted against Kamala Harris, Biden, and the Democrats because of that defund the police, voted for Trump, and now as a D.C. cop, you might lose your whole damn job because he's slowly replacing you guys with the military. So he didn't defund the police, but at the same time, the results are even worse. Whole lot of folks in D.C. on the police force right now like, damn, I thought the Democrats wanted to defund us. But now we voted for Trump, and here I am possibly out of... Didn't he get rid of the police chief in D.C., and the courts had to reinstate him? How about that for defunding the police? You voted for him, remember? The Democrats were the ones that were going to defund your ass. Voted for him and now you out of a job. It's kind of hilarious. Looking in the comments, that means if you're a money angel, you will pay well to it. Okay, I don't know what you're saying there. But in the comments, military police are supposed to police. Yeah, it's the military. The military police are not trained to deal with citizens like that. They're just not. They're there as a deterrent. Like I said, I don't know of any real world example where the military was used on the citizens and it turned out well. I'm assuming, and I'm going to admit I'm assuming here, but I'm assuming every world leader that used the military on their own citizens started out with some kind of great reason why they were doing it. I'm sure it didn't start out as we're going to just do this, because we want to be assholes or we want to be very powerful, whatever. I mean, they're going to come up with a reason why they're doing it. Doesn't turn out that way, though. I mean, that's as simple as that. It doesn't always turn out that way. I don't know of any example where a government has used the military on its people and there's been a good outcome. I don't know of any example of. Maybe Trump will be the first. Maybe Trump will be the first time it's turned out good. I'll tell you right off the bat, I don't think that the right would have been okay if Obama or Biden had done this. I don't see where you would have liked it at all. But like I said, as long as Trump is doing it, it tends to be okay. Black judge swearing at Puff Daddy got no bullshit bail again. They got it in for P. Diddy, in my opinion. They need to free P. Diddy. That's a different conversation. But P. Diddy, you want to talk about a witch hunt? You want to talk about a real witch hunt where P. Diddy's only 2 charges are basically prostitution at this point, that he hired a prostitute and they had consensual sex. That's really all he's been found guilty of. There's no violent crimes or anything. And they're going at the P. Diddy because that video we saw of Cassie getting her ass beat, kind of like what they did in Nevada with O.J. Simpson. They went after him because we saw what happened in California with Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. So he got away with that. And that's how some folks feel about Trump. Some folks feel like they're going after Trump because maybe he got away with some shit. I don't, but yeah, P. Diddy is definitely getting railroaded in my opinion. Looking in the comments though, Trump says they're going to be rich and poor, no middle class. That could be. Trader Lion, why do you say wow? Let me know in the comments. I'll go to the box shortly. But I want to ask you folks, the DC thing, it's just, I don't know, it's not sitting well with me because I get the notion of bringing down crime, but my humble opinion is it's going to ruin the relationship between the citizens and police. Nobody likes to be over policed. I don't know what the quantity of officers that DC had before this took place, but this has got to have swollen it by a large percentage. I could ask Alexa. I don't know if Alexa would know, but I don't know what their size of their police force was. But if you send in an additional 1,500 people, that's an excessive amount more. I mean, they're going to be everywhere. I just think there's a possibility. I get you're trying to lower crime, but you can over police an area as well. Just like you want to have a company or an office that's managed properly, but you can over manage something as well. You can micromanage something to the point where it's just not a pleasure to work there anymore. That's what I see. Maybe I'm wrong. Tim loves drinking uncooked protein. Gangsta grandma. Oh my God. If you're not doing nothing wrong, you're good. Found the police. To me, look, I'm going to go to the box shortly. Tap the screen, get us on up to 40,000. Look, I don't normally start yelling shit like privilege and white privilege on this program, but I do see a significant amount of privilege of some type. I don't know what it is, but anybody who uses the phrase, if you're not doing anything wrong, you're good, with the cops, anybody who does that comes from some type of privilege position. Because there's just way too many fucking videos on the internet where people were doing nothing wrong and they had a bad outcome. Some dude that was just exercising his right to open carry and the cops are fucking with him. If you're not doing nothing wrong, you're good, right? No, you're not fucking good. There are a ton. You don't have to be black. You don't have to be Hispanic. You can be white. You got guys who just simply stand across the street with a cell phone and take pictures of the cops and the cops fuck with them and take them to jail. The idea that if you're doing nothing wrong, you will be good in reference to police comes from some sort of background or experience that has nothing but privilege written all over it. Because anybody with an ounce of intelligence or even internet access would be able to tell you that is not true for people of all races. Hell, even Trump responded with they're shooting white people too. I mean, it's insane to even say something like that. Oh, you ain't doing nothing wrong, you'll be okay. Okay, right. You have to stand up for what's right. I like the idea. Under siege by who I just got here. I don't know what you mean by that. Which God stop? Because it's definitely not the Christian one. I don't know what you mean by that. Let me go back to the box. DC, is it really that bad? Is it really that? Would you support it happening in other cities in the country? Would you support, saturating other major American cities with police? Nate, good evening.
So I got a question.
Sure.
So wasn't Russia saying that they wanted Alaska back? What was he like, showing him his territory or something?
I don't know about Russia saying they want Alaska back, but Putin did say he considers all of Ukraine as part of Russia.
Yeah, also Alaska.
Said it again.
He wanted a part of Alaska too.
I didn't hear that.
He said this like 2-3 years ago that he wanted a part of Alaska.
But we know Trump is not going to do that.
Well, why not? He gave him a red carpet.
A red carpet is a big difference. We purchased Alaska from them. We actually paid them for that. They sold it to us.
Yeah, and that's why they say that that's really their territory and they want it back.
How could you?
He said the same thing Trump said. He said that was a bad deal and we want it back.
Oh, wow.
That's what he said before.
That's an interesting point. I didn't know that, but you make a good point when you say it's a bad deal, because that's exactly what Trump said about the Iran deal. And even though our country had made a deal with Iran under President Obama, Trump just broke it under the guise that it was a bad deal. And what you're saying is that Putin can look at them selling Alaska to us, just like Obama making a deal with Iran, and just say it was a bad deal. I want out of it. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't hear that, but it is very Trumpian for him to say that, because Trump did the same thing.
So another thing, we never, I'm in New York, so we never had the military, but we did have stop and frisk through Giuliani, and that becomes targeted for certain people in certain neighborhoods. Like I told you before, like Park Avenue, Madison, and all that, they never got stopped. No cops hang out over there.
Do you expect DC? Do you expect DC to start dealing with crime from a racial aspect?
Yeah, and then how do cops get promoted? They got to show like they've been doing something.
Yeah.
So that's how they started grabbing people and they started putting a little weed in their pocket. They were throwing like coke in the back seat. That's how they were doing. This all happened in New York. It just wasn't the military; it was the police they did it with. It was stop and frisk, and then years later, the Supreme Court was like, "Nah, like that was illegal. You can't just stop somebody and tell them, give you the ID, and you lock them up if they don't."
Yeah.
I
want you to respond to this. I mean, I got my own response to it. This is coming from one of the viewers, coming from Scott Heinrichs. He says that stop and frisk was when New York was the safest and cleanest. And he's not the only person. I think Trump has said numerous times that he wants to bring back stop and frisk. What about the notion that when you're stopping and frisking people, probably people of color, the city is safer?
Okay, so because they say so, because I still saw Trump with security and police officers, what stop and frisk was going on. Like why he had cops traveling with him and everything.
I don't get the comparison.
So what I'm saying is, if it was so safe, then why is the mayor and everybody still with security and everything else? It was so safe.
Yeah, I get your point. It ain't that safe. I get what you're saying.
They're just showing numbers. That's all that was. Like we grabbed like 15 people. We grabbed this. We grabbed that. But they're all targeting certain neighborhoods, and that's it. That's all it was.
Yeah, I get your point.
That's okay. Like on my block, they may be selling like little bags of cocaine, right?
Okay.
But the neighborhoods that they don't search is where they have the kilos and everything. Fifth Avenue, that's where they have the kilos and everything. They don't have them in the projects. They have them in townhouses and brownstones.
Yeah, that is. I don't disagree with you. Because studies show that whites use drugs just as much as blacks use drugs. But when it comes to searching and when it comes to who's in jail for drug crimes, it's overwhelmingly black. But whites are getting high. I think there's probably hardly a drug dealer out there that'll tell you they don't have at least one white customer. They buying it from you. I don't know why they ain't getting locked up. So I agree with you. I think my caller may have dropped. You got a bad signal or something. I'll move it on. But he raises a good point that, and I believe that. I absolutely believe that. Look, at the end of the day, everybody knows Trump likes to have good information to boast and brag about. So if you saturate the area with cops, you're going to have their bosses, their lieutenants, their sergeants trying their best to encourage them to give good numbers, arrests, drug seizures, taking firearms off the street. I mean, like he just stated, to get those numbers, you may have some cops doing things they shouldn't be doing to get those numbers. Whether it is wrongful stop and frisk, or even planting drugs on people. I mean, there is a historical precedent, as he rightfully pointed out, that it was happening in New York. I know for a fact this happened in my hometown of Chicago. They've planted drugs on people. Because at the end of the day, the cop that's taking this shit off the street gets, different awards and things like that himself. So there is incentives for the cops to do that. And we just have to assume that 100% of cops are honest and none of them will do that. And of course, there is no history for anybody to ever believe that.
African Americans, Hispanics are living in hell because it's so dangerous. You walk down the street, you get shot. In Chicago, they've had thousands of shootings, since January 1st. Thousands of shootings. And I'm saying, where is this? Is this a war-torn country? What are we doing? And we have to stop the violence. We have to bring back law and order in a place like Chicago, where thousands of people have been killed, thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well, Mayor Giuliani is here, it worked very well in New York. It brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it. We have gangs roaming the street.
So that's going all the way back to 2016. So he clearly was in favor of stop and frisk. He clearly was saying it worked in New York. Now, one of my viewers, Draco, says, talked about how New York was safe and clean during stop and frisk as well. Yeah, because what stop and frisk does, I'm not going to pretend like stop and frisk does not reduce crime. I do believe stop and frisk reduces the citizens from committing crime. But what it actually does is it reduces the citizens from committing crimes and increases the amount of police criminals. If you give the police excessive power, then they start becoming the criminals. I mean, listen, if you're not doing anything wrong, it is a violation of your rights to just pull you over and just start going through your shit. I mean, so you're committing civil rights crimes, or you're committing Bill of Rights crimes against the people that you're doing this to. So the police become the criminals. The citizens, out of fear and out of getting caught up in shit that they didn't do, they start committing less crimes, and the cops start committing more crimes. It also is going to lead to people running from cops, not wanting to cooperate with cops, throwing rocks and sticks at cops, all of that, which is certainly going to create more issues there too, but it's going to make the police, the relationship between public and police is going to get way worse if you bring back stop and frisk. I mean, it just is, because people don't like getting hemmed up. Now, the whole notion that if you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't mind. I'll give it to you from two aspects. First of all, I don't ever believe that you can be guaranteed a safe passage if you just let cops search. You don't know what's on the cops, man. That's the first thing. But the second issue is, if I'm waiting for a bus to go to work and the cop pulls up at the bus stop and starts patting me down and running and shit, and the bus goes by me and I'm late to work, do the cops make me whole? If I get docked 15 minutes pay, do they give a fuck about that? If I'm late going to pick my kid up out of daycare and the daycare center decides to charge me extra money, do they care that I was being stopped by cops? Do the cops, shit, you're making shit happen to those people. We don't take into consideration all the residual effects of that. You're holding people up. This guy gets rolled up at work because he's late. Does his boss give him a pass because he claims he was getting stopped and frisked by police? Do we care about that? No, we don't. But there are residual effects to doing this. You're holding people up. Some dude that's on the way to the airport, maybe he's going on vacation, and they hold you up for 20, 30 minutes while they're running your ID and checking your car. Do they care if he misses his flight? Do they reward him any of his money back? No. You just lose all of that. That's guaranteed to happen to people when you're just randomly holding them for 10, 20, 30 minutes, going through their shit, nobody cares. Now, these are people that haven't done anything wrong, you're letting go. Now, I see in the comments, Tammy says criminals. Well, understand, if you bring back stop and frisk, you think 100% of the people stopped and frisk are going to be criminals? You feel that confident that police intuition is that good that 100% of the people they stop in Frisco are actually going to be in the process of committing a crime? You really feel that? I think this is where the right and the left have a difference of opinion. The right has this opinion that the police are just walking around with halos over their head. Now, I get the Democrats sometimes see them as with devil horns, but the right sees the police with just halos, like they don't do shit, bro. They just perfect. Just listen to them, let them search you. There's nothing wrong. They're only dealing with criminals. Cops make all kinds of fucking mistakes. So no, I don't buy into the notion by any means at all that they're only going to stop and frisk innocent people. Or better yet, guilty people, criminals, as she said. All of those innocent people that you stop, you're going to be putting a chip on a lot of their shoulders because you're hurting them. I mean, listen, I'll give you an example before I take the next caller and tap the screen and get the likes on up to 40,000. I remember as a juvenile, this happened to me personally, doing nothing wrong, doing absolutely nothing wrong. The cops told me and my brother we looked like some other kids that were stealing bikes in the area. So they stopped us in the middle of the street. And this is a busy street. This was in Milwaukee. Stopped us in the middle of a busy street. We're on the double yellows. Got two cop cars. They got our bikes up against the car. And they got both of us. And I was, 14, 15. So I'm getting handcuffed. And my younger brother's a few years younger than me. So they didn't handcuff him, but they put him in the back of the police car. Now, we ain't done nothing wrong. Zero. We didn't do a damn thing wrong. I still remember seeing this old white lady drive by. Her husband was in a pickup truck and she's in the passenger seat and she yelled out the window, "Serves them right." Point I'm making is this. When they're doing that to you, when they're stopping and frisking you, they got you up against the wall, they're going to you. The rest of the public thinks you're a criminal. Doesn't matter if you're innocent. Remember, if you comply, nothing will happen. People are judging you when they see you sitting on the curb and they going through your shit. Ain't nobody thinking that that's an innocent dude they doing that to. I'll never forget that woman saying, "Serves you right." We ain't done anything wrong. Nothing wrong at all. So there are just so many reasons to not be in agreement with letting police search you. And that's why I say anybody that favors that comes from a background of privilege. Because I don't think there's any senator or congressperson that's in favor of stop and frisk that would be okay with them doing that to their son or daughter out in public. It's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. Not to mention the cops when they're doing it, where the weed at? I know you got some guns on you. Where you come? I mean, they don't do it peacefully. Sometimes they do it in a hostile manner. And you're expected to just stand there and take all that shit. As an innocent, law-abiding taxpayer, you're supposed to just sit there and take off. You don't see what that could cause people to have a chip on their shoulder? You got to be really privileged to think that that's cool and that citizen just, well, you're getting to go home. I mean, this is what happens to people. I always think my criminal history is just cleaner than most cops. I don't have anything on my criminal history. And it happened to me. Imagine some guy who's had interactions with police in the past and they see him walking down the street. Are they going to be stopping and frisking him all the time? So, yeah, the idea that if you've done nothing wrong, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Flat out bullshit. Flat out bullshit. As somebody who went through it and can remember somebody automatically assuming that I was a criminal, I can tell you for a fact, it is not fun. It is not something you should just agree with. Looking in the comments, though, it's a bit harder for cops to do these things while everyone has a camera in their pockets. Not if the president backs it. SB, you said it's a bit harder for cops to do these things while everyone has a camera in their pocket. As a cop, do you really want to push the boundaries when 3 people are recording you? Not if you know the president got your back. I mean, didn't Trump, isn't he not on video telling the cops when you normally put your hand behind their head to protect their head, you don't have to do that anymore? Isn't he on video telling the cops to rough up people? So you don't have to worry about the cameras. He's kind of admitted, I kind of got your back. I mean, so I don't know about that. I stay away from the popos. Yeah, in my opinion, you're probably better off doing that. Love the cruise. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I do, but I'm privileged, right? I've got taken to jail for camping one time. Well, let me just say this, Goku. If you gotten taken to jail for camping, then you should be the last one talking about everybody should just cooperate with police and nothing will happen. I'm assuming you're not that person. If you've been taken to jail for some bullshit, then you realize that simply cooperating don't guarantee you any good outcome. So if you're one of the people that is saying that, then you're privileged. If not, it's not applying to you. Love the Cruz. Good evening.
How you doing?
I don't even know after hearing some of this shit that comes through this microphone over here. What do you think about that? And if you ain't got nothing to hide, just go ahead and let them search your car, let them pat you down, you'll be okay.
Nah, it's a bunch of, like you said, they're privileged. Reminds me of the Dave Chappelle skit with him and the white guy.
Oh my God. That was terrible. He shot the dog and shit. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. It's amazing with all the, YouTube and TikTok and everything, and you watch these videos on how the police treat you, that people can actually say that in this day and age.
Well, like I said, only way I could ever think somebody would say, if you got nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about with police, is they've been privileged enough where they've never had to deal with them. Because you're right. If you watch Audit the Audit or Police, there's plenty of white people that get fucked with by cops for doing nothing wrong. Like I said, if you open carry, which you can legally do in most states, the chance of you having wrongful interaction with police is high, even though you legally can do that. And there's a hell of a lot of white people that know that, so I don't know why they would make a statement like that.
I don't either. And if you're a black man or BLK man,
you might get shot.
And you do something that's right. Hopefully they just whoop your ass. But you're gonna get shot, you know. But as far as Trump and Putin, let me ask you something.
Sure.
The idea that taking a little bit of whatever Russia's occupying with Ukraine,
right,
and Ukraine gives it up, that is ludicrous. So what? Putin can come back a few months later and take the rest of it?
But how do you respond to, I get a lot of MAGA in the comments anytime this topic comes up and they say, listen, there's a whole lot of Ukrainians that want to be part of Russia.
Well, then they should move to Russia.
Wow, that's a good answer. That's a great fucking. I can't believe I never said that. That is a great answer. If you just like MAGA always say, if you don't like being part of the United States, I'll help you pack. That's a great answer. I will use that from now on. I never thought about using that because. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if you want to be in Russia, they're neighbors. You can go right there and go there. That's no big deal.
That's a great answer. I can't believe I've never said that. But, my point is this. There are a lot of Americans in this country, certainly Hispanics, that would love to be, for this country to be part of Mexico, particularly right now. It ain't up to the citizens. Texas, Arizona, California, got a whole lot of Mexicans. They can't, people in California can't say, we want to be part of Baja California. No, it ain't up to you. It's up to the government to make that decision. So it don't matter that Ukrainians want to be part of Russia. It's not their decision to make.
You know what? I don't know if a lot of citizens want to be part of Mexico now.
Right now, with what Trump is doing? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And I'm not a big Trump fan, but in the United States, there's a line to get in here. Ain't no line to get the fuck out. Yeah. And I don't think nobody wants to go to Mexico, have Arizona or Texas or whatever be part of Mexico. You can talk that, but you don't want that.
Well, let's be clear. There are a lot of Americans that do live in Mexico.
Oh, yeah, okay. So they're retired and they decide to move to Mexico, so their retirement checks. Everybody wants to go to heaven. Nobody wants to die. So I'm not going for that. I don't believe that at all. So
I'd have to. Yeah. I will say it like this. I'll have to see what happens in the next 3 years or so. But I know Americans at this point. I do know a few people that have already left the country. People are. It is like, listen. I agree with you. There's a hell of a lot more people that would want to come here. As you say, there's no line of people trying to get out. There's a line of people trying to get in. But the more we continue with President Trump, that number is changing. I mean, the desire to come to America is changing because all of our hot spots, you know, Disney World, Vegas, the international travel is way down. Vegas is hurting bad. And the MAGA is all over line saying things like, no, it's because they got resort fees and they charge for parking now. No, it's because of a resort fee. They're avoiding Vegas because you're talking about taking over their fucking country. So
well, let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
I'm a travel advisor, and true enough, traveling to the United States may be down, but United States leaving and going out is not.
Yeah, but they're not threatening us. We're threatening them.
That's a good point.
We don't have any reason to be hesitant to leave. They have a reason to be hesitant to come here.
That's a valid point. And I know I was just in Vegas maybe I don't know, a couple months ago or whatever. And it is dead there compared to the hustle and bustle that I'm used to. But a lot of that's because Vegas bought that on themselves. Resort fees and everything. I mean, they charge you for everything now. It isn't like back in the 90s and the 80s. Vegas isn't the same thing.
But I'll say this. If Vegas was the only major travel destination that was having this problem, you might be onto something. But when you notice that all of the, you know, Vegas, when you talk about everything from Universal Studios, you talk about Disney World, Disneyland, they're all having a major they're seeing a downgrade in folks coming internationally to the country. They're all complaining about it. It ain't just Vegas.
But all of them also, Disneyland and like you said, Disney World, Universal Studios, their prices now are outrageous.
Their prices were outrageous last year under Biden, and they had far more people coming there. I mean, they're showing you their numbers, and there's this huge spike, you know, from January of this year. I mean, they can show you the numbers dropped significantly since Trump got in office. They've always been, I mean, going to Disney World has been incredibly expensive for years. It has just been continuing to get more and more expensive. It ain't dropped off as sharp as it has until Trump got in office.
Well, I'm not going to argue for Trump at all. And what you're saying is absolutely right. If I was a foreigner, I probably wouldn't want to come to the United States. Canada, they're not coming here because they just feel insulted and don't like the way he did them at all. So, yeah, I understand that. But as far as people here going there, it's more the price conscious thing than it is anywhere else.
Because but if they were threatening the United States, like remember Bill O'Reilly, I remember during the Iraq War when they didn't want to participate, we started calling French fries freedom fries and we started boycotting France. If a country is doing something that you believe is to your detriment, that's something different. I mean, Trump is threatening to take over the sovereignty of Canada. That's a huge international visitor to America.
Yeah, well, he's done it, and I don't know what they're going to do to correct it. You know, Disneyland, and I'm surprised because they're billionaires too, and that's part of Trump's crew, and he's giving them the big stiff one. Yeah. So,
I mean,
I don't know, you know, but it isn't. You know, everybody says it's Trump. I'm gonna say something that's going to be really controversial.
You're in the right place. What you got?
Trump is an idiot. Everything that it isn't him, it's Miller and Banyan that are running things. He's not doing that. You can look at the laws that come off and tell which one is Trump and which one is Miller and them. I'm going to give you an example. Washington and Cleveland better change their teams. That's a Trump ideal. Changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That's a Trump ideal. Immigration, Ukraine, that's Miller and Bannon taking the. They're the ones behind that. Anything that has any kind of substance is not Trump. He's not that well versed to know that much about that stuff.
I don't know, and I see somebody in the comments. King Finn said that ain't controversial. That's the truth. I don't know, because Trump was talking this way during this. But were they doing this during his first term when he was talking about a Muslim ban? I mean, he was saying this. He was anti-immigration, because a lot of my viewers say that Trump wouldn't be like this if Biden had not let so many people in the country. But fact is, Trump was very anti-immigration after taking the reins from Obama, and Obama did not let everybody in the country. When he became president the first time, he was saying all kinds of hardcore anti-immigration stuff. So he's been anti-immigration from day one.
And he says a lot of things. Let's not confuse immigration with racist.
What do you mean?
Let's not
What do you mean?
confuse it with racist.
Well, is he anti all immigration? If a bunch of people came from Norway or France, you think it would be the same way?
No.
Then why you say not confused with race? Then it does sound like it's a certain type of people
Because
based on your
Norway and
answer.
France is immigration. Mexican and people of color is racist. He's a racist. He doesn't care about immigration. He just cares about which country comes in here.
Oh, so you do? So you see Trump as a racist?
Oh, absolutely. Come on now.
I gotta ask.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What has he done to make it? What has he done for you to say he's racist?
What was that he said about black jobs?
He said immigrants are taking black jobs.
No. When he was running, and he said, "Let me help you so that the black people can get black jobs," something to that effect. Remember when he said something about everybody's asking him, "What are black jobs?"
Okay. I remember him talking about black jobs, but he was talking about illegal immigrants are taking black jobs.
Yeah. Okay. Same thing. But what are black jobs? Also, DEI. He got rid of that. His whole persona is not for the average black person. Now, if you're a person of money, like when I seen Shaq and Nelly and all them hugging and kissing his ass, that kind of disturbed me. But the average black person, he can do without us.
Wow. I mean, I get a lot of black people voted for him though. Love the Cruz. He got a lot of black support, particularly from the men.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, only what was it? Maybe 7% of the black women.
Yeah, he didn't get a lot of support from the women, but he got a lot of support from the men.
Was it 13% of the black men?
No, like 20-something%, if I'm correct. Like one in every four or one in every five black male voters voted for Trump. It's a lot.
I don't think so. I don't know about that. I thought it was like 13 or 14%. And were they voting for Trump or were they not voting for a black woman?
Wait, say that again?
I said, were they voting for Trump or were they not voting for a black woman?
I mean, it could be a combination of both, but at the end of the day, if you check Trump on the ballot, you're voting for Trump.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I just can't see, and I know Trump is memorized. He has people all confused. They vote for him against their own best interests, which I don't understand.
How is a black man voting for Trump voting against their own best interests?
With an average person. Trump is not for the average person, especially black people. He's not going to help us financially. All he's going to do is take away. Look at what he's trying to do. What's that, Project 25? That's not for us at all.
Well, he says he doesn't know anything about that, and that's not true. He denies it.
I believe him on this with that. I believe he didn't read it, but he hired everybody that knows about it.
So he didn't read it, but he's going to be responsible for it happening.
That's right. Okay, I may not have read it, but I know who did read it. This guy, my vice president, all of them read it, so I'm going to get them around me, and I'll let them implement it.
Wow.
If he hadn't read it. I'm just giving him credit.
Well, you did say Steve Bannon and Miller, so, I mean,
Miller?
yeah.
Exactly. How does Steve Bannon come out the penitentiary and then with a place of administration?
It was a witch hunt. I got to move it on, but I mean, if the man got 34 of his own felonies and he think those are a witch hunt, then of course he don't mind one of his right-hand men doing time. So
none of them, it's a witch hunt. 34 of them is a witch hunt. So we need at least 50 of them for it to be legit. Maybe MAGA believe that we have 50 accounts, but 34, that's a witch hunt.
MAGA is not going to believe any charge against Trump. I think he say middle of Fifth Avenue, that does stand. That still stands. Middle of Fifth Avenue. I think he's correct about that. Love the cruise. Appreciate you coming through.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime. Tap the screen, folks. Get your boy on up to about 50,000 on the likes. Real quick in regards, because we talk about this all the time. I thought it was about 1 in 4, 1 in 5 blacks that voted for Trump. Men.
That was the focus of both presidential campaigns.
I love the population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country.
From visits to black churches to specific policy proposals, President-elect Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris repeatedly made direct appeals to African Americans.
Something that is critically important is to see black folks, and in particular black men, as a whole human being.
Across the country on Election Day, Harris received almost the same amount of support from black voters as President Biden did in 2020. But NBC News exit polls show that Trump made some inroads, gaining ground among black voters in North Carolina and more than doubling his support from black voters in Wisconsin.
Is it easier to wear that hat here now than it was before? It is. It absolutely is.
I want to know where that black man is saying it's easier to wear a MAGA hat. I'm just curious where he's located.
Milwaukee, we met 26-year-old small business owner Giovanni Jefferson, who says Trump's message on the economy. Giovanni Jefferson, who says Trump's message on the.
It absolutely is.
In Milwaukee, we met 26-year-old small business owner Giovanni Jefferson, who says Trump's message on the economy and immigration stood out to him.
The extra money in my pocket aside, I think what is most important is getting that southern border closed down. There's been way too many people.
But for many of the voters we talked to after braving early voting lines, it was Harris's message that won them over.
She out there for those that.
Now, I'll just stop it there, but easier to wear a MAGA hat in Milwaukee. I grew up in Milwaukee. I would love to know what part. But I will say this, in regards to what that young black man said, securing the border, that is something that people wanted Trump to do, and he's probably exceeded their expectations. And in regards to border security, Trump has done a really good job at that. Now, obviously, a lot of people don't like the way he's did it, and we can certainly debate that or talk about that. But man, border crossings are way down if you listen to Border Patrol. So a lot of people like that. Now, I agree with you, Gangster Grandma. People ain't getting no extra money, and that's what he tried to say is more money in his pocket. I don't see any signs of the black community profiting or bringing home any more money under Trump than they were under Biden. I'm not seeing that at all. I don't know where he got it from. Maybe he got his hands on some cryptocurrency or something unique. But in terms of bringing, what they call black jobs, jobs in the black community and things, I don't see where that's coming from anywhere. So I don't, then again, we don't know what the man's background is. Maybe he has money invested in big oil, and the liberals were pushing more towards alternative energy. So maybe from that aspect, I don't know what his own personal financial condition is, but overall, the black community is not doing better under Trump's second term than they were under Biden. I mean, and you don't even really hear Trump. Well, is he bragging about the economy? I haven't heard him really bragging about the economy. So we'll continue on with the program, though. Red states are the poorest states. What the fuck? That is true. Jerome Powell needs to lower interest rates. I can't speak on that, but I will say this. The president should not be involved in that. I mean, just like with the job numbers, the president should not be involved. Because it makes it not look bipartisan. When you're you fired the lady that gave you job numbers you didn't like, what do they call it? The commissioner of labor statistics commissioner, I believe is what the title is. So she gives you bad job numbers. You fire her, claiming she's a Biden appointee. And then you put somebody in that's a Trump appointee. So what you're saying is, if my adversary appoints somebody, they're not valid, or they're not trustworthy, they're not accurate. But if I appoint them, they're unbiased. I mean, if you're going to say that, you're basically admitting that what you're doing is seeking a biased person. And obviously, Trump's job numbers are probably going to be fantastic the second go around. But is anybody going to believe that? You fired this lady for giving you bad jobs numbers, and then all of a sudden the next set of job numbers are probably going to be the best in American history. To me, it just sounds like you shot the messenger to get a better message. Wonder why I can't get a job. I don't know if the job market is hurting really bad under Trump, but I don't see where he's done anything to improve it. I believe once he became president, the jobs market under Biden, ever since COVID, to encourage people to get back to work, the jobs numbers have been fantastic. The jobs market was great when Trump became president in January. That's why the salaries for even burger flippers and shit like that are way up, because they were doing everything they could to encourage people to come back to work. So Trump took over we already had a really good, very low unemployment rate. But since he's been in office, I don't know where he's done anything to produce jobs. Now, the tariffs are something he is suggesting will bring manufacturing back to America and create a lot of jobs. If that happens, that's awesome. He gets credit for it. But that hasn't happened yet. There's no manufacturing plants that are officially on U.S. soil open and operating yet. So right now, he's doing things to bring jobs back. But as of his first 7 months or so, he has not officially brought any jobs back at all. He's only fired a bunch of people. So we'll leave it at that. So many jobs available, even fast food jobs are paying $16 to $18 an hour. That's true, but that has nothing to do with Trump. The fast food jobs paying $16, $18 an hour is a result of people not working during COVID, them handing out stimulus checks, PPP loans, and extending the amount of time you can get on insurance, giving folks less motivation to come back and work for $7.50 an hour. So what they had to do in effort to get people to come back to work is pay them more. And that's what happened. Because if you look at salaries of burger flipping jobs during the Trump administration in early 2019, before COVID cases hit, you'll notice the salaries for burger flippers were nowhere near what they are now. That was done to get people to come back to work. That's the only reason why minimum wage jobs received a huge spike, is because people were not going to work them when they were receiving stimulus checks, PPP loans, and extended unemployment insurance. Why would I go back to work when I'm getting more sitting at home on unemployment, or the PPP loan is covering me? I mean, what was the stimulus check, like $600? The unemployment, the money they were giving people was more than what they were actually making going to work every day. So in an effort to get people to go back to work, they realized we're going to have to pay these people more than this little $7-8 an hour they're making. And that's what has happened. Going back to the box, Sherbert, good evening. Welcome to the program. NVU must be, wait a minute, hold on a second, Sherbert. NVU must be fun and only used read here. Okay, you guys are talking amongst each other. Good evening, Sherbert. Is DC that bad? 1,500 additional National Guardsmen coming from West Virginia and South Carolina. Is it really that bad that they need all that additional law enforcement? What say you?
I think the people that are saying that it is needed are fear-mongering more than absolutely anything. The same way Texas has to be redrawn, or else it doesn't have to, and they don't need those troops. We might need, more policing in there, but not the military, not the National Guard.
Yeah, he makes it sound like DC is like a war zone. I mean, because if you think DC is that bad, shit, what are you going to do when you get to Chicago? Or because you're not going to go to St. Louis or Memphis where they got a real bad murder rate. He's only going to go. He's only sending people depending on the politics of your governor. One way to guarantee that Trump never sends the National Guard in your area, even if it has horrendous crime, just vote a Republican governor in. That's the only shield you need. If your governor's Republican, doesn't matter what the crime is in your city. But in regards to violent cities in Democrat states, I mean, if he's sending 1,500 into D.C., what is he going to send into Chicago or New York or Philadelphia?
I mean, it's pretty clear he's starting slow and trying to take over using force. And
Take over
anybody
what?
that's saying otherwise can eat my shorts.
Take over what?
Well, right now, DC. I mean, it's execute Order 66 just in a very dumb, slow way because he's too stupid to be the emperor.
So, if you believe he's doing it that way, at what point do the American people realize it and, start staging some kind of effective resistance? Because walking in the street saying ICE go home and that kind of shit is useless.
I couldn't tell you that, Tim, and I'm not trying to get kicked off of here for propagating anything.
Well, the reason why I'm bringing it up is
we're getting closer than I think we ever have been before.
Yeah, I gotta tend to agree with you because I'm bringing it up because often when you hear Black Lives Matter protests and riots, people often say, I might be willing to listen to your cause if you only protest it the right way. Same thing with Colin Kaepernick. It's okay to protest, just do it the right way. My opinion is you're not going to stop anything you dislike coming from the Trump administration by protesting the right way. They're just going to ignore you. I mean, there's clear-cut examples of that happening all over the country. They're protesting the National Guard in L.A. They're protesting what's going on in Washington, D.C. They're protesting ICE all over the country. They are protesting the right way, and they're getting nowhere.
Yeah, there's another side to this where you were saying the other night the average military person didn't sign up for this, didn't sign up to patrol America.
I agree with that.
I think you're wrong because the people that are signing up now are the ones that are signing up to be underneath Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, I think even because Trump was saying military recruitment was up, but I mean, well, I guess so. But I don't know.
The white crazy guy into power and all of a sudden the recruitment numbers go up. That's not necessarily a good sign.
So it's a certain type of recruit?
Yeah, I think they've lowered the standards and they've done the whole DEI in reverse to where we're going to be getting shittier, mentally unstable candidates, but because they're going to, swear fealty to Pete Hegseth and the cross, that's what they're looking for right now. At least that's what it feels like. I mean, they're taking the people that aren't good enough to make it to the military are then going to ICE.
That's a powder keg.
Yeah, and we've already seen that they don't care to play by the rules, so just waiting for Order 66 to actually, take over some shit.
Wow. And I see in the comments, Tim, what the hell was that? How in the chair? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying, but I'm just thinking, man, because you're right. Even with ICE, they lowered the age requirement or they removed the age requirement. So I don't know, how young can you be and still be a part of ICE at this point? Like 18 or something like that?
I was looking for jobs, and two prominent ones was one, they were looking to fly people out to work in Alligator Alcatraz, or they were looking for transport drivers to drive children, specifically children, to go around in the job listings I saw. So they're on a mass hiring just to do as much, effed up shit in the time that they still have a supermajority.
Wow.
And they're so very clear. I saw a House representative from Texas the other night, talking to the news saying, so why should you do this? Because we can. Motherfucker, the double standard that they're going to cry and bitch and moan when they lose control. Oh, you can't do that. We never do that bullshit. There's a smash cut of Lindsey Graham saying we would never, do this to them. And if, we do, they're welcome to call us out on it. Smash cut comes out and he just goes, yeah, I said that. There's no shame anymore. They don't care about historical standards.
I don't think the Democrats, if they gained power, I don't think they would go as far as some folks on the left want them to go in terms of revenge. I think the Democrats are trying to go back to the status quo. Certainly, I mean, because you're right, the Trump administration is saying that often. We're doing it because we can. I mean, you know, many people often suggest just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. Like the redistricting in Texas is a perfect example of just because you can neutralize thousands of voters in your state don't mean you should actually do it. I mean, based on what I'm hearing, they're going to turn Austin, which is a progressive city, into Republican just by redistricting their votes. So all of them citizens in Austin are going to suddenly find themselves with Congress people that don't represent anything that they believe in. So just because you can do it don't mean you should.
It's going to be a real sad time when they're willing to do absolutely everything, and we've got Chuck Schumer just saying he'll write a strongly worded letter. I'm getting more and more radicalized to the point of we need to be a lot more vocal. We need to be in their faces. Do you remember, I don't know, it was probably 2-3 years ago, there was the senator from Tennessee or Louisiana, bald white guy, and he like grabbed a reporter and like shoved him to the ground in a press conference. And nobody gave a shit. And I think it's about time the Democrats start getting our bully boys to start not beating up on people, but to start throwing some weight around, because we can't be the nice guys anymore.
Wow.
I think that timeline is dead.
Wow. Well, I don't know if I favor, I mean, you're basically talking about violence almost. Not almost,
Bit,
you are.
At least I'm talking about putting in authority and seeing where that bumps up against people. I'm not talking about just throwing haymakers. I'm talking about when they stand up to start talking crazy shit, we're standing up right there with them instead of, hey, we're going to go home. I'm not going to listen to this. No, it's time to get in people's faces because they've gotten away with it for so long that they believe the crazy shit. So no, I'm not going to step down to any crazy fuckers anymore.
Well, and I don't know if there's enough of you to have that same feeling. Before you continue, Miles, what is this? Says Miles or something like that says, when did stopping crime become a crime? Well, just to answer that question, the whole argument, just like what when did it become a bad thing to deport people who are here illegally? The fact is, people don't believe that's all this was happening. People don't believe that they're only dealing with illegal immigrants or they're going to only be dealing with criminals. And then when it comes to the notion that we're going to be dealing with criminals, he's making it clear he's only concerned with criminals if they happen to be in a blue state. So he's not doing it from a standpoint of being genuine. That's why it's a problem. Getting rid of criminals is fine. But if you're only going to go to blue states and do it, and it doesn't matter what the crime rate is, as long as the governor's red, you're not going to go there, then you're not being genuine about it. It looks like it's something else. That's why people are upset about it. I mean, he always talks about Chicago. You never hear him say anything about St. Louis, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You don't hear him say anything about New Orleans or Little Rock. Those are very violent cities. Never comes up. Houston is a very violent. It never gets mentioned. So it doesn't look like the goal is to stop crime. It looks like the goal is to fuck with the liberals and just use crime as a reason why you're doing it. That's why it's upsetting people. But I don't know, violence, Sherbert? I don't know.
I'm not saying to, like I said, I'm not saying to throw haymakers. I'm saying we're going to be standing up in their face.
Intimidation.
And most of the time, they're going to back down.
You're saying intimidation.
Because they've just, at least intimidation. And then when they go too far, we're ready. Instead of we're getting punched in the head while we're sitting in the driver's seat with our window open.
That happened. That absolutely happened.
And we've been getting punched in the head too long. It's time to stand up. And if you're not for that, go join the Libertarian Party. I'm done.
So you don't agree with the whole notion of as long as you comply with cops and you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have anything to worry about?
I normally would be, but there's so many body cam footage of people of showing that cops can be utter pieces of shit. And so stop telling me to not trust my lying eyes when we've seen it over and over and over again. When it's real orders, I was speeding and then they pull me out, yeah. But if they just pull me over for nothing, yeah, I'm going to question. I'm going to fight, not fight back, but I'm not going to just let them roll over me. And the same thing with any of these MAGAs, any fucking senators. You can't just be a cunt and get away with it and then tell me you're the savior of the state.
It's a good point. I don't understand. I've said this before. When you see all of these videos of black kids running into a CVS and mob robbing the place, or they're in malls acting a fool, or fighting on Carnival Cruise Lines, and everybody say they have black fatigue. I don't understand how people can see so many videos of bad cops, predominantly, overwhelmingly white males. That's generally the videos you see of bad cops. It's not women, it's not Hispanics, or it is overwhelmingly white male cops. I don't see how people can see all those videos and don't say the same thing about having fatigue. I mean, if you see all these videos of African Americans doing all this shit, and they can give you black fatigue, but you can look at all these videos of cops that go back, I don't know, certainly at least to the 90s, and you don't get fatigue for that. To me, it almost seems like the fatigue meter is biased.
I remember seeing a meme the other day of, there's no song saying fuck the fire department.
That is true. That is true. Because the fire department actually, when they show up, they actually are there to help people. They don't, you don't normally hear about firemen.
We need versus police stating everything. And then when you listen to the Republicans that are, just comply, don't worry, just do exactly as they say, even if they're going to punch you in the head while they're doing it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't trust you. You're obviously not in good faith.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you see it like I suggested? It almost seemed like it's coming from an era of privilege.
Which side of privilege?
Yeah, I mean, you could be a black kid that has let's say, for instance, Shaquille O'Neal's kid is not likely to have to worry about the cops fucking with him. Not to say it couldn't happen, but if you're privileged, you live in a wealthy area, everybody knows you got wealthy parents, the cops ain't gonna fuck with you like that, like they would some kid of no means. They know you have nobody to protect you. You can't hire a lawyer. They're just not gonna mess with some wealthy person's kid like they. So it could be from a position of being white. It could be from a position of being wealthy, a position of being powerful. Some people have privilege.
Well, that just immediately makes me think of the senator that changed the consent law, the age consent to 18 as long as they're enrolled in high school, and that only happened because his papa was a power and got the laws changed instead of him getting convicted as an SA.
Yeah.
It's very clear that money and power influences who actually gets in trouble, but I don't think that's right. But when we got rid of all the attorney generals and we got rid of all the people that would actually say, hey, you can't do that, most of my faith is gone.
I tend to agree. Before I'm moving on from you, though, and real quick, in regards to the whole, now he's meeting with Zelensky tomorrow. What do you think? I mean, because it sounds like they're going to be expecting Ukraine to cede or to give Russia, for better use of the term, to give Russia the part of that country that Russia has under occupation. It sounds like Trump is going to be recommending that Zelensky give at least some of that to Russia. What do you think is going to come out of this meeting with Zelensky tomorrow?
Nothing is going to come out of it because Trump is going to demand everything and say that he's not holding the cards anymore, even though Putin has been shown to be almost out of troops and equipment. And so if we kept on this, we could absolutely force Russia to back down. But anybody that's for Trump right now is probably going to say, yeah, they should just give it up. It should be totally fine, when they have no idea what it's like to lose their homeland, their country. So there's no way that people that have been this proud and fighting this hard with so little for so long are going to be okay with that. And then Trump's going to get mad at Zelensky, and nothing will change. We're just going to be another cycle of stupid fucking press conferences of Trump saying, we're just trying to save lives. Bullshit.
Yeah, fair enough. I got to move it on, Sherbert, but I agree with you 100%. I said that a few days ago in the live, is that I said that before Trump met with Putin, is I expect that Zelensky is about to become the bad guy in this again. It's because, Trump is going to be criticizing him for not giving up part of his country in effort to maintain peace. And he's going to start saying again that it is Zelensky that doesn't want this to end, and that Russia has come to the table. Russia said, "Look, if you give us what we've already taken, we'll have a temporary ceasefire or whatever." So Russia is on board with ending it. You guys are the ones that want to keep doing it. I think that we're about to start seeing Zelensky as the bad guy from this point on.
Let me say one last thing, and I'll drop out after that. When everyone said that Kamala wouldn't be a good leader because she couldn't negotiate with Iran and whatever, Trump is not showing strength. He's not showing that he's a true leader. He's just being a giddy little schoolgirl in front of them. And so whenever they say that she couldn't have led, I'm wondering where they're seeing the leadership now from someone that just gives in to dictators and fawns over them and literally rolls out the red carpet for warlords.
I'm trying to think. Well, he claims he stopped 5 wars, though, Sherbert.
And I don't believe any of that. He had a couple phone calls with countries that were going to end shit anyways and took credit. He is the man that takes credit for absolutely everything, even though he didn't do shit.
I'll leave it at that.
The same way we should have had 50 deals in 50 days, and he's saving the country, and I don't think we've gotten 1 deal. Maybe we've gotten 2. But what happened to the 50 that should have already happened?
Good question. I'll leave it at that. Sherbert, appreciate you coming through.
Have a good night.
You too. Tap the screen, folks. Get your boy on up to about 55. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Real quick in the comments, how do I know BTC has a public hire? What? People got locked up. We're just seeing through others bullshit. I don't know what you mean by that. Just reading the comments here real quick before we go to the next caller. Tap the screen, get us on up to 50,000 in the likes. Putin told us in the Tucker Carlson interview what the cause of war was. You didn't want to hear it. I cannot. Well, let me clear that up. I don't know what Putin told us during the Tucker Carlson interview, but I want you to hear what Putin stated about him. This is a month ago. This is Putin on the summit. Now, he's going to be speaking in his own native Russian, but there is a translator. And I want you to hear what he said. This might have more to do with why they're at war than anything else.
A direct question about the situation. Donald Trump,
First, the situation is quite different. And second, we are not seeking Ukraine's capitulation. We are insisting on a recognition of the reality that has developed on the ground.
Реалии, которые сложились на земле. Mr. President, I'm in no position.
I have many times said that I consider Russian and Ukrainian peoples a one people, in fact. In that sense, the whole of Ukraine is ours.
So you hear what he just said? He views all of Ukraine as belonging to him. So it don't matter, the whole notion of, well, if it wasn't for Biden, this war wouldn't have happened. If he believes that all of Ukraine is his, he surely believed that before Biden came in office. That ain't something that suddenly popped into his head once Biden got elected. He just made it clear he believes that the whole damn nation is his. He believes the Russians and the Ukrainian people. So, and this also should apply to folks that are, some of the Trump supporters who say, well, there are some Russians in Ukraine, so concede that territory. Well, the man said he views the whole fucking country as his. So anytime from now on when you hear folks suggest that they believe that Russia will not stop and it will continue going further than what's happening, just think about what Putin just said. He made it clear he sees all of Ukraine as belonging to Russia. So if the Ukraine takes Trump's advice right now and they let Russia have the 10, 20, whatever percent of the country that Russia currently occupies, wouldn't it make sense to be worried that they're going to come back for more when the guy has just said he thinks the whole country belongs to him? At best, now you heard my last caller, Sherbert, state that the Russians, their infantrymen, their support has been greatly weakened, and I'm pretty certain that's true with them allegedly losing over a million soldiers. I think they've said Russia has lost. So if the Ukraine does what Trump is suggesting, let Russia have what it's taken and take the ceasefire, most likely that gives Russia time to recruit and recoup and probably come back later. Maybe they'll listen to Trump and wait 3 years, but based on the guy saying he sees the whole country as his, I don't feel confident thinking that he'll never come back for more. To me, it sounds more likely that the Ukrainians are going to be dealing with Russia in the future, whether they end this current event or not. They're going to be dealing with the Ukraine. I mean, the Ukrainians are going to be dealing with Putin again. This is not over. I don't see how anybody would believe that. And by the way, most of the other partners in the region, Romania, Poland, Finland, all the other countries believe they're coming back too. The only people that are saying Russia's not coming back, for the most part, is Belarus, which is a close ally of Russia, and Trump, by way of him and MAGA. Those are the people. Everybody else do not trust Putin. It's mostly Belarus and MAGA that is saying that if you adhere to this, things will be fine. It'll be a ceasefire. Everybody else, when you talk about NATO and the UN, none of them believe this. Are they all wrong? Is Trump right and everybody else is wrong? Trump just keeps winning over and over. There's some validity to that. I'm not arguing with that. He doesn't care about your respect. You're a maggot. No one does. Damn, who are you talking to? The host lost my respect when he started bad-mouthing God yesterday. He bad-mouths Trump way too much also. Well, unfortunately, nothing I can do about either one of those. How did I bad-mouth God? I'm not very religious because I have a lot to question, but I don't think I've bad-mouthed God. I bad-mouthed the folks who claim to be saved and going to see God. Let me know. Maybe I got it wrong. Let me know, how did I badmouth God? Be curious to know what you're talking about. Nobody was more embarrassing than Biden. Nobody. Depends on what you're embarrassed by. Listen, you tell me what Biden has done that is more embarrassing than watching the nation's Capitol building be overrun by Trump flags. You don't think that was embarrassing at all? All of these people just climbing all over walls and shit, waving a Trump flag around, climbing up and taking down the American flag and putting up a Trump flag. Is that not embarrassing? Maybe not to you. I mean, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, it certainly revealed how weak America is that day, because they had all of the powers of this country in that building. So it showed the world that if you had a thought about doing this, you could have really hurt America that day. They had took over a building that had all of the Senate, all of the Congress in it. I mean, MAGA really exposed a weakness, really exposed a weakness in this country on January 6th. I suppose Biden falling off his bike was worse than that to you? I don't know. Those people were paid to do that with the flags. I'd love to see evidence, little Miss Patriot. We can work with that. I've heard so much stuff about January 6th from FBI to Antifa to Black Lives. I've seen no proof of none of this stuff. I can't, look, I'm not saying it ain't true, but I'm saying when it comes to the amount of information, I don't know anything that MAGA has said about January 6th that's turned out to be proven to be true. I don't know anything they've said about that day that has turned out to be proven. MAGA has taken so many twists and turns on January 6th. You know, for instance, I don't know how you could believe it's Antifa and that he pardoned Antifa. Does that make sense to you? That Antifa did it and then got pardoned as well? And that you have no actual names of people that represent Antifa, they just all disappeared and went away? I don't know. Like I said, a lot of things that Trump says, he gets the benefit of the doubt from MAGA, and it doesn't really matter. Like, for instance, the whole notion that they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield. Did he even go there and make sure people's pets were safe? Did any follow-up at all? Because MAGA believes that was happening. Okay, so people were eating pets. What did he do about it? It just stopped on its own? No follow-up? Nobody got arrested? Nothing. It just came and went. And MAGA truly believes that. They truly believe people were eating pets, and that the folks that enjoyed eating pets all decided to stop at the same time. And they believe that. I don't have any answer for stuff like that. I do not have any answer for stuff like that. It's too obvious by now. This man twists narratives to his own agenda for more clicks and views. Who said that? Dimity? It's a long ass name. You'd have to state, give me a little bit more what you're saying is twisted. We can certainly tackle your comment, but your statement is so vague. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. If they wanted to overthrow the Capitol, they would have done it. That argument is stupid. Well, how can the argument be stupid when you're admitting that it clearly showed they had the ability to overthrow the Capitol? That's what I stated. What I stated is it showed America to be weak there that day. And you followed up by saying, yeah, they actually could have done it. That's what I'm saying is the rest of the world looked at what happened on January 6th and came to the same conclusion that you just stated. That if they wanted to overrun the Capitol building, it's pretty clear they could have. Meanwhile, before January 6th, they may have been thinking that if anybody get close to that building, they're going to get shot by the Secret Service. MAGA had shown, no, if you got enough numbers, you can get right on in there. So you don't see any embarrassment. Let me go back to the box. Because you're literally admitting what you're trying to call me stupid and deny. You're literally admitting it. Top dog. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I see Denkow says they did overthrow the Capitol. Yeah. If you got all of the inhabitants of the Capitol. Hey, what's up? Hold on 1 second. Let me just say this. If you got all the inhabitants of the building running and fleeing, and the only people left in the building are you, and you're all in a fucking roof and things like that, what's the difference between that and overthrowing it? You're going to tell me that is not officially overthrowing the building? You have full control of it, and the people that were in it don't already took off running for the hills? You have already overthrown it. There's nothing left. Top dog, good evening.
What's up, man?
Oh, man, I don't know. These folks are coming at me hard today. They're coming at me hard. So what do you think? You think that there's going to be a decent deal that's going to come out of this whole thing between the Ukrainians and the Russians?
Nah, Tim, I'm going to tell you why. I've been saying it for a few months. I believe Putin is very arrogant, Tim. He's very high level. He's not going to give Trump the satisfaction to say, I stopped the war. You see what I'm saying? Putin thinks he's bigger than Trump. So I feel that Putin would never give Trump the satisfaction to say, I stopped the war. Because if he does that to his people, like he has more power than Putin.
I don't know. I'm not even sure. Does his people even know what's going on? I mean, they can control the media a lot in Russia.
Who was that? No, they know what's going on, Tim. They know what's going on. They know they at war. They lost 1 million people. Yeah. So that means that everybody probably over there lost somebody that they know.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So yeah, they know exactly what's going on with that war.
And so you think, as a show of strength, Putin does not want to look like, he came over and America ended up convincing him to stop.
Oh, yeah, for sure, Tim. When Putin went up there and told Trump, and see, Trump is such a fool, Tim. He's such a fool. He fell for the bait when Putin told him, if you was in office, Trump, I would have never started this war. And Trump went and echoed that. You believe that, Trump?
Yeah, he did say that. And I see the comments. Handsome Conservative says, I subscribe to a lot of people who live in Russia on TikTok, and yeah, they know what's going on. Okay, and I have seen some people say that too. I think it started out, they were calling it some kind of, they didn't call it war, but I seen folks on TikTok and YouTube repeating what it's being called, but they were making it clear it was in air quotes. They knew it was an actual war, but they're being told it's an incident, or I forget what term they're using, but so they do know what's going on. I tend to agree with that. But so you don't think Putin is going to cave at all? You think his main goal, in addition to attacking the Ukraine, is to look strong against Trump?
Oh, for sure. For sure. When he told Trump that, while you coming over here, if you would have been in office, we would never start the war. To me, Putin, he's in KGB mode right now. That's what he's in when he's dealing with Trump. I'm trying to finesse you and make you feel real good because guess what? You didn't stop none of my sanctions. You didn't do nothing. You didn't increase the sanctions. You got sanctions over there right now, but you didn't increase the sanctions. You didn't do nothing to me that you said you was gonna do. So I had this little meeting with you to stall time, and that's what he did.
But what about Trump promising him? And I see in the comments, Denkow says special military operation. That's what it's called. That's what I heard it was called, special military operation. That's what they're telling the people. It's not a war, it's a special military. But what about the whole notion that Trump is saying if Putin doesn't end the war, we're going to impose strict sanctions, and he said harsh measures on Russia?
Well, he's been saying that. He's been saying that since he got in office, Tim. 10 days, 2 weeks, we're going to do this and do this. And also, when it comes to Russia, they've been under sanctions so long, Tim, they know how to maneuver around those sanctions at this point. You see what I'm saying? They still living their life over there. We got sanctions, but they figured out a way to finesse around those sanctions. You think Putin is starving at night? You think Putin don't have money in his account?
No, I don't even think Kim Jong-un is starving, and they got even stricter sanctions. I mean,
You
Kim
see what I'm
Jong-un is
saying? No,
making
everybody know how to finesse stuff around, Tim. You know what I mean? Especially when you playing with their money and food. So yeah, they're not worried about no sanctions, Trump.
Well, if you got 1 million dead soldiers, there should be a whole lot more food and resources to go around anyway. I mean, it'd be pretty easy. I've thought about getting me a ticket to Russia to go over there and holler at some of them Russian women. They got to be a lot of single chicks over there right now. But anyway, what I was going to ask you, I mean, serious, it got to be like Germany. It's got to be like Germany in, like Germany in 1947. There's a number of single women everywhere. So, go ahead.
Wow, this is wide open right now.
Yeah.
For a single man in Russia.
Literally wide open. So, but I was also going to ask you, 1,500 more National Guard to DC. Do you think it's really going to be great in bringing down crime? 1,500 more National Guard to DC.
Well, it just reminds me, Hanson, when I was in Iraq in 2005, 6, somewhere in that time frame, and General Petraeus came out with a thing called the Troop Surge. The Troop Surge is when you put, I think, like 300,000, 250,000 soldiers in Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put so many people that's going to enforce the law in one area, the crime's going to go down. But what about when they leave? What about when they leave? Yeah, if you put more people there, more soldiers, more troops right there in D.C., yes, the crime's going to slow down. It's obvious. But what are you going to do when they leave?
So if he put all of those extra soldiers there, and you're admitting crime is going to go down, then that means while he's in office, though, he can brag that he's really made the nation's capital safe.
I mean, yeah, you got 1,500 troops walking around. Yeah, it's going to be safe. But what about when you leave?
Nobody cares about
you see
the
what I'm
future.
saying?
I agree with you, but people are only going to give him credit for what's happening now. Nobody's going to be thinking about it in the future because he'll say, if I was in office, it would always stay safe. It's going to be the liberals that are going to... Yeah, the liberals are going to be the ones that are going to defund the military and make your city go back to being violent.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, you put 1,500 troops anywhere in any small city like that, Tim, it's going to be effective. Yeah. You know, it's going to be effective.
And I see in the comments, Super B says Iraq was a war zone. DC is not. Yeah.
No, I agree with it's a war zone, but it's the same concept, Tim.
Yeah.
You put so many officers on the ground, yes, crime is gonna slow down. Of course. They're everywhere. Every corner you go to, yeah, they're gonna slow down. What about when they leave though?
Yeah.
That's my argument, you know what I mean?
I'm thinking of it from this standpoint. Why not provide money to increase the size of DC's police, as opposed to putting National Guard? Why not put actual cops that are more trained to deal with, traffic stops and public interactions, as opposed to National Guardsmen?
We're doing a show of force, Tim. That's all it is, show of force. That's all he doing, show of force. We here. What y'all gonna do about it? It's a show of force, Tim. But like I said, the same thing in Afghanistan. Once the military leave, the Taliban took back over, right?
Yeah.
So same thing in DC. Yeah, while they're there, yeah, crime's gonna slow down, but it's not once they leave, it's gonna come back.
Would you feel more inclined to go to DC? Because DC does have a lot of crime. If you were going to be a tourist going to DC, would you feel better off going now with all the cops there versus before?
No, because once again, it reminds me of a military base where I see fucking uniforms everywhere I go. So I don't want to see that when I'm on vacation.
That's a good point.
I don't want to see cops. I don't want to see cops everywhere when I'm on vacation.
That's a good point. I look at it the same way. Like I said, I don't have an issue with police, but I don't want to increase my interaction with them. I mean, things can go wrong. You don't gain anything by having interactions with police. You can only remain neutral, or something bad can happen. Nothing good is going to come out of an unnecessary interaction with police. Only bad things, or you're going to go back to the same way you were. So I'd rather just simply not have that interaction.
Oh yeah, me too, Sid. We're just doing a show of force. Like you said, there's higher crime in Memphis and all those blue states. All those red states. But he's just trying to, give it to the Democrats right now. And I'm like what Dencal say, and what everybody else say on your platform, Tim, when it comes to the MAGA Republic, I got to understand. when a Democrat get in office and do the same shit that Trump doing, we don't want to hear nothing.
But do you want that? Do you want a Democrat?
Yes. Yep. I'm just like your caller earlier. Yes, we got to fight back. We got to fight back, Tim.
So you want to have I mean, I think about every fucking liberal you know. I mean, I'm talking about everybody from Obama to Robert De Niro. Do you know any liberal that's capable of doing what Trump has done to the Republicans? Anybody that's on the left that is like that would do that to the Democrats? Anybody? Actors, mayors? I mean, do you know anybody that's like that?
As of right now, we don't have a leader right now, Tim, and that's okay. So no, we don't have nobody that's gonna give it back to him raw. But right now, if you cannot shoot it back to him how he's shooting it at you, we don't want you as a Democratic leader. If you coming there on some peace treaty trying to be, well, you know, we don't want to do this. No. We're gonna fight fire with fire. It ain't no they go low, we go high. No. He go low, we go lower. Because that's what we want. Yeah. That's no, Tim. That's what the Democrats we want to see now. We want to see somebody gonna fight and talk that shit. You hear me? If you're not gonna stand and talk that shit back to Trump and the Republicans, move your ass out the way. Like I told you last time, Tim, we don't want no Hakeem Jeffries. We don't want no Obama. We don't want no Hakeem Obama. What's the other guy's name? The light-skinned guy, Hakeem
Cory Booker.
Yeah, we don't want none of that. You know, Hakeem get up there waving his hands, talking with his hands and shit. We don't care about that shit, Hakeem. It's over with. So if you cannot get up there and get that fire back to that other side, like Trump giving it to us, the same shit that he giving us, I don't want to deal with it. If we get a politician there, Tim, and he want to make money while he in there, I have no problem with it. If he want to make money while he's as a president of the United States, I have no problem with it. But we just seen Trump make $2 or $3 billion since January.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear shit no more.
How do you think?
Ahead,
let me ask you, because you know the pew loving conservatives. How do you think they would react? Okay, let me give you an example. We know that Austin, Texas, is a progressive city, pro LGBTQ.
Right.
It's probably the most progressive big city in Texas, and they're going to gerrymander that state so that Austin, Texas, is now going to be a red city. Imagine gerrymandering one of the let's say Huntsville, Alabama, or one of the more far red, Savannah, Georgia, or something like that. And all of a sudden, now you got, say, Al Sharpton is the congressperson over a very red area. Do you think the conservatives would allow that?
No, sir. So that's why I say, Tim, as Democrats, we got to do what we want to do, like they doing. They doing what they want to do, Tim. Like that, like your last caller said, and I seen the same interview with that Texas representative. You know what they said? They asked him, "Why are you trying to gerrymander?" You know what he said? Because I can. Because we can. Okay. All right. You're right. You're right. You're right because you can. So when we do the same shit, I don't want to hear nothing.
They have said that. I did hear the same thing.
Yeah, they talking very arrogant right now, Tim. Yeah. Because they feel they're gonna lose in the midterm. You know, and I feel like a lot of people gonna get out off their ass this midterm and vote Democrat because they seen what the Republicans is doing right now.
Could you get behind the likes of Jasmine Crockett?
Oh yeah, for sure. If you don't talk like that, Tim, not saying she has to be our Democratic nomination as I'm not saying that because she won't get us to the big seat. But if you don't have aggression like her and be able to do facts back to that, I don't want you, Tim. I don't want you. And I feel like a lot of Democrats feel the same way I feel right now. We don't want that.
I don't know.
We tried the nice. No, Jim, hold on. We tried the nice way. It didn't work. You know, we tried to go smooth with it. Trump was talking shit the whole time during the campaign. We humbling ourselves, trying to keep decorum and all this shit. All that shit is out the window, Jim. All of it. All of it.
So you almost are right under the category of almost saying this means war, pretty much.
I mean, he bringing war to us, so why not? What we gonna do? We did like I'm kind of like when Gavin Newsom doing right now. Gavin Newsom's starting to talk a little shit right now. Watch him. I'm not saying he's gonna be the leader, but I like what he's going with.
If he keep doing that, if he keeps doing that, and we get people like you who saying we need that as opposed to going nice, shit, he might end up propelling to the top of the ticket.
Okay, well, just like you said, Tim, about that gerrymandering. Okay, just like Texas trying to do some bullshit. Guess what Newsom's saying? If you do it, we gonna do it. Yeah, we know it's bullshit. We know it's bullshit. We know it's bullshit. But if you're gonna do it, we're gonna do it, and that's what I want to see right there, Tim.
All right, Top Dog. I appreciate it. Jasmine Crockett, Jasmine, is that who you talking about? Is that what you talking about?
Or somebody in her, you know, hey, somebody that's going the same way. Somebody that ain't scared to talk that shit back. I don't want nobody like a Cory Booker or you know, like I said, Obama, you know, want to come talk all sweet and all that. We don't even want no Obama right now. I don't even want no Obama right now. Damn. I don't even want Obama right now. He gonna come with that bullshit that, like I said, okay, check this out, Tim, real quick. Just like at the funeral, I think it was one of the I think
Jimmy
it was
Carter. Jimmy Carter.
Yeah. Obama, you up there buddy with him. Then you see how he treated you as soon as you left. You up there smiling with him. Yeah, he don't like you. Obama, you look like a dumbass up there.
But what about Arsha in the comments is saying what a lot of Democrats are going to say. She says, I do not want a tit-for-tat leader. That's what we have now. That's also what it seems like you want.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, how do you beat a tit-for-tat leader? How do you beat him? Oh, okay, yeah, exactly. You can't beat them being nice. You can't go them doing everything the right way. When they're not playing fair, Tim, how can we win playing fair? They're not playing fair.
Very hard
so
to
if you want to be.
Yes,
yeah, so if we get somebody that want to be tit for tat, I'm cool with that. Be tit for tat. Because that's what I want to see. I don't want to see, okay, put it like this, Tim. Trump is a bully. So you got to treat a bully like a bully. You got to fight a bully back. Because if you don't, he going to walk over you like he been doing.
Yeah. Can't argue with that. There you go. No tit for tat. Very hard to be the good pair of tits. Top dog, I got to move it on. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, Tim. We'll talk. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
All right.
And I think that could be the problem within the Democratic Party is that some folks are going to want what my last guest said. We need somebody who's going to hit back twice as hard as Trump. And then the other side of it is saying we've already had that in Trump. It divides the nation and we can't have that. So you could have Democrats fighting against other Democrats. Meanwhile, conservatives are pretty unified that we like Trump. I mean, he hits hard. We like it. So the Democrats need to figure that out. That is a good point because the Republicans they don't mind Trump doing. I mean, they don't mind the insults. You know, you go to Trump. I've been to Trump rallies. They got this. You know, they had the shirts on. I could go for some mean tweets and $2 gas. They love that shit. The trolling. It's all of that stuff. The Pocahontas. They love all of that stuff. Meanwhile, half of the Democrats are okay with it, and half of them are not. The Democratic Party, if you're going to go up against Trump, and I know Trump is not supposed to run again in 4 years, but he's still going to be heavily involved. It doesn't matter if he runs again or not. If you're going up against J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, Trump's going to be at every rally. So all of the insults and name calling is going to be coming from him because whoever the next president is essentially going to be delivering Trump's agenda. Trump's going to be behind the scenes running that. So you are going up against Trump. My last guest says no unity 2028. So that's what we're looking at. Looking in the comments real quick. Handsome Sticky Finger says, Tim, good afternoon. Happy Sunday Summit Day. I think the Democrats should have a project of 2028 and to screw the Republicans over. Damn, Handsome. I do believe it'll be more of the, let me say, maybe under 50, under 55 voters. The younger crowd is probably going to be more like my last guest. Like, we got to fight fire with fire. Some of the older, more traditional Democrats might be more like the Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. But I do believe the biggest factor that could change the mindset on that is more stuff coming out of the Trump administration where they're saying, I'm just doing this because I can. The more you start treating people in a manner that they feel like you just stomping on them, you're going to have more Democrats that are saying, we got to fight back. I mean, it depends on how much. I mean, like, for instance, this whole fighting crime, and I'm putting this in air quotes, fighting crime in D.C., when it's pretty clear you're doing this to liberal-only areas. You're not going to do this to any Republican state. So you're fighting crime, but you're doing it from a political agenda. I mean, so yeah, you're going to start having more and more Democrats, and I don't know how this is going to turn out. Let's say, for instance, some National Guardsman is getting rocks thrown at him or something like that, and he goes Kyle Rittenhouse on the crowd or something like that. This could turn out bad. I don't know. I mean, you already got some of the federal folks showing up just like ICE with masks on and things like that. It could turn out bad as opposed to just getting rid of crime. Because I don't know of any time in the past where we sent police into an area to get rid of crime and they could wear masks and not identify them. That's never happened before. This could actually turn out bad. Dems and Republicans hurt unaligned voters in their beef. I don't doubt that, Brian. The beef is certainly hurting people, but look, Trump did not get elected to run for unity. Now, people say, well, all of the division started with Obama or started with Biden or wherever, it doesn't matter where it started at. Trump made it clear, I'm not here to end it. I don't care where the division started. My goal is not to end this stuff. My goal is to get in the mud, pick a side, and keep it going. So he's not running on unity. So, and I don't know, bringing up where it started is not necessarily as meaningful as the fact that it exists, and the current president is doing nothing to squelch it. In fact, he's throwing gasoline on the fire. Appreciate the follow. Yes, it had. Whoa. Blackjack says yes, it has. It's called the KKK. What did I say to make you say that? Oh, the police. Okay, I said I've never seen a time in history where, in effort to lower crime, they sent the police in an area with masks on. And he said it has happened before. It's called the KKK. I don't know. Wow. No, the KKK were not operating as the police. I mean, the KKK was operating as terrorists. Their only goal was to terrorize. Their goal was not to bring down crime. Their goal was to terrorize. I don't want to see your black ass at a polling place tomorrow. I don't want to see your black ass trying to get into this university or rent a house in this neighborhood. Their goal was to terrorize. Their goal was not to bring down crime. Their goal was to scare the shit out of people and intimidate. Sometimes by actually killing somebody to scare the remaining people. But they weren't trying to bring down crime. They were trying to scare the hell out of people. But I agree there were, and I see in the comments somebody says there were police with the K. Yeah, there were plenty of cops that were part of the KKK. Plenty of them. But that wasn't their goal, was to bring down crime. Their goal was to intimidate. That was their goal, was to just scare the hell out of you to get their agenda passed, to have a country that ran in their way. I mean, if you tried to open up a mosque or something of that nature in a neighborhood and they didn't like it, they'd show up and maybe at your house at night in uniform or just burn your new place down. Real quick in the comments. But yeah, their goal was more akin to terrorism. I know we don't call white supremacists or racist outfits terrorists. We tend to reserve that for Islamic fundamentalists. But what they were doing, the proper term would either be terrorism or Christian fundamentalists. They were doing exactly what Al-Qaeda or the Taliban. I mean, it's the same shit. If you open up a school in, Kabul, where you're trying to teach young girls, give them an education or teach them how to drive or something that, the Taliban doesn't like, they're going to respond the same way the KKK would have. If you were trying to teach a black kid something they didn't want you to learn. So they're almost the same by the letter, almost the same shit the KKK was doing, almost the same shit the Taliban does. We just didn't label them properly, but they were terrorizing people. Same shit. You're trying to help people register to vote. So they show up in the middle of the night and set your place on fire. No different than the Taliban. Taliban might use a roadside bomb or something. Same stuff. Looking in the comments though, Washington, D.C. under siege. No, more propaganda. Well, listen, in regards to my graphic up there about DC being under siege, I'll respond to that real quick. Hanson Liver says, Tim played a video of Laura Loomer saying Laura Looney is gay. Here, I haven't heard that. I don't know what you're talking about there, Sticky Fingers. Laura Looney is gay. I haven't heard that. I want to hear it. I haven't heard that. In regards to it being propaganda about DC being under siege, first thing I want to ask you is, what is your definition of being under siege? I mean, if you have a force in your area that nobody wants to be there, and make no mistake about it, the government of DC does not want these people here. I mean, the mayor, the police chief, none of them want them here. I mean, and the citizens, if the citizens had to vote on whether they want the National Guard in DC, the citizens of DC would probably be about 80-90% of them would say no. So you are under siege. You got people that are controlling you, that have power over you, that you don't want around, and you're powerless to make them go away. That's almost like the classic definition of a siege. Just because they're claiming they're there for good reasons, okay, they believe they're there to stop crime. But the law-abiding citizens of D.C. don't want them there either. Everybody in D.C. is not a criminal. Even the law-abiding people don't want them there. So, I mean, like I said, the powers that be in D.C., the city government doesn't want them there. A lot of the cops don't want them there. Certainly when they're getting rid of trying to fire the police chief and shit like that. So, no, it is, to me, it is a good comparison to being under siege. They don't want them there. I wouldn't be surprised if that was true. So 100,000, that would be hard to make, but tap the screen, certainly get the likes. Oh, we're actually pretty close to that. I didn't realize that. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Thank you for pointing that out there, Big App. I subscribed. We'll see you next round. I love you to be. Let me see if I can read this again. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Says I subbed. I will see. My screen got real small right here. I cannot see that shit. And now, I will see you next round. I love you. Be watchful, safe. See something, you say something. So 911 not occur, aka false flag. There's a lot there, Nicoletta. I'm trying to figure out how to decipher that. You got to explain it a little bit better. But yeah, I do believe that what they're doing is kind of very similar to being, under siege. You don't want them there. You can't make them leave. They have power over you. I mean, certainly if they start stopping and frisking innocent people, that's under siege to me. Let me go back to the box, continuing on with the program. Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the show. Too bad National Guard is there and very badly needed. Well, I will say this. Hold on one second, Lewis. I'll just say this, and I've said this several times. If you can't say you're there to stop crime when you're only going to do it in Democratic areas, to me, you lose credibility when you're doing that. If you're going to totally ignore any high crime city that's in a Republican state, then your goal is not stopping crime. But because there's no way in hell I believe that Trump, who was not supported by the liberals, who has made it clear he hates Democrats, is only going to focus on making Democrat cities better. The cities that don't like you. I'm going to skip over all the Republican states. I'm only going to help Democrats out. The group that I said I hate. That makes no fucking sense. Lewis, good evening.
Hey, how's it going, Tim?
I don't even know, man. Am I wrong to suggest that DC is under siege with this going on?
Absolutely not. That's exactly what it is. But it's exactly what he wanted. Trump is preluding to martial law. That's what he's doing. He's preluding to martial law. Can he keep it going for until 2028? Absolutely not. But you got to figure, if we're in the middle of martial law come around for any election time, you can't hold the election.
Wow. So kind of like what Zelensky got going on because they're at war.
Absolutely. That's why he hasn't had to rerun. So my thing is that if he declares that on the streets, which is the only reason that he should have mobilized the National Guard anyway, was for a national disaster or for a national emergency. And if that's not cleared by the mayor, if that's not cleared by the governor, if there was a governor of DC, but if it's not cleared by all those people in that administration, what makes him think that he can do it? Because he is the governor. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But he really shouldn't be putting he really shouldn't be putting National Guards on the streets of the United States. He should not be doing that.
Yeah, I say, especially when it's clear that, because, the reason why I said the under siege part is because it's clear that people don't want him there. That's where I see the biggest problem is not only should you not be doing it, but certainly when the people has made it clear they don't want it there. Before we continue on, I do want to respond to somebody, though. She typed this in capitals. Janae says Trump doesn't hate the Democrats. Now, I actually make that statement for a reason, and it's because, if I'm correct, he said that, did he not? Did he say he hates Democrats?
He said they hate him and he hates them too.
Say that again.
He said they hate him and he hates them too.
Yeah, let me see if I think I got a clip of that. I think I'm not making it up. It's not liberal fear-mongering. I think he
Yeah,
said it.
yeah. I really do. I hate them. I cannot stand them. With all of the things we did with the tax cuts and rebuilding our military, not one Democrat voted for us. And I think we use it in the campaign that's coming up, the midterms, because we got to beat them. But all of the things that we've given, and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate them too, you know that? So it's sort of, I really do, I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know the truth? I really do.
And that's July 3rd. So the notion that he doesn't hate Democrats, I mean, he's on video saying it.
He doubled down in that one little paragraph. He doubled down on it. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the problem. Hold on. Here's the problem. This is why I always say, it pays to get your news from a variety of sources, because she's not the first MAGA I've heard say that. No, you don't hate him. That's fear of mine. If you watch only right-wing news, they're not going to play this shit. They're not, because it does make them look bad to have a president say you hate a whole, because they've criticized Biden and Obama saying that they hate Republicans. So they're not going to play this. But if you listen to all, media from all sides, you will hear this. But yeah, if you don't listen to OAN or Newsmax or Fox, you've probably never heard this clip.
Absolutely not. I know she has. I guarantee you. I bet she'll say now that it's probably AI. But my thing is, the thing of it is, I mean, that AI thing is just ridiculous.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry.
This isn't the first time he said it. There's other clips of him saying it.
Absolutely. I mean, but my thing is like, it's here. Tim, I'm gonna tell you something, and maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm not trying to make it up with these guys. I agree with your last guest. I think Top was his name, Top Dog, or something like to that effect. When he was saying that we need to fight fire with fire, we need to stop with this. We're going to go in a different route. You know who I go all the way back to? What was her name? That judge, OTB or OGB or whatever the hell it is.
You talking about Marjorie? Now, you talking about the one that passed away with she used to wear the collar. What the hell was that lady's name? I know who you're talking about.
They should have made her ass retired 5 years before she died.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg, RGB. Yeah,
they should have made her retire way before it even came close to Obama.
Now, see, this is where Trump is a much stronger leader than, say, somebody like Obama. Trump couldn't make Clarence Thomas or Judge Alito. If Trump wanted one of them to retire, he could make them do it. And in fact, I don't expect neither one of them to be there.
And they will before he leaves there.
Right. I don't expect neither one of them to be there by the time he leaves. He actually has the power to make his people do whatever he wishes. I don't think even Obama had that power.
Absolutely not. He definitely didn't. But I don't think they would have even tried, because they used her they put her up on this pedestal to where they couldn't possibly ask her to drop down. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, to me, she is damn near as bad as Joe Biden. You know you got shit going on. I mean, the people gonna need strength after you gone. You trying to be so focused on your own power that you gonna leave people in a lurch and leave some fucked up shit behind because you don't want to stay down.
The last 2 years that she was living, she only voted on maybe 2 or 3 things.
Yeah.
Out of the thousands of things that go up, because she was ill and was absent from the floor. So they didn't use her vote for nothing anyway. So she was irrelevant anyway.
And
so
I blame her for that. I mean, unless she was completely out of her mind or something like that, just like Biden. I mean, listen, either Jill Biden, people that Biden trusts, there were people around Biden that should have told him it's in your best interest to do something.
But my thing is like this, there's nothing wrong with Biden's mind. He just
doesn't matter. The people know it. It doesn't matter.
Let me finish. He knew exactly what he was doing. He did exactly what most of those guys do. They don't want to relinquish the power. It's the power thing. It's not that I can't do it, or even if you think you can't do it, you still don't want to let go of the power.
No,
that's what they get possessed about. But Tim, this is why I came up. The other day, you had a young boy in here. He was on the other side.
These are men. These are men, Lewis. There's no boys in here. These are men.
He's a boy. He was a boy. You let him call.
What are you, a racist Alabama sheriff now?
But hold up. You let him call you colored twice.
I'll let the people speak. I don't give a damn.
And you know, No, Tim. No.
I don't give a damn. Okay, keep going. What else did he say?
He called you colored, and he called not you. He called us colored. He said colored people, and I'm like, wait a minute. Tim let him call him colored, but that motherfucker better not be calling me colored. I mean, Tim, I know you let him get away with that shit, but you got to figure you represent us. Period. Regardless.
I don't remember it. Well, shit, as many black people.
That's what all I was hoping for because I didn't get to go up. I was hoping that Grandma hadn't went up yet, and it's obvious she must have already went up because if she wouldn't have already went up, she would have lit your ass up. No doubt about it. I was praying that she hadn't went up. I had already went up. You pulled me up first, like you're doing now, kind of early. But I'm telling you, so I was hoping Grandma had went, but it's obvious she had already went because she would have tore you a new ass if she would have heard that.
I don't remember it. It must have went in through one end. I don't even remember who you're talking about.
I mean, I've heard people use the term, and I've heard older guys say that. I mean, I've heard old YT people come on here and say that. And I give them a pass. I'm going to be honest with you. I do, because I know my mother probably still used that word. You know, probably still looks at us that way. You know what I'm saying? She's 89. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. But my thing is I think this boy said he was 21 and he using the word colored. Come on, man. That's going to get him beat up, man. That's going to get him fucked up.
Out of all of the racist things you can say, colored, you think it's that bad?
Absolutely. Because they can't call it. When you got to figure when they first came up with what they call us when they first start calling us something.
The N-word.
All right. What they start calling us after that?
I don't know. I wasn't around. To me, the insulting was a boy in the N-word.
The N-word. The other N-word. What's the other N-word?
Negro.
Absolutely. We got rid of that. Now. Then that's when they start calling themselves color. And then in the 70s and 80s, that's when we start calling ourselves black. Because we wouldn't let them define us anymore. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm following.
But that didn't just happen in America is what people don't understand. That happened all over the world. If you go to Africa, they call themselves black. You follow what I'm saying? We don't just call ourselves black in America.
Okay, you're teaching me. I'm learning this. I remember I've always been called either black or African American. I don't recall too many people in my lifetime using color.
Definitely not. Tim, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm in my early 50s.
So my son is he's right at 50.
Okay.
So I get that. I get your generation is the fucked up generation because you're the one that's got all these fucked up kids out here now. Your generation. I mean, you're my kid. You're my kid. You're my kids. We did all right with you guys. We whooped y'all ass. We still gave y'all whoopings. You see what I'm saying? But y'all didn't whoop y'all kids, Tim. Y'all don't whoop y'all kids, and that's where they fucked up at. When we stopped whooping them kids, when you guys stop whooping y'all kids and start giving them motherfuckers punishments and doing that and make them face the wall and all that old shit, and they still stand up at that wall calling you an asshole and all that old shit. See, we didn't do that. We beat y'all ass. Because you were my son's age, and we beat y'all ass.
That is true. Look. At the end of the day, let me make it clear. I agree with that. I do agree with corporal punishment, and I did a little bit of that to my own child. But unfortunately, it ain't my generation. It's the fucking laws. But I do agree that
exactly.
I do agree that you're going to have a more disciplined child if they have something to fear. When you start looking at your parents as if they're some kind of partners or equal, it's going to be problems. I mean, you don't have it. You're not concerned of anything really bad happening to you.
Hey Tim, you say you grew up in the church, right?
Yeah.
Did your parents ever say if you have faith and you respect God, He'll look out for you? Or did he say if you fear God, He'll look out for your ass?
Everything was based on fear.
Exactly.
Everything.
Exactly.
Hell, even goddamn Santa Claus was based on fear. If you had your eyes open on Christmas, he gonna throw ashes in your eyes. I mean, everything was based on fear.
Everything was based on fear.
Yeah, everything.
Even that bunny rabbit. I don't know what that got to do with Easter. Even that bunny rabbit had some fear on you.
Yeah,
you know
everything. But I mean, here's the reason why my generation, the fucked up generation, you say. My generation was the first generation that was a lot more educated in terms of, just learning as opposed to what, let's say, was instilled by the white man. So, because a lot of people believe that we picked up discipline or violence from our slave masters. So people start, and once we started, because my generation was the first generation that really went to school and stuff, where they actually talked about how much bad shit happened to us. Your generation, they didn't cover slavery and all that stuff. Because when Roots came out in the 70s, that was a shock. Your generation wasn't being taught the real truth.
Let me tell you something. When Roots came out, when the first Roots came out, I was in school. I'm telling you something, Tim. We turned that motherfucker out. It wasn't a safe place for a white tea person nowhere in Pensacola. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we were knocking them out from walking to the bus. We were knocking white guys out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It was Roots put some heat on us for it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I'm not saying that was a bad or good thing, but this is the thing I say, and I'm not saying that, and I'm just kidding when I say that you guys were the guys, but you guys are the guys that got the restraints put on you where you couldn't discipline your kid. Yeah. And then the ones that came after y'all, they even had more of a strain, even though they were trying to still do it, but then they crossed that line into abuse. Yeah. See, abuse, nobody said, even when your parents chastised you back in the day and paddled you, whooped you, whatever, they beat the living snot out of you. Yeah. But they didn't abuse you. You know what I'm saying? They didn't abuse you.
They abuse you by today's standards, because I don't have my ass beat in church.
Yeah,
I've been hit with...
But not back in the day, Tim. I went to school with so many whelps on me. It'll be 3-4 of the kids in the same classroom with the same number of whelps.
That is actually abuse. We just didn't call it that. When you got a full-grown adult swinging a belt as hard as they can at a little kid, that actually is abuse. We just took it and got over it.
I'm going to tell you something. My son, my youngest son, who's 31, told me that he wanted me to whoop him instead of taking his shit. Which one you think I did?
Wait, you had a 31-year-old person tell you they would rather be whooped?
No, when he was a kid.
Your kid? Well, it depends on what you... I mean, it depends on what the punishment is. If I'm joining a football team or something...
You know what the punishment was?
What?
Taking his Atari or his cell phone.
Yeah, I mean...
My son would rather take that 2-minute whooping any day. Do you hear what I'm saying? Because it didn't last that long. Trust me, I didn't whoop my kids like how my dad whooped me.
Right, so and that's what I was going to say.
My son brother had them 2 or 3 licks, didn't lose that Nintendo, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm not taking that from my dad was a Marine straight out the Vietnam War. I would give up that fucking Intellivision or ColecoVision or whatever.
Me too, Tim. My dad your dad sound like my dad. That's what I'm saying. So I'm telling you, I would too. But back how we could punish our kids, we couldn't whip them like my dad whipped us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So my son would take that whooping with no problem whatsoever. Trust me.
Yeah, I might take a whooping off my mom, but I ain't take my dad when he hit them. That shit hurt. I'm not taking. I can be without Pac-Man for a few days. I'm good.
Let me tell you something. My dad used to always offer us a punishment, and I always took the punishment. But you know what? I always end up getting my ass whooped down the road anyway. Because when he puts you on a punishment and you break that rule, you still gonna get that whooping and you still gonna be on punishment.
Yeah, see, we grew up, every adult, didn't matter the race, didn't matter if we knew the person. Everybody was yes, sir, or no, sir. I never, whatever he said, do, you did it. It was just like in the Marines. When we grew up, you followed orders. You didn't question whether the mom or dad knew
my parents were like this. They didn't whip us for doing stuff that kids do. Like if I break a window, that's not gonna get me a whooping. My dad gonna make me fix it and make me pay for it. But if I did something disrespectful to any adult, even though racist ran down the street, if I disrespected any adult, or if I did something they told us not to do, that's a whooping. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you say don't go over in Mr. Brown's yard, and he catch your ass over in Mr. Brown's yard, you get a whooping when you get back to the house.
We got everything. Everything was based on fear. I got to move it on, no Lewis, but yeah, we got our asses beat. Period. I've gotten beat in school for getting bad grades. I mean, right in front of the teacher.
Absolutely.
So it happens.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they used to get paddlings. I mean, it was a disciplinary thing, even in school. Yeah. Absolutely. But Tim, I just want to let you know, don't be letting nobody call you colored. You ain't colored.
I'll keep it in mind. Lewis, thank you.
You African American, or are you black? One of the two. You can't be no color, because the color is anybody. All of us are colored.
Fair enough. Appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, Elon Musk is African American.
Yeah, you know what? If you look at it that way, absolutely.
Yeah, he's African American.
Absolutely. What's her name? Got is one of those famous singers. I can't think of her name right now. She's a famous movie star. She's from South Africa, and she's very famous. Very pretty too. She's one of the prettiest.
Oh, you're talking about? I know you're talking about. Yeah, she's gorgeous.
Man,
Yeah, I know
She
you're
called
talking
herself an African American, and white people stopped putting her in roles, man.
Because the term African American is meant to otherwise. You notice that whites are called whites. Everybody else is Japanese American. You're this. It was always meant to otherize. That's why. Because they used to say Irish American when we didn't like the Irish, but the minute they became white people, they dropped the Irish American. I mean, so it's really Charlize Theron. Yeah, that's who it is. Charlize Theron. The whole goal is to otherize. So all whites get their called whites. Everybody else gets like when Kamala Harris ran, she was suddenly Jamaican and Indian, or when
Absolutely.
when Nikki Haley ran. I mean, it's an otherization type thing. When Obama ran, he was a Kenyan. People, they just come up with a reason to say you not one of us.
Don't get me wrong, Tim. I have a lot of African American friends. They're actually African, born in Africa, and now they're American citizens, and they call themselves African American. I think that's the way it should be. I think that we can call ourselves African American because we can trace our heritage all the way back there, but we don't call white people European American.
No, you don't call them German American, French. No, you shouldn't be calling yourself. You should be just American. Now, black, you do. I can see the black-white thing, because if the cops are chasing your ass, you can't just be, I'm chasing an American. You need some kind of identifier mark. But when they start pinning other continents and countries behind you when you're actually born in America, that's to otherize you. Nobody should be. If you're born in America,
I've been getting my hair cut at the same place for almost 30 years. And Ryan, I remember when Ryan, which is a white guy, cut his first head in that shop. Ryan, who is the blackest white guy you ever seen, because this is a black barbershop, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Ryan even has waves in his hair, and he's a white guy. You know what I'm saying? One of those kind of white guys, you know what I'm saying? Dresses black, acts black, married to a black woman, a whole 9 yards, right?
Okay.
But Ryan said when he gets pulled over at 2 o'clock in the morning, he turned white as hell.
Gotta do what works for you. Gotta do what works for you. Louis, I gotta move it on, but you gotta do what works for you. Appreciate it, man.
You gotta do what works for you. That's right. Know your situation.
Yep, holla. But that is the thing. It's always been about otherization. It's always been about otherization. For instance, like right now, a lot of folks view the Jewish as white people, but when they were not liked, they were called Jewish Americans. When the Polish first came here, they didn't like them. They were called Polish American. It's to otherize you. But the fact is, if you're born in America, born on U.S. soil, you don't have you're not from that country. Why are you I've never been to the continent of Africa. Why are you adding African into my description? Like I said, you don't look at whites and say they're German American or they're Czech American or Serbian American or whatever your heritage is. If you're white, because you obviously got heritage that is from somewhere else. It's not American. You're not a native. They don't add that in there because the whites view this as their shit. You, on the other hand, are one of those other people. So we'll give you American, but we're gonna tie into where you came from. It shouldn't be there. You should either be black, white, Asian, or Hispanic. That's kind of what it should be. If you're born in America, you should be black, white, Asian. That was the biggest argument, or native, by the way. That was the biggest argument when it came to people trying to say that Kamala Harris was Jamaican and Indian. She's born in America. She's not Jamaican. She's American. She's not Indian. She is American. She was born here. She has ancestry from there, but then again, you have ancestry from somewhere else and you're not claiming it. Well, why are you forcing her to claim her ancestry? It's to otherize you. Simply put, it's to otherize you. If you're born in America, you're one of those five. You're native, you're black, you're white, you're Hispanic, or you're Asian. That's it. That's it. You don't throw countries on the people's shit. If you're born in America, nobody puts your country of ancestry on your birth certificate. That's not there. So other than if the government is trying to otherize you, but white people who are born in America, they don't have countries tied to them that they never been to. It's just everybody else gets it that way. Looking in the comments, not true. Natives are Asian, Hispanic, or black, or what? Natives are Asian. You telling me that on a driver's license of an Indian, or what do you call native? You telling me it says Asian? What are you talking about? I'm simply saying you're either black, white, Hispanic, Asian, or native. That's what you are if you're born on American soil. You're an American, period. But if they want to identify, you can be Hispanic, Asian, black, white, or native. Other countries shouldn't be coming up. You're born here. Other countries should not be coming up. You have no ties to those countries. I don't know why they're coming up. Like I said, other than to otherize you. Tim, you're not a damn historian. What are you prattling about? What did I say to make you suggest that I'm trying to be a historian? Let me know in the comments there, Draco. Most white people I know could care less about skin color. We care if person is good or not. Well, look, I'm just going to say this, and I don't know you to agree or disagree with what you're saying. But when I hear these comments, most people, most white people I know are not racist and all this stuff. I always use the same statement. Racism is like Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club. I mean, you think about how long this country was legally racist. Slavery, then Jim Crow. I mean, from 1776 when we were established, at least until 1964 with the Civil Rights Act. That's 200 years just about right there. And that's official. Now, we can claim that racism ended with the Civil Rights Act in 1964. We can pretend like that's when it ended. So let's just say it ended in 1964 with Martin Luther King and Lyndon Johnson and all that shit. Let's say it ended there. So from 1964 all the way back to 1776, try finding any American politicians that openly stated I'm racist. They were denying it the whole time. So when people say, well, I don't really know anybody racist, or I don't know any white person that cares about, they never admit that. Of course you don't know it. I mean, most of them don't admit it. Certainly the ones that are in power with anything to lose. Yeah, if you're sitting around a bar in the middle of some rural town, somebody might tell you, I don't like N-words or whatever. But in terms of people in power, they all lie about it. There's a reason why they're wearing masks and hoods. Because if you catch them out in their day job, they're not going to tell you the truth. They're going to tell you they don't see it that way. So everybody says I don't see skin color and I don't care about that. But yet somehow we got most of our history, we were racist as hell. I mean, when you think about 1964, it's only a couple generations back. Somehow, some way, nobody cared about skin color, but we were one of the racist countries on the planet. Okay. All right, looking in the comments, so many people have no idea about slavery or racism in this country. Most people just repeat the same BS. Well, in regards to your comment that most people don't know anything about racism or slavery in this country and they repeat the same BS, why do you think that is? Why do you think most people don't know anything about racism or slavery in this country? We've all been to school. Perhaps it's because they deliberately miseducate. That might be where they get the BS from. You ever think about that? That you got folks telling you that if they're waving a Confederate flag, it's all about pride, love, and heritage. You ever walk up to a Confederate statue and read the plaque at the bottom? Sounds like a really good guy, doesn't he? Sounds like a guy who was fighting on behalf of the little guy and doing a whole lot for mankind. Sounds like a really good guy. You ever think that might be the reason why people don't know stuff they tell you ain't true? You got people who walk around right now who will tell you that, whites were enslaved too. The Irish had it just as bad as the blacks. But then when you ask them, well, why did the whites put that in the books? Why don't you hear any names of well-known Irish slaves? They don't have they just decided they were going to not talk about their own problems. And people believe that. There's a reason why people don't know the truth and things like that. It was not taught. Under this regime, history is being scrubbed even more, says Jenny. And that's a bad thing if that's happening. Your daddy rose the red carpet for Putin. Yikes. Real quick in the comments before we move on. Tim, name 5 slaves you taught slavery so much. Frederick Douglass. Let me think of 5. That's a good one. What is the guy who walked around? Chris, what was it? The guy who walked around and murdered a bunch of whites? He's one. 5 is a good one. You're putting me to the test. Obviously, Tubman. I'm trying to think 5 of them. 5 of them. Wow, you're challenging me. I'm trying to think of 2 more. I gave you 3. Let me see here. Sojourner Truth. Somebody typed that in the comments. Okay, they filling them in. I couldn't think of a Mama Anno, but I've heard everyone they mentioned, and that turned us another one. Look, I want to say name 5 white ones. Try that. The Irish slave. Name 5 Irish. I bet you couldn't do that. I bet you couldn't name 1. But I'm going to tell you exactly what I said. There's a reason why we don't know a lot about this stuff is because they made sure it was not taught. They made sure it was not passed down, and it took for word of mouth stories for this shit to get like, like for instance in Oklahoma, where they literally paved the street over bodies and just made it so people don't even know that their relatives and shit were buried there. Stuff didn't come out until the 90s and the 2000s. There's a big effort made to not tell the truth about this stuff. George Washington Carver. There's a whole lot of names coming out of the comments. I couldn't think of 5 offhand, but we got high schools named after some of them folks you guys are naming in my town to buy their home from them so they would move out. Yeah. Let me go back to the box. I'm just going to simply say this. I think everybody knows, white, black, Republican, Democrat, you name it. Everybody knows the history of this nation was not taught accurately. You may not want to hear about slavery or things of the past. We can debate that, whatever, but you know that shit was not taught accurately. Everybody knows that. I mean, if you were the victor, you don't talk about the atrocities. I say all the time, if Germany had won the war, you wouldn't know about the Holocaust. Those would have been just Jews that were KIA in the World War. Some of them fled and just left the country. You would not know about the Holocaust. They would have told you it didn't happen. Unfortunately, in America, even though the Confederates lost the war, we allowed them to control the narrative. And they lied about it. They didn't tell the truth. They painted all their soldiers and stuff to be heroes and started talking about it was being fought over taxation. I mean, they just lied about it. That's what Germany would have did. That's what all of the... When we won World War II, we were graping, German women and all kinds of shit. We don't tell that. That stuff was happening. We got all kinds of atrocities that took place. The victor don't tell the truth, period. Let me go back to the box. Somebody says James Brown. I don't know about that. Dencal. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Dencal. They are compulsive liars. Who are the compulsive liars? MAGA's laughing joke. I don't know about that. Hey, Tim, how come you never talk about the 3 million slaves in Africa right now as you run your face? We don't talk about any damn thing that happens in Africa. Why are we talking about the slaves? I mean, when we talk about terrorism, for instance, on 9/11, do we talk about people who have been terrorized in Africa? I don't know why all of a sudden when it comes to African-American history, you want to bring that stuff up. The African experience covers all kinds of shit we don't talk. We don't talk about Africa, period, on any level. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
What am I getting wrong here? Apparently, well, you might agree with some of this, but let me go with the colored thing, what my last guest said. Is it wrong to let somebody of Caucasian persuasion refer to you as colored?
Yeah, yes, I think you should correct them. I think it's. I mean, you don't have to make a big deal out of it, but because some people might do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because they like to antagonize using names like that. But yeah, I mean, I would think just to say like, hey, you know what I'm saying? That's not necessarily the right terminology. I don't think there's nothing wrong with saying that, because some people. Like, some people in different generations, they think it's okay until they've been taught or they've been told. You know what I'm saying?
I see in the comments, you speaking fairly, from a common perspective. I see Gangsta Grandma says, no, go ham on them. Gangsta Grandma don't disappoint. So in other words, don't go ham on them, Dencal. In other words, just correct them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. But I hear myself, and I hear the reaction, and it's almost like one of your other people that was on the show earlier. It's like maybe we do have to stop being so damn politically correct and start fighting back and start saying, nah, fuck that, stop doing it. Stop calling us out of our name.
So do you favor, because we talked about Trump and things he's done, do you favor the Democrats trying to find a Democratic version of Trump?
I wouldn't necessarily say the Democratic version of him, but I do believe that we should utilize some of the same tactics that he's used because they've proven to work.
Give me some examples.
calling out the military for, what we view as regular crime statistics in the city. Like people saying, well, yeah, but it is crime. Y'all against fighting crime. Like, no, we're not against fighting crime. We against sending the fucking military to fight crime.
So in other words, if there was a rash of, let's say, drag queen shows that were being, because right now you got some white supremacists that are starting to show up outside of drag queen readings and things like that. You're saying the Democrats should send in the military. So when they're having if they're having let's say a pride parade, have the National Guard stand guard so that nobody interferes with the parade.
I mean, they do that for the Proud Boys and for the Patriot Front. When they march through Kentucky and Cincinnati, they have escorts.
Well, yeah, that is true. That is actually true. Give me that escort to the Proud Boys. Wow, that is actually true. So, so you favor using the Democrats to do that. The Democrats doing the same things. I'm trying to think what else has Trump did that you would have that type of mindset. That would be very unpopular, by the way.
I say take the National Guard and send them to every dang on a trailer park in the country.
Ooh.
Just post them up, and just start stopping and frisking people when they coming and going from their home.
Oh. But it's gotta be heavy crime there first, though, right? You can't just do it for the sake of doing it.
No, there is crime. See, we know that there's crime just because we don't see it. Just the same way in DC, he's saying the statistics don't matter. It's heavy crime there. We don't need to see the crime. We just know that trailer parks are full of meth labs and full of a whole bunch of people doing a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, I see Mr. Tibbies is saying, he said the same thing, meth and crack. So wow, so just literally, flood to the trailer park. You think they would put up with that?
That's beside the point. Yeah. Whether they would put up with it or not, they won't have no choice. That's the same thing they doing in DC. It's not whether the people would put up with it or not. Just like we've been saying all along, when you've been having this argument all along too, when the people talking about, yeah, we gonna fight a tyrannical government. No, you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not. You can't.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. I've been saying that for months. That the whole notion that the Second Amendment protects you against tyranny. No, it doesn't. You don't have enough to protect. You can do a few stupid things, but if they want to be tyrannical, you don't have enough to stop that. And I think we're seeing that right now all over the country where these people don't want them.
Think about in D.C., all of the young people that got switches. All of them people that got AKs, they got switches, they got everything you could think of. They know damn well they better not run their ass out there and start fucking with them the National Guard.
Yep. I said it all the time because America's been tyrannical, at least to minorities and women, most of its history. And they had the right to the Second Amendment. Black people during the Jim Crow era, they had guns, they had access to that. Didn't stop the tyranny. Right. You can't stop the government.
Right. So we do need to start. We need our leaders to start fighting back. We basically changed, how we view America. Like, we used to want to believe that we was a good country that had a moral standing and that we could, we were doing things for the right reasons. We were getting into wars for the right reasons. All of that whole veil has been dropped now. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Like, we see behind the curtain now. Nobody gives a shit whether Trump is doing shit the right way or anything. And we pissed a bitch when we saw damn Biden sit there and fuck up his words at the damn debate.
Yeah.
But this motherfucker Trump could walk around and say ignorant shit every fucking day and not have a fucking clue what he's talking about, and we just ignore it. The Democrats, we got rid of Al Franken because he took a picture acting like he was doing something to a lady. Now we got a president who told us that he actually does shit to ladies. We ain't got a problem with it. Like, everything we've been trying to hold dear. And I seen Arsha Fine in here earlier, and she's like, yeah, we shouldn't do tit for tat and everything. Well, if we don't do anything, we won't have a fucking democracy. The way they talking about if we don't gerrymander back, we won't never win a fucking election, and we won't never have a say in anything.
Yeah. I wish I could argue with you, but he is talking about doing things to permanently sway things in his favor, not to mention making jokes about running for a third term too. So I mean, he is, listen, because I get that all the time from people on the right. You're fear mongering with the threatening, talking about he's not a threat to democracy. That's fear mongering. I'm like, the guy's literally selling Trump 28 hats. I mean, we're not making it up. The guy's literally saying it himself. I mean, he's the one. Nobody made him say he's going to run for a third term. He's clearly talking about it.
Right. He's literally doing things, and one of the things that we're going to have to that we need to do immediately, the moment we take back the presidency, is one thing a lot of people are not thinking about. Is we need to roll back like all 400 and something of those executive orders. The vast majority of the shit he's doing it by executive orders. And we all know that is not law.
Yeah, and I think that will happen. I mean, just like Trump got in there and rolled back all of Obama's, and then I think he got rolled the second time, he rolled back all of Biden's executive orders. So that will happen. But I think to some degree, it ain't the problem is not rolling back his executive orders. I think the biggest problem is going to be preventing future presidents from doing a lot of the stuff he did. I mean, like for instance, getting rid of most of the federal government in many areas. I think that's going to have to be something where if you should be able to fire a certain level, but from that point on, Congress should be involved. I mean, there's certain things, and by the way, I think they should almost make it so that when a president wants to pass an executive order, and here's me, this is a wish list. I believe from now on, when a president wants to pass an executive order, Congress should be able to vote on, Congress should have to vote anonymously on whether they're okay with it or not. That way, because I think a whole lot of Trump's executive orders, Republicans in Congress would have said no if they didn't have to be outed, that they were the ones saying no. I think he's done a lot that Republicans in Congress would not have agreed with if they could do it anonymously.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll get the anonymous part through, just simply because that's basically taking away the voters' right to know what their Congress people are doing on their behalf.
That's a good point as well.
But yeah, I mean, they should still be able to vote on it. Period. They should be able to vote.
Well, you gotta come up with something that makes people in politics not make decisions based on fear, but rather how they feel about the law and whether or not they want to do what's right by the people. I mean, when it comes to the environment we're in right now, a lot of Republicans are acting on fear. I mean, when your constituency is showing up to town halls and they're all people who voted for you and they're angry, why would you do something that goes against the people that support it? You're scared. I mean, a lot of these folks are acting on fear. So you gotta do something so that in the future people are not scared of presidents.
True. I mean, Lisa Murkowski got up there and said,
yeah,
she was voting the way she was voting due to fear. Like, and that's a senator.
Right.
That's a sitting senator saying, hell, you got these judges with lifetime appointments. They're ruling out of fear.
And that's where and that's why people keep, for my MAGA viewers, people keep wondering people wondering why they're saying he's going to be a dictator or whatever. That's one of the things that dictators have over their people, is everybody's fucking scared of them. And that's where it's looking like a lot of Republicans, when they go against Trump, you got people either threatening to primary him, or they're getting death threats, or they have to resign. I mean, they don't come across as if they feel like they're free to do what they want to do within their power. They're doing what Trump wants to do. Otherwise, they all feel like they face retribution. That's fear.
Yeah, I mean that. Well, I don't think it's it's a stretch for people to know that, like, Donald Trump likes to rule through fear. Like his whole career has been based off of you know what I'm saying, people being afraid. Even his apprentice, everybody was
but the founding fathers supposedly set us up where there was some kind of checks and balances. So one executive, judicial, and one branch would not get out of, would not be too powerful. And we've gotten to the point now where it looks like the executive, or better yet, the legislative and judicial branches are afraid of the executive branch.
Well, all of them are afraid of the not the executive branch, but the top executive.
They're afraid of him. They're afraid of him.
The one person, and that's what I said. It's like the Wizard of Oz. Like we pulled the veil off of. Actually, a lot of that stuff, even though it was written, it was written into the Constitution and everything for that to be the checks and balances. We know now that was all done on the honor system. It was all done on people believing that what was written somehow had some enforcement behind it. But now that we know that even the Supreme Court, if they told him to do something, he could just say fuck off, because he has the only enforcement mechanism, which is the federal marshals. And if he tell them to go sit down somewhere, what meat and potatoes does the Supreme Court have behind it? Nothing.
Yeah, I'll give you, and by the way, my MAGA audience is killing me. They tell me we must have went to public school. We don't know what we're talking about. I'll say this. Here's a perfect example. Right now, you and I are talking on TikTok. Congress voted to get rid of TikTok. Trump said, fuck Congress, TikTok is staying around. Perfect example of Trump literally breaking the law. I mean, he's going against an active Congress. Now, I'm happy TikTok is still here. We can have our conversation. But fact is, Congress told him TikTok was supposed to go away. He's the one that started it, was a threat to this country or whatever. Congress voted to get rid of TikTok, and Trump just popped up and said, no, we're going to keep it. So he literally just stepped over the legislative branch and did whatever the hell he wanted. That's not fear-mongering. That actually happened.
He just gone 90 days to death. If they were so damn, if it was such a security risk for this country, but you keep saying every 90 days, while you still going back and forth with these people who supposedly have this security advantage over America, and ain't nobody in Congress, the same people that passed the law that they had to get rid of it, ain't not one of them said a damn word.
Yep. So to me, look, it's I understand if you lean right, you want to say that the Democrats are everything from TDS to they're delusional, but if you want to deny that folks on the right are scared of Trump, to me, I think the delusion's on the other side. It's pretty clear. I mean, you think this guy is perfect? That nobody's complaining about anything? I mean, it's pretty clear that they're afraid of this guy. Certainly when you got judges that rule against him and he just go ahead and keep doing what he was doing because he don't even fear any type of enforcement. It's a good position to be in, but can you imagine America 3.5 years from now?
I've told you this a couple of times, and I still believe it. I don't think we're gonna make it. I don't think he's gonna make it another 3.5 years, just because of the amount of stuff that's going on, going into what it appears to be happening, going into the midterms. Something big is going to happen. Like if he tries to stop the midterms, or if he sees that they're getting ready to lose his majority in the House and the Senate, he's going to do something drastic. That's just in his nature.
So you don't see, if the people decide they want to put the Democrats back in power during the midterms, you believe that Trump will try to do something to stop that's outside of what he legally can do?
I believe he's starting the process now. I think DC is just like the test sample of what he could do by federalizing the cities. And I think he's gaining a lot of knowledge just seeing what works and what doesn't work by using DC as a test case.
Frightening shit. All right, then, Kyle, you scared me enough for the day. I got to move on, man. But you're still adamant you would never leave America, right?
That's the answer.
Wow. I know I got a few people I know I talked to on social media that have already left. I mean, I know a few people that have moved out of the country already.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at different places, and I still have more research to do as far as like extradition and all that kind of stuff. Which it's just hard for me to believe I even have to even think that way, because basically for me it would be more for my family, because I'm a military man. I'm a fighter, man. If this country gonna go down, I'm gonna go down fighting in it. But I also don't want, I don't want my family to be like caught up in the shit that's gonna happen, that I believe is gonna happen.
Wow.
But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Hopefully we can keep talking until then. Keep the back channels open. Cal, appreciate it.
All right.
All right. Moving on with the program. Oh, wow. That's, and my MAGA audience totally disagrees with all this shit. You guys are on some bullshit, propaganda, liberal lies. You're watching too much. This is what you generally hear. Look, I'm giving you my take on it. I appreciate the right's take on it as well. I don't block, ban, or censor. So if you disagree, you can state that in the comments. I read comments from folks that disagree, but I just believe strongly that if you had a liberal president in there doing the same things Trump is doing, all of the defenses that the right is making for Trump would dry up. I just cannot imagine the right being okay with what is happening in Texas. And I know the liberals have gerrymandered cities, but doing it twice in 4 years, that's different. That's different. I don't think the right would be okay with that if a liberal did it. I think you're making up reasons for why it's great for Trump, and I don't think you would be okay with another person doing it from the other side. So, but continuing on, I just don't see it. That's just my opinion. I've been, doing this for a while, watching Fox 20 some odd years. It's amazing how much shit I've seen on Fox over the last few years that they're defending from Trump when they were criticizing it coming from the left. It's amazing at how much stuff they seem to be okay with now that they were adamantly against. All of a sudden, Trump is doing it. And by the way, when I mentioned people being afraid of Trump, media outlets are another one. Fox News, they know. I mean, Tucker Carlson was caught on when he was at Fox. He was caught on recording saying that Trump could destroy any of us easily. They're scared of him too. The right-wing networks are scared of him as well. They know if they say he lost the election or something like that, he can come and shut them down. If Trump says that, Fox News is bullshit, stop watching them, they're going to lose tons of viewers overnight. Happened to Joe Rogan. The minute he started criticizing Trump, he lost tons of viewers. There's fear every damn where. I mean, he's scaring people. There's no denying that. Redistricting is well within Texas and Trump's right to do. That's true. That's 100% true. They do have the right and the ability to redistrict. I didn't say they didn't have the right to do it. I'm simply saying that if the left did something like that, the right wouldn't agree with it. They would say they were cheating. Yeah, you got the right to do it. There's a lot of things you have the right to do. Just because you have the right to do something don't always mean you can. And I'll tell you the strongest reason why I say that. If Texas can do it, what's stopping every other state from doing it? Do you really want to live in a country where people can just, politicians can just redistrict at will? Not every 10 years like the liberals and Democrats, the liberals and Republicans have been doing. Just whenever they want to, like Trump is doing. Do you really want the country to be like that? Because Texas ain't the only one that can do it. You want every other state, whoever is president can just make a phone call and just tell states to just redistrict? You think that's a good situation to be in? As you say, because they can do it, because they have a right to do it. Then what good is listen, when we had an election, the primary complaint from Trump, and then of course MAGA later on, was that the election was rigged. The whole thing is rigged. That's what Trump said coming down the Golden Escalator in 2015. If you live in Austin, Texas right now, where he just made a phone call and they're going to rig your city, which is a progressive city, to now be Republican, and your vote is not going to tell me how what he's doing right now is not rigging the election. If you live in those areas in Texas now, where they can tell you ahead of time that they're about to give 5 new seats, he can tell you the outcome of that election before the election even happens. So your vote is useless if you're in those areas. How is that not rigging the election? This is what I'm talking about, where Some folks have been criticizing shit until Trump does it and they're suddenly in favor of it. The right had a major problem against rigged elections. Now all of a sudden that Trump is rigging the election in their favor, they seem to be, well, you know, he actually has the right to do it. He can do it. I thought you didn't like rigged elections. I mean, he's telling you ahead of time that I'm going to get 5 seats and your seat is about to turn red. Doesn't matter how many people in this area vote blue. You're about to go red. How can you know that before the election even takes place? Tell me that ain't rigging. But you don't want to call it rigging because you support the guy that's rigging it. If you're against rigged elections, you should be against that. And I can tell you for a fact, if somebody comes along and does it in some other state in favor of the opposition, you're not going to like that. So that's why I say he has 100% the right to do what he's doing. But this is a clear-cut example of just because you have the right to do something don't mean you should do it. Because what good would voting be in this country if everybody just starts rigging all over the place? There's a whole lot of areas where they got the right to do what's going on in Texas. I mean, you could end up having half of the voting public votes don't matter. Just start rigging every damn where. I don't see why people are favoring that. If it's rigged, then what did Biden do? Then what? I don't know where Biden is coming into this. I'm not aware of Biden just picking up the phone and saying I want 5 additional seats in the state. I'm not aware that he did that. I'm not aware. In fact, okay, because Texas gerrymandered their seats in 2021 and they're about to do it again in 2025. Is there any liberal state that gerrymandered twice in 4 years or 5 years? Any? Has it ever happened before? Because you often hear that where the Democrats do the same thing. I don't know if the Democrats have gerrymandered twice in 5 years. Is there any area at all in the country where that's actually happened? I think Texas is kind of unique to doing that. But Texas has shown you can do it. The rest of the states are just trying to be somewhat fair and not do it. But Texas has shown you don't really have to. Gerrymander in 4 years, gerrymander in 2 years, do it every year. I mean, he's shown you got the right to do it. Like I said, I don't believe people are going to be okay with that in the future. They're just okay with it right now because it's working in their favor. Gangsta Grandma. Good evening. Gangsta.
Are you fucking serious? Are you?
What did I do?
Oh my! You gonna get your black card taken? I shit you not.
My heart is black.
Because you gonna let a white man, a punk ass, uncooked, mayonnaise looking bitch, to call you colored, and you didn't say shit. But what the fuck?
I'm not even.
Hell no. And then you have what's his name that just joined? Well, just talk. No, honey. No. You got to both of your ass no pansies. Get some kahunas.
Let me be candid with you. I don't even remember that conversation with somebody. I don't even know who it is. I don't remember it.
I bet you don't remember it with your white ass.
Well, I gotta be white. I got half a mag on here right now.
That's why the maggots come for you. That's why they disrespect you. They can call you colored. Let me tell you, all you little maggots. You ever call me colored? Honey, I'm not my ancestor. I will come for your ass. I will come for your ass. I'm not like him. I will come for that ass. I promise you. I'll put you on a t-shirt or give you $1.50 that you never forget. How about that?
Did you just say $1.50?
I'll give them $1.50 they'll never forget on their throat. Fuck around and find out.
Okay, wait a minute, Gangsta Grandma. Let's not get off the...
No. That's disrespectful. How dare you let a white trailer trash punk ass? That's why you see? You see why I come for their ass? You see why I come for their ass? The disrespectful little ass come for me. I wish you would come for me. I wish you would. And I'm taking off of TikTok. I'll take it straight the fuck off of TikTok. And I am about that life.
But like I said, Gangsta Grandma, I don't remember this. So
I know you don't remember nothing. I know, Tim, you don't remember nothing. I know. Your black card's gonna be taken. I'll take it off of TikTok. I shit you not. I'll put you on a t-shirt and give you $1.50 around your throat.
Why?
I don't play these games. See, you allow them to disrespect you and shit. Not me. Bring it. I'm not my ancestor. No. We got our shit now. No.
Well, it's not about allowing people to disrespect me. I believe in uncensored speech. So sometimes
No. See, that's consequences. There's consequences. You can have whatever freedom of speech, but you won't have your consequences. And stand up, get some kahunas, and get your black card back. I wish it would. I wish they would tell me. I promise you, I'll take it off of TikTok.
Let me ask you.
I'm not like you. I will never let a white man ever disrespect me.
Hold on. Let me ask you. Well, some are arguing that you disrespect me all the time. Wait, hold on. Is color really that insulting?
Do you understand you know what that means?
No.
That's back in slavery. The N-word, slavery, the color. They put us. They wouldn't even serve us, and they use us as color. Come on now, you ain't that damn fucking special.
I know colored is not a compliment, but I don't see it as bad as the N-word.
Oh hell, your black card just got taken. I shit you not. Your black card. Can I just go bleach your ass? You want to bleach? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm learning.
What is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? That's why they come on your life. That's why they treat you like this. Because you allow them to disrespect. Let me be your co-host. Because I guarantee you that disrespect won't happen. Because I ring the little chicken necks.
Well, I got
That's why I call him salmonella. That's why I say the uncooked protein. That's why I disrespect them.
Well, it's not about disrespecting. I see in the comments, Jermaine says the Republicans and MAGA are going so far to the right that it's making a pathway for a progressive 2028. That's a good point, because they said we went so far to the left, that's where Trump came. If Trump goes to the right, the same thing could happen.
This is why he got elected. There's all the true triple Ks, the Proud Boy, and then you have a Proud Boy, that fat fuck, on your live saying, I want to take you to the barbecue. And then the same mofos that just called you colored. And if that little asshole that's in here, if he's in here now, call me colored. And let's see what happens. I'm not like him.
I don't remember who this person is.
I know you don't remember nothing, do you, Timmy? No, girly pop, you don't remember nothing. You don't remember nothing.
I want to remember who it was. I don't remember, though.
See, I couldn't go off on you yesterday because I was borrowing my card.
Did you get the Porsche? Did you get it?
I couldn't go off on you because I had white tee people everywhere, and they had my damn card, and I was going to get my card, so I couldn't go bipolar and go off on your black ass. But now,
oh my God, how could you complain about them calling me colored when you yelling black ass?
Because I can't, because I'm black. What you talking about, Willis? And you know what? And if you allow a white man a card, you colored. Why could you be a black ass? And I'm taking your card. So you ain't black anyways, you white ass. How about that?
How do I lose my card in this?
Because you allowed them to disrespect you like that. You didn't even call them. Boy, Lord, I had to roll up 6 months. I would say, what the fuck you just called me? I would just call them the fuck out. What the fuck up? What did you just call me?
What about having a cordial conversation in
No, bitch. What? Someone just called you colored, and you want to cordial conversation? What? No, bitch, I'm going to go to the phone and cut you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, first of all, you talking about using violence over words.
Oh, yeah, yep. I'm not like you, honey. I'm not a nice Democrat. I'm not nice. What is this? Go like Michelle Obama said, go high? No, bitch, I'm going to the pits of hell, and I'm dragging you with me, and I might put you on a t-shirt going down. You feel what I'm saying? No, honey, no. I give them the same energy. That's what's wrong with you nice ass idiots. You allow them, like the other card. Well, you just gotta talk to them, and it's a generational thing. No. Go straight ham on their ass. Because see, that's why they disrespect.
So how do we ever come together as a nation with folks suggesting?
We're not gonna ever come together because you have a fucked up white White House that thinks that, white tea people is superior and every damn thing else, but that they conquered this place, thinking that, they stole this place from the natives, they stole this place from the Mexicans, and they did everything, and you think we were going to be, no.
You believe that the Trump White House believes that white people are superior?
Well, duh. And you know what's fucked up about the white tea people that voted for him, the poor ass ones, the ones that live in the trailer park that depend on food stamps, they vote against their own interests because of hate. And then they called you colored. And usually and they're supposed to be your best friends, huh? Your beloved maggots, huh? Oh, I love me some beloved maggots.
I like talking to, okay,
I want to take you to the barbecue and everything else. You're always welcome when they call you colored. Ain't that about it?
That's one person, gangster. One person.
It's them. That's them.
So,
Tim?
So you're gonna...
Tim?
You're gonna. Okay, wait a minute.
It's them.
When I say I'm MAGA friendly, yes, I hold up the MAGA.
No. You said my beloved maggots.
Why they gotta be maggots?
Can I get some Raid? Can I get some bleach or pour it on their asses? Because they stink. They don't go away. They bug. They maggots.
Is there any chance at all that you could ever have a decent, cordial relationship with somebody that voted for Trump?
Nope. You voted against me. Nope. Because you are a racist piece of shit. Why would I want that? Why would I want a racist in around me? I would go to prison just to have it around me because I don't call me colored. Shit, you know. That was calm. Somebody did it. I wish somebody would call me colored. I wish they would. I promise you. I would. Come on, you little punk ass. I call you. Come to me. I'll get you off of TikTok. It's very easy to find you guys. See, it's very easy to find.
Well, first of all, I will say that I don't. Not only do I not remember this person, whoever they were that said it, I don't remember the conversation being as disrespectful as you folks are making it sound.
It was very disrespectful. You know what? Let me tell you something. And I wanted to go off on you yesterday. I really did. Okay, but I needed to get my card. Okay, I promise you. I wanted to go off on you. I wanted to choke the holy shit out you. You was gonna get choked the hell out yesterday. And I promise you. If I was right there with you and I heard that, I'll pop upside your fucking coconut head.
God damn. Now, hold on, real quick, Gangsta Grandma. Real quick in the comments, somebody says, "Can a Democrat explain why they are Democrat without mentioning Trump? Minimum wage increase, pro-choice." Oh shit.
Well, pro-choice. We want.
I mean, the policies. I just say this.
We want people to have living wages. Somebody who signed up making it $7.50. So why can't they make $16, $17? Or where the hell you guys want to make it? You feel what I'm saying? But no, you little maggots want everybody to be dirt poor and still let them kiss your ass. You stupid.
You think MAGA wants people to be poor?
Yeah, and they want to be poor too because they like to drink the protein. They like the uncooked protein. At least me, when I drink my protein, it's chocolate. And I know I won't get no salmonella. I won't get no listeria. You feel what I'm saying? I get good protein when I drink my shit. I know where it's coming from. I don't know where that shit comes from. Listeria, salmonella, the clap, gonorrhea. Golly, fuck is that?
Oh my gosh, I'm assuming.
I love me some chocolate. Hell, at least don't melt in your fucking hands, unlike they shit asses.
I'm assuming you.
But you don't ever let a white man ever do that shit. Tim, I shit you not. I will shit you not. I will come through that fucking phone, and I will find that little motherfucker. Watch it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we don't.
See, I have bigger balls than you, and I got coochie.
Okay. Look, I don't know what I did that was so wrong. Like I said, I didn't hear it.
Because he just said it out loud, just like this roll right off his fucking tongue. You colored people. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You got me wanting to go back through because all my lives are on YouTube. I'm gonna have to go on YouTube and by the way, for you folks who like this type of wild ass shit, feel free to sub.
The other little homie before the other dude, she said, I was surprised that grandma wouldn't come up. I was waiting, but I couldn't do it yesterday. I promise you. Because when I heard that, I want to come back online, but you don't ever send me back online again.
I see Lewis in the comments said he said it twice.
He said it twice. Now come and say it to me, you punk ass twit. Because I know you're listening, you coward ass, fucking uncooked Simpson. Oh, good. And that's why I call them saltines. You fucking damn. Ugh. Come to me and talk to me like that. And I bet you won't say it again.
Right. Well, next time you guys in the audience, if it slips, let me know. Let me point it out.
Can you hear it?
I don't. Maybe I was typing or looking down or something.
Well, I wasn't high yesterday. Actually, I really was. Yes, I was. I was getting my favorite car. Yes, I was. I was high as shit, and I'm driving in it now. Oh yeah. By the way, with your ugly asses, don't ever think a black woman could get a car without a man. Yes, we could.
I do remember somebody saying that you can't buy a car.
Oh, you got a man for that. No, bitch. My money. Cha-ching. Did that, okay?
But I did, and I addressed that, and I did address that.
Yeah, you better have, because I would choke the shit out you, too.
Why you always be choking?
Because I like to be choked. But anyways, yeah, you don't like it because you don't like, because you know what? You allow these motherfuckers to come for you, Tim. You don't ever let a white teen man ever disrespect you like that. And I'm coming from my heart. Don't ever let that shit happen. Because if they do it, they're going to keep on doing it and keep on doing it and keep on doing it. That's why I hate them with a fucking passion. I said it, maggot.
You use the H word. You really have that much of an issue with MAGA.
H, yeah. I'll put them on a t-shirt, or I'll give them $1.50 that they will never forget. And let their mamas go beg and put you in the ground. You think I won't? You see, I'm not a nice. I gotta tell you, I'm not a nice dim or a liberal, whatever the fuck you want to call it, bluey. I'm not nice. I'm not. I can't be Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama is a beautiful black woman, but she said, "Go." No, I cannot. No, because if we do that, they're gonna walk all over us. They think we're pieces of shit as it is. Trump thinks that black and brown people are pieces of shit. They think we're criminals and stuff.
Whoa! You said that Trump thinks that black and brown people are pieces of shit. Based on what? What has he ever said to make you say something like that?
What the fuck? Your black card going to take it for 18 fucking years until you die. What? Are you really serious, Tim?
I'm just asking a question.
He thinks that Mexico is full of rapists and M-words. He says it. Africa is a shithole, and actually, Africa is very beautiful. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, they have their issues, but it's very actually beautiful, and they take care of the animals. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So unlike the United States, at least they tried. And let me tell you something. And that the way he's treating us, the way he's going after everybody that's black and brown, sending the military against his own people, against their own United States citizen. Where? In the black city. Now, there is allies out there protesting, and I'm not talking about them. So if you white tea people getting in your feelings, I don't give a fuck. I'm not talking about my allies. I'm talking about the maggots that we need raid for and bleach. Yep.
All right, gangster.
Now, let me tell you, Tim, I shit you not, Tim. I shit you not. I promise you. Let that shit happen again. Let that shit happen again. You cannot allow them to ever do that. Twice, Tim. Twice he did it. Twice. And you just kept on fucking talking. Just kept on. You got called a white tea asses out. And you know what? You can't even be nice about it, Tim. That's why they doing it to you. Because you're too fucking nice. You get some kahunas like me. Like I said, I got a coochie. And say, yo, the fuck up. Let's take 6 steps back.
I will be listening. I got to move it on, but...
You need to be listening.
I am. I'm listening.
Don't let them disrespect you like that again, Tim. I shit you not. Don't ever let them disrespect you like that. I'm telling you. And if you ever disrespect this man again, I'm coming for your ass. How about that? Because he don't have the balls, I do.
Gangsta Grandma, thank you. All right, moving on with the program. That was not easy. It never is. Wow. Let me just say this real quick. Gangsta Grandma is probably the most memorable. We got some folks, DJ Julio, Maga Reacts. I got a lot of folks on the program that are memorable, but nobody's more memorable than Gangsta Grandma. I get, even in my personal life, we having a conversation about this show, inevitably Gangsta Grandma comes up. If I'm out at work or something, people who know my show, they're talking about Gangsta Grandma. In the comments right now, my MAGA audience hates her, my liberal audience loves her. I didn't hear the comment. I'm just going to say that. I didn't hear the comment. For some reason, I lost my black card. I didn't know I had that. Hopefully, I'm able to retrieve that via Gangsta Grandma. But wow, and I see in the comments, Bobaga says she's just passionate. True. Shirt 14 says F MAGA, fuck MAGA. Although, Tim, I forgive you, colored boy. I see that now. Lewis, tap the screen, by the way, folks. 140. Can we make that happen? Tap the screen. By the way, folks, this is an uncensored program, which is probably why Colored got through. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. And as she was stating, I am MAGA friendly. I do speak to MAGA all over social media. I believe in free speech. I don't block, ban, or censor anybody. So when we have MAGA on, MAGA's allowed to speak just like liberals are. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So I'm going to take the time out after taking that last beating to tell you folks that if you enjoy uncensored programming, you're in the right place. Do your boy a solid. Give me a follow if you happen to be watching on Clapper or TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the program. And you've seen behind me, I haven't said this since the live has been going, but you've seen behind me my little ticker that's recommending you follow me on Tim Liberals on Facebook. We're going to be going live on Facebook next. So for any of you that have a Facebook account, it would be really meaningful if you would go to Tim Liberals with an S. Tim Liberals, just like it sounds. Go to that Facebook account and just click follow. And we're going to be going live on Facebook. That's our next platform. So we'll be live on Instagram, Clapper, TikTok, YouTube, and soon Facebook. And when we're live, we're on all of these at the same time. Anyway, looking in the comments, somebody says racism. Racism what? Wait till January 2026. Maybe then they'll get it. What's going to happen on January 2026? That's right after the midterms. Johnny, because we are intelligent. Sorry, Tim, I'm not on Facebook. Okay, everybody ain't on Facebook. I don't need y'all to be on Facebook, but the ones who are, Tim Liberals, follow me. She sounds like a character from South Park, Timmy. Have you seen South Park lately? The president's turning into a real snowflake for that series. I think he's going to try to go after South Park. So they really hammering him real good, showing him with his little short dick out and everything. Has anybody seen the last couple episodes of South Park? That shit is funny as hell. People who tell you you're being too nice or shouldn't take that are usually the ones who are dishing out the most on others. Democrats passed an 8-hour work day law. Oh, real quick, and that was a comment somebody asked. I'll go back to the show momentarily. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 140,000. Let your thumbs and I'll be lazy. That was the question. Tell me why you're a Democrat without mentioning Trump. Oh my God. It's literally let me count the ways. If you lean right, you have reasons why you lean right. Protection of boys, girls sports, you're pro-police, you believe in small government. I don't know about that one under Trump, but you normally believe in there's a host of policies. Same thing applies to the left. Common sense gun laws, minimum wage increase, women should have a right to choose, freedom of religion. You don't want Christianity being shoved down people's throats, which is what the Trump administration is starting to do now. There's a million different ways to describe why you lean left without mentioning Trump. Whole bunch of stuff. Useless wars are mostly happening under the Republicans. All of that stuff. It's just a host of reasons. So that's very easy to do. Tuition loan forgiveness. We didn't get the George Floyd bill. You don't believe you might be in favor of TPS. You may be in favor of DACA and the Dreamers. All of that stuff. I could probably just come up with a quick dozen. Just thinking off the top of my head, and if I wrote them down, I could probably come up with near 100 of them. So a whole bunch of reasons to vote Democrat that have nothing to do with Trump. If you lean left, by the way. Thank you for that. Who sent that? Cat. Appreciate that. Popcorn, I've never seen it before. Thank you. Cat. South South Park, awesome freedom of life and speech is great. I don't think Trump's going to agree with that, though. You see what happened to Stephen Colbert, where he's celebrating that show's going off the air, and a lot of people believe he's behind the reason why. He's not going to admit it, but I definitely believe it myself. Continuing on, we're going to go over to Clapper, bring up the one and only MAGA Reacts. You would probably be the counter to my last guest, Gangsta Grandma. Better yet, MAGA Reacts, good evening.
Yeah, what funny irony. She's like, don't you dare let this other guy disrespect you, as she just braids you and disrespects you to your face.
Me and Gangsta Grandma.
You know me, I never bring up the names of these other guys, but she disrespects you, and I think that pissed me off more than anything. That's the only reason I ever mentioned her.
Yeah. I think me and Gangsta Grandma have a special relationship. That she's kind of like the drill sergeant that I tend to believe is only operating in my best interest, even though she's cussing me out and saying all kinds of things. I think she really has my best interest at heart. So I kind of take it with a grain of salt.
I don't know. You're more like the girlfriend in an abusive fucking relationship that, oh, he loves me while he's beating her up and shit.
Well, in the words of Cardi B, you gotta argue with a Negro because a Negro loves a toxic bitch. I don't know. By the way, your audio's going in and out. I don't know if you're moving back and forth, but
yeah, I am. My bad.
Okay, that's good. So what Tim? You got mommy issues? Somebody in the comments told me I have mommy issues. Let me ask you this way. In regards to the actual topic we're talking about. Is DC really as bad as Trump is saying? They're talking about sending 1,500 more National Guardsmen there. Is it really that bad there?
I mean, I'm not from DC, so I can't tell you, but I know from news and pop culture and just being American that DC's always had a long history of being full of crime and has crime issues. I mean, I remember Married with Children making fun of them back in the fucking 90s. They were going to DC and they got shot up and shit. So they've always had a long history of being, very dangerous place to be.
Yeah, but what about the notion that Trump stated earlier this year that crime in DC was going down?
I mean, he probably believed the stats at the time, but now that he actually lives there, his eyes are not aligning with the stats.
Yeah, but the stats show that there is a host of more violent cities in America than DC. I mean, there's probably 10 more cities at least that are more violent than DC. Why is he targeting DC?
I mean, it's the easiest because he lives there and he has to take care of it and has to make it look good because that's our capital of the whole country.
Yeah,
so
but
if you're gonna start anywhere, you start with the city that represents all of America.
Yeah, I can understand it, but why not fluff up their police force? Why would you? I mean, he's sending sand-colored Humvees and things are on the street, so it looks like Fallujah. Why would you send that to combat crime?
Because it's just more rhetoric than anything. Because these guys aren't even armed; they're just walking around, and that's it. It's just their presence that is going to combat crime.
Yeah, but will
they
it?
even have guns.
Yeah, but in regards to them not being armed, I want you to hear this report.
Virginia's governor said he was sending up to 400 National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. at President Trump's request. They'll join soldiers already deployed with D.C. police on the streets of the district. The troops may be armed. That's a major shift that comes after the president deployed them to, quote, take back the Capitol, even as local authorities report crime falling in the area.
So
West Virginia's...
They're now admitting that these people may end up being armed.
I hate when they were using words like that. When we know for sure, when we can see it on video, then we'll talk about it.
Well, it's come. Wait.
Maybe that they're using the word maybe so much. I don't believe anything they fucking say if they add the word maybe.
But I believe it's coming from the Trump administration, where they're being questioned on whether or not these people are going to be armed. I believe it's the Trump administration that's telling people we may have them armed. That's where they're getting it from. They're not just making it up out of thin air. The Trump administration is being flaky on whether they're going to be armed or not.
They're trying to scare the criminals. Of course they're going to say something like that.
You think
Are you
that
gonna tell the criminals they're unarmed?
what?
Or are you gonna tell them to move your arms, and if you're gonna commit a crime, you're gonna get shot?
Well, I mean, what are we going to end up having? Guys in camouflage running down the street chasing carjackers and stuff? You're running from the cops. All of a sudden, there's a Humvee in your rearview mirror.
I doubt it. I think their presence alone is working. He's gonna scare people into thinking DC is a lot safer than it is. Because a lot of this shit is people's mindset more than the actual security of the place. If you think the place is safe and you think you're gonna get in trouble for committing crime there, you won't commit crime there.
Okay, real quick, your audio's going all over the place. I don't know if you're moving, but your audio's going all over the place. Yeah. Okay, but
Let me see if I can put a headset on.
huh?
I'll put a headset on, but go ahead.
Yeah, because your audio's going out. I mean, but the way you're making it sound, let me ask it to you this way. If you were going on tour, let's say, or you're going to, as a tourist, you're going to visit a city, would you feel safer, no change at all, or maybe concerned if you go to a city and there's just military everywhere? Would that make you more likely to want to go to that city if you go there and there's armed, potentially armed military and Humvees and stuff like that all over the street? That make you want to go there to go on to tour and stuff like that?
In America, I would feel safer. Anywhere else, I wouldn't feel that safe.
Why would you feel safer in America when there's no example of that in America?
What do you mean?
Think about the places we normally go to visit and tour. I mean, how many cities throughout your lifetime have you went to and there was all kinds of military people hanging around? We have no real world examples of that ever happening.
I guess. I don't know. Like I said in the beginning, I don't have a lot of experience in this situation. I'm just doing my best to answer your questions. So, I don't know. I just know I could trust American soldiers not to use their power way more than, Israeli or anybody else, for example.
Well,
you don't have to worry about them, going after you for no reason, unlike other soldiers of other countries.
Do you trust American police like that too?
American police is different from American soldiers.
So do you trust American soldiers more than American police?
Yes.
I understand where you're coming from. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think propaganda in actually learning the truth has a lot to do with it, because our soldiers do not generally operate in this country. They operate overseas. So we're able to quiet down a lot of bad reports about soldiers, whereas the police are doing it here on U.S. soil and people can film it. My guess is there's a lot of bad soldiers out there, if I had to guess. But because they're doing it in some foreign country where there's either no cameras, the story does not get back to America, or Americans don't care anyway. I mean, if you're over in Iraq abusing people in Fallujah, huh?
This is the National Guard, though.
You're still way down. Audio. Your audio still.
This is the National Guard, so they don't really operate overseas.
Well, it's the National Guard for now. I mean, we don't know where he's going with this. I mean, how often do the National Guard even find themselves in a position where they're using guns and carrying firearms around? They usually are operating when it comes to national disasters and stuff like that. How often are they put in a predicament where they actually are in a position where they may have to shoot people?
I don't know, but I know they train with guns like everybody else.
Yeah, they do.
Also, they operate in DC more than anywhere else because DC relies on them more than anywhere else. Because, DC doesn't have as many layers of cops. They don't have state police. They don't have a lot of police that other states do. So they rely on National Guard a lot. I mean, they were using them for traffic on January 6th before everything went to hell.
You said that DC doesn't have a lot of layers of cops.
Yeah, like here in Florida, you have local layer. Here in Florida, you have city cops, you have county cops, county sheriffs, you got state cops, you got highway patrol, you got FDLE, you got the feds, you got 20 layers of cops. And DC is just, city cops and the feds and Capitol Police and the National Guard. Again, I'm just, from what I know. and I don't know much, so I'm doing my best to answer your questions.
All right.
I really want to talk about the other issue. Like, you guys have messed up like the English language so much that it's okay to say people of color, but it's not okay to say colored people. How does that make any sense?
Well, first of all, when you say we guys have messed up the English language, understand most of these names came from way of white people. I hear people all the time saying, stop calling yourself African American, you're an American. And I tell them, you do realize we didn't create that term. We didn't create colored. We didn't create people of color. We didn't create African American. These are all terms the white people were calling us. Negro, the N-word, you name it. We didn't create any of these names.
Well, right now it's the Democrat or the leftists that do it. They like to label, and this is their plan to divide us. They fucking, it's divide and conquer. They'll label you something, and they'll tell you how you're being oppressed by some other label and turn you against the other label.
You voted for a guy. You're telling me the Democrats like to label, and you voted for a guy who's calling sitting senators Pocahontas, crazy, nervous, sleepy, and you're talking about the Democrats like to label.
That's not like an identity. That's just him making fun of her. Like, he's not called, like, you know the difference. Like,
no, I don't. I mean, it's a label.
He doesn't really distinguish unless he's trying to pander to someone. But the left always likes to distinguish. Oh, you're a Native American, you're Black American, you're Spanish, you're Latin, and then, divide you against you. Like the election, after we found out that Spanish men, and it's even down to like Latin men versus Latin women, Black men versus Black women. I mean, this is what we talk about all day long.
Yeah, but I still think you're getting it wrong by suggesting the left likes to label. Who called Nikki Haley Nimrata and started talking about Kamala Harris was Jamaican, and I mean your side does all of the labels you're talking about. They were trying to say Obama was a Kenyan. They called Michelle Michael. I mean, your side does a hell of a lot of labeling for you to only see it on the Democrats.
Those are names. Those are not like labels. They're not saying you're part of Group A, so you must hate Group P, or Group B hates you because you this and that.
When they called,
Obama initially said, "We're all Americans. There's no white, black, or whatever. We're all Americans, and that's how it should be." But the more we divide ourselves, the more we're fucking turning on each other.
I don't get what you're saying, because they were calling Nikki Haley Jamaican and Indian. That's a label.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. She's American. She's American, you're American, I'm American.
Okay, so your side labels people too then.
I'm not saying my side is innocent.
Okay.
But I'm saying the left does it more because they use it as a good thing at first, and then they use it to turn you against. In the last election, they turned you against Latin men because they voted for Trump. So they're the new enemy.
I don't know if I agree with you. You said the left does it more, but then when I bring up Pocahontas and all that kind of stuff, to me, calling somebody Pocahontas and some of them really insulting names, I don't see how that's any less awful than anything we're talking about. That's awful to call a sitting senator Pocahontas or sleepy or nervous. I mean, he's doing all of that.
I think I figured it out. In a case of Pocahontas, what's her name doesn't think she's actually Pocahontas. You actually identify as a black man. Somebody else will identify as a Latin woman, and now she hates the Latin men because they all voted for Trump. So these are identities that people adopt versus names that you're called and you're mostly going to ignore. You're not gonna
right, they're ignoring, because they're ignoring that stuff because that stuff is even worse. I mean, calling a woman Pocahontas is far worse. That's why they're ignoring it.
Name calling is never going to divide us, but when you tell someone their identity A and identity B hates them, that's going to actually divide us.
So you think Let's Go Brandon was never going to divide us? Saying fuck President Biden was never going to divide us?
I mean, no. It actually unites us, and whenever we're mad at Biden, we just say, "Let's go, Brandon." It's a fucking joke.
What is your definition of unity? You're telling me if you say "fuck the current president," it brings you together?
I mean, the satire does. Trying to make fun of how much Biden sucked is fun.
So when they say "fuck Trump," or they say Trump is a pedophile, that actually brings you together.
Yeah, because a lot of us watch South Park episode of last, the one that just came out.
Your audio's getting worse. Yeah, your audio's getting worse and worse. I'm gonna have to drop. Your audio's getting worse. It almost sounds like your battery or something is going down. Your audio's getting worse and worse.
I don't know. It's the same phone I always use and the same way I always use it. I don't know why it's acting up.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's getting lower and tinny and things like that. So I'll go ahead and drop you, but you're always welcome back, MAGA Reacts. Appreciate it. I disagree with what you're saying, but you know how it works. All right, moving on with the program. I don't know. He's right. Normally it comes through loud and clear. I don't know why it was continuing to get worse like that. Looking in the comments, his message is bullshit, which is why you can't hear him. Yeah, I disagree with his message totally. I mean, the idea that the Democrats are the ones that make up labels and the Republicans don't. I mean, because, well, the Republicans don't make up as many labels in his opinion is because he's referring to the labels as something else. He's calling, I mean, but Trump is probably the master at making up labels. I mean, man, my God, how many people has he came up with a nickname for? I think he had Christie as Sloppy, Ron DeSanctimonious, even his own people, Ron DeSanctimonious, Lion Ted Cruz. Who else was on that side he was criticizing? And then, of course, the liberals, everything from Crooked Hillary, Nervous Nancy, Sleepy Joe, Crazy Bernie, Pocahontas. I mean, like, my God, how many... You just... Lil Marco, yeah, that's another one. Lil Marco, I mean, he had names for everybody. Like, literally names for everybody. That's labeling. Call it what you want. It's a label. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. That is true. He has on his knee because he didn't know. I don't know what you mean about that. Unity is everyone something meeting on common ground, not the left wing ruling all. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything unifying by saying, fuck Joe Biden or let's go Brandon or calling Trump a pedophile. That is not unifying. That is divisive. Yeah, unify the side that hate him, and it'll make the other side come out of the woodwork that love him. Yeah, that's not unifying. Your last guest reminds me of diarrhea. Damn, he just wouldn't stop. Says bullshit just wouldn't stop. Oh my God. Tim, I was talking identity politics, something left invented. You said labels. I'm going to stick with that. I mean, you can, listen, what you're trying to do is come up with some kind of way to differentiate the labels that Trump is using versus the liberals. He's using labels. You're just trying to put them in some crazy ass separate category. If you're going to say that liberals label people, Trump labels people. You're just trying to label Trump's label something else. They're labeling people. I mean, it's plain and simple. He's labeling people. He's not calling them by their name. He's calling them things he's labeling. Is it winning if there are no judges to determine what's a point or not? Yes, it's still winning. It's winning ugly. I don't favor it. It's not winning traditionally, but that's exactly what's happening. As Trump is winning, I mean, like it's like being in a race and you pull out a gun and shoot all the competitors, and then you just walk across the finish line and say, I won. Yeah, you didn't win the traditional way. You didn't prove you could win by running faster than everybody. You just killed off all the other runners. But technically, you crossed the finish line first, so it's winning. And that's the way Trump is winning. Is that he's winning by kind of changing the rules in a kill the competition type fashion. He's not winning the traditional way. Certainly, what he's doing with Texas and gerrymandering, that ain't winning traditional. There's no way that's killing the competition. When you take Austin, which is a progressive city, and force them to be a red city, even though they all vote left, that's not winning by traditional means. That's literally shooting the competitors. That's what he's doing. Dude was mad. I'm not American, so I don't 100% get left and right, but even I know it was bullshit. I see that in the comments there. This is Huff Princess on Clapper. Let me go back to tap the screen, by the way. Get your boy on up to 140, if we will. Tim say Pocahontas again. There you go. That was a sweet scholarship. Wait, is you an American or a liberal? I don't know what to do with that. That goes back to Trump hates America. Trump hates all Democrats. Oddly enough, I had a viewer try to suggest that Trump never said he hates all Democrats until we played the clip actually showing him say that. That's not insulting. He's bringing up the point that she said she claimed to be Indian and she's not. Nah, you're not gonna get away with that. You're not gonna get away with that. What was her name? What is the girl? Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren lied on a law school application claiming that she had Indian heritage in 1986. There's no fucking way you're gonna be calling her Pocahontas in 2025. Almost 40 years later. Well, it's not that bad. She lied. That's 40 fucking years ago. Really? No. At that point, it becomes labeling this an insult. Like, goddamn, I mean, she did it 40 years ago. You still using it against her? Yet when you talk about issues that concern the black community, well, y'all need to get over that. That was 40 years ago that she did that. You still using it? Well, if you're going to use that, then all the other stuff can come up. She lied on the law application back in 1986, and you're trying to use that as justification for why he's calling her Pocahontas in 2025. Not to mention, claiming that you're Native American has nothing to do with the name Pocahontas. Just say she lied. Now you're pissing off the Native Americans, which I think we all know at this point Trump don't give a shit about. But the Native Americans have came out and said they don't like him doing that. Her lying on the law application doesn't mean Pocahontas is the name you should call her. This is the most embarrassing thing I've seen today. Trump slobbers. I suppose you've never been to a Trump rally. There's plenty of slobbers there too. The Find Trump University educational display. It was a fraud, Tim. She is DEI. You know something, Draco? I don't know what DEI is to Trump supporters other than you're a Democrat. Because I don't see anything on Pete Hegseth's resume to suggest he is a qualified. And then, of course, he got caught using Signal app and shit. Like, Pete Hegseth would be DEI if he was liberal. The only thing stopping Pete Hegseth from being called DEI is he leans right. He's MAGA. He's DEI. And there's been a host of people that's been on Trump's administration that are DEI. So I don't know. I think people got their own opinion of what DEI is. As long as you're liberal, I mean, Trump could put me on his administration tomorrow doing anything he wanted me to do, and all of it, the right would not call me DEI. But if a liberal does it, then that's different. It's just whatever kind of DEI is kind of like whatever Trump wants. Y'all betas are soft as marshmallows, says Big Boss. Love my brothers, but we gotta look to each other as Americans, not left, right, black, or white. That's not going to happen under divisive leadership. If you want America to come together, unity starts at the top. You're not going to unify under divisive leadership. It's just, you're not going to have a unified military with a divisive general. I mean, we are running under a divisive government. We're not going to unify under that. If you're clapping and cheering when Trump is saying Pocahontas and all that shit, you pretty certain you know the purpose of doing that is to piss off the other side. I like drinking liberal tears. What do you think? They're going to unify with you while you're making fun of them? Of course not. And the same thing goes vice versa. So we're never going to be unified when the goal is division. If you're saying I want mean tweets and $2 gas, you're basically saying I want him to attack the other side. That's not unity. You're never going to get unity when you're doing that. And it was crazy. What I don't understand, which to me makes people look like they are just insane, is that you're okay or even favorable to Trump calling folks names and mean tweets, and then go, well, I don't know why they got TDS. He's just a great president trying to do everything right by America. He ain't messing with nobody, and the liberals just got TDS. I don't know why they saying stuff about him. He ain't trying to say nothing. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. You see the guys attacking people. Of course they got TDS. That's the goal. Well, he's just trolling. Well, there's a consequence to trolling people. I mean, in my opinion, the goal of President Trump is to make the other side hate him. If you wanted people to hate you, you would do exactly what Trump is doing. That's what you would do. I'm going to say everything awful about them. I'm going to send out mean tweets and memes and shit. I'm going to always say bad shit about them. Okay, then they're going to have TDS. That's what you wanted, right? Looking in the comments, Sean B, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that, Sean. Was a DC resident up until last September. So you lived in DC up until last September for 44 plus years. DC is not a war zone. Trump and his administration are lying so they can terrorize minorities and continue to distract from the Epstein files. Wow. It's coming from an actual Washington, D.C. resident. Now, there are some residents that are saying they favor what Trump is doing to lower crime. I'm okay with lowering crime. I just don't, a bunch of Humvees on the street just don't seem to mean it to me. To me, I see it more as intimidation, which maybe that could lower crime too. I don't know. But where you lose me is it's pretty obvious that it don't matter how much crime you have in your city. As long as your governor's Republican, you're never going to see the National Guard. Doesn't matter what happens there. As long as you got a Republican governor, the National Guard's never coming to your state. So from that point, it's not, to me, you don't get credibility from that point. If you want to reduce crime in American cities and you're gung-ho about doing it, yeah, some of the people are not going to like it, but it could be a good thing. But if you're doing it based on partisan politics, at that point, you have no credibility. And that's what Trump is doing. If you got a Republican governor, the National Guard's never going to come to your city or your state, no matter how bad your crime rate is. So the goal is not to reduce crime. The goal is to stick it to the liberals. The goal is to create more liberal tiers. What did I just say? The goal is to make people hate them. I'm going to go send the Guard to their cities to fuck with them. The goal is to make people hate them. That's why he sent the National Guard to Los Angeles. If that same protest was taking place in Birmingham, he would not have gotten involved. The whole goal is to stick it to the liberals constantly to piss them off. That's the goal of it. As long as you got a Republican governor, you don't have to worry about Trump doing any of that stuff. And it really does not matter what your condition of your town is like. You got a Republican governor, you're safe. Peace, bro, by the way. Appreciate you coming in. Why are you, somebody asked me, am I crying? No, Scotland, what it says, Scotland is coming and you better watch out. Who the hell Scotland? Tim, I didn't even know you could pronounce unity. Wow. Now practice what you preach. Well, you think I don't know how to pronounce unity. Have you ever heard Trump say it? Have you ever heard him use the word? Okay. All right, look at it in the comments. Everyone in the Trump administration is a DEI hire. Damn. They could absolutely not get their jobs based on ability. Marco Rubio could. Marco Rubio's not a DEI. I think JD Vance, because the vice president, is JD Vance that much less qualified? I'm saying this kind of wrong, but is JD Vance's qualifications that much less than Kamala Harris? Well, probably. I just want to ask you folks. I mean, I think because was he a senator? I think that Vance is qualified to be VP. Marco Rubio's qualified. I mean, so I don't think they're all DEI. But there's certainly an ample amount of them in there that are. Judge Jeanine Pirro's qualified for what she's doing. She's definitely qualified. What is the cute girl name? The pretty girl, South Dakota's governor, Kristi Noem, the dog shooter. South Park did a mess with her. Goddamn, her whole face was falling off. I was crying watching that. I just saw that episode the other day. I was crying watching that. But anyway, South Park did a mess with Kristi Noem. But Kristi Noem is qualified. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. Obviously, Tom Homan is overqualified. He's really getting the job done. Tom Homan is qualified. I'm trying to think who else is in there. The little young 27-year-old that lies to everybody with the cross. She's taking Janine St. Pierre's role. She's qualified. She really knows how to, she knows how to do what Trump wants her to do. I think she actually does a better job than Janine than Biden's girl did. Because the way the Trump administration handles the media is like they dominate the media. Now, I'm not a fan of how they do it. Yes, of course she lies. I mean, but Janine Janice St. Pierre, whatever her name, she was lying for Biden. To me, the biggest liar I remember is Sarah Huckabee Sanders when she used to work for Trump in the first time. She really was lying her ass off. But so does this little 27-year-old girl they got in there now that looked like she's straight off of a Mormon farm with the. I mean, they dress her up like if you took the Handmaid's Tale and made them wear regular clothes. I mean, she looks like the definition of a good little Christian girl. But yeah, they all laugh for him. But I definitely believe that she's qualified, though. I mean, she does and speaks to the media the way the president would want her to. I think she does a good job with it. Listen, if you want to say she lies, she works for Trump. I think she's doing a good job. I'll just leave it at that. Who else in the Trump administration I can think of? I think that does a decent job. Because I'm thinking of some of the more controversial roles. Like I said, I think Pete Hegseth is a terrible hire. I don't think he does a good job. And considering the position he's in, no. I think that Tulsi Gabbard, not Gabby Giffords, the congresswoman, but Tulsi Gabbard, I think would be a decent hire if Trump didn't contradict her and just literally go right over her. And to me, what he did to her was embarrassing. When she said that Iran is not obtaining nuclear weapons, and he just said she don't know what the fuck she's talking about. To me, that made him look bad. But I think she's a decent hire. I'm trying to think who else I can think of. Carolyn Leavitt is a little good Christian girl. But who else I would say? What is the girl the attorney general that said the Epstein files are on her desk? Obviously, she fucked up, so I'm not going to give her the same Bondi, I think it is. I don't know if I won't say she's a bad hire. I will say she's working for a bad boss, because I believe Pam Bondi would have no problem releasing the Epstein files. They're being told by their boss not to release that shit. So it ain't Pam Bondi's fault. It's Trump. Everything about that is being controlled by Trump. So it ain't that she's a bad employee. She worked for a bad boss. Your boss is corrupt when it comes to Epstein. That's coming straight from Trump. And he's lying constantly. Well, I don't really know much about it. I haven't been following it. He's fucking lying, dude. You know everything about what's going on. They're talking to somebody who could basically put you under the ground. You know every damn thing that's coming from Ghislaine Maxwell. When he's meeting with her, your former lawyer, he's leaving the meeting and calling you on the phone. But he's going on to, I really don't follow it that much. And MAGA knows damn well they would be all over any liberal that was telling lies that obvious. I mean, everything that Trump is saying about Epstein is just fucking lying. I ain't been following it. I don't really know what's going on. I kind of leave it to them. Bullshit. This lady is talking about you. That's the whole reason people are interviewing her. They want to find out about you. You know damn well that man is like, well, what'd she say? Did she mention my name? The fuck out of here talking about you don't know. You ain't following it. So to me, that's probably the biggest lie Trump is telling me. J.D. Vance is a silver-tongued snake. Ooh. Whose only loyalty is to the technocrats. A Peter Thiel. Could be, but that don't mean he ain't qualified. I mean, we've had a lot of silver-tongued snakes in D.C. That don't mean he ain't qualified. So I think that Vance is qualified for VP. Well, we'll see what happens if he ever becomes president, though. That could be a different set of rules, but it is what it is. So I mean, so there are people that I think that are on Trump's administration that are qualified. I'm trying to think of anybody else that has been in something out. Well, most of them I think are qualified. I don't listen. If you lean left, you don't like what they're doing, but they're qualified to do it. Mike Pence. I wasn't a fan of Mike Pence, but he was qualified to do what he did. He was a former governor of Indiana. He was qualified. I just might not like what he was doing. Any of them are sexual? Are any of them sexual offenders? Right now, only maybe the president. If I had to pick out of Trump's administration, let's say they put a gun in your head, you got to guess, or you get it wrong, going to shoot you. I'm going to say Trump, just because of all of the sexual offending sounding quotes that Trump has in his history. Trump has said a lot of stuff that makes it sound like he might be attracted to really young people, possibly minors. I mean, RFK is not qualified. That's the one I was thinking. No, he is not qualified. That would be a good example of somebody who is not qualified. RFK got his position kind of probably quid pro quo. I was going to say quid pro quo style, but RFK was in a Ross Perot type situation where he could hurt Trump by splitting the right-wing vote, because a lot of the conspiratorial folks, the podcasters, were going to lean towards RFK as opposed to Trump. They were not going to vote for Kamala Harris. They were going to vote for either Trump or RFK. So RFK was in a unique position of splitting the vote. So Trump made a deal. If you drop out and so I can get your votes and you promote me, I will give you a cabinet position. And it seems like you want to be in control of this food and drug shit, so I'll give it to you. I mean, they basically made an exchange. That's what that was. But RFK is not qualified for that. No. RFK is definitely not qualified. I do not believe it. And I don't believe he got his position before. Chris, you said he got his position because of his dad. I think he got his notoriety and his celebrity status because of his dad. But the people who voted his dad in don't like him. Even the Kennedy family was not endorsing RFK. So I don't think he got his position because of his dad. I think he got his celebrity status because of his dad. Hunter Biden got his job because of his dad. But no, I think that Kennedy was there because Trump rewarded him for bowing out. You think a reality star running our transportation department is qualified? The list is long. Right? Who's the reality star? Who are you talking about? I mean, there's unqualified people. I'm not going to pretend like Trump's whole administration is qualified. Like I said, I don't think RFK is. I don't think RFK is qualified. I don't think that Hegseth is qualified. Those are the two biggest ones, in my opinion, that I don't think are qualified. Don't like it here, go back to Europe, says somebody. I don't get why everybody says that. Look, Trump stated that before he got elected, our country was trash last year. I think the words he is using is that America was dead. Then why the fuck didn't you leave? Why didn't you leave? Isn't that what the right says? If you don't like the country, leave. Our country was dead. Our cities were dilapidated. Our cities were shitholes. Then why the fuck didn't you leave? That's what the right is saying over and over and over again to liberals. But yet when he says it, for some reason, somehow, some way, it's totally okay. That man has said so many awful things about America under liberals. The military is dilapidated. Our cities and streets and roads are falling apart. You know, the dollar ain't shit. I mean, he said terrible stuff about it. Then why the fuck don't you leave? Isn't that your party's motto? If you don't like the country, leave? Or is the motto, it's okay for us to say it, just not them damn liberals? Just the amount of quotes that man has said that are negative about America are insane. Not to mention the leaders, all of the world leaders he said bad things about. The Obamas and Bidens and Mike Pence's and shit like that. He said all kinds of horrible shit about generals and stuff. You don't like it, then leave. You don't seem to like it here, leave. For someone to take that at face value, what? For someone to take that at face value just shows they are in a cult. I'll leave it at that. Trump would disown you for blinking so much. Trump would disown me for a lot of reasons. Some would suggest that Trump would disown me for simply having ancestry from a hot climate. Trump disowns people for any damn thing. Who would want him? What do you mean by that? He's trying to wreck the economy first. Well, Trump claims he's trying to make the economy better. He's trying to make America great again. So they claim he's trying to do just the opposite. Chris, good evening. Welcome to the program, Chris.
Tim, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the potential of D.C. being under siege. You're talking about sending damn near 2,000 National Guardsmen to D.C. Is it really that bad there?
Okay, what about the Putin issue? Is we talking about that as well?
We talking about that as well. What's going to come out of that?
So, with the Putin, he want Donbass, okay?
Yeah.
He got Crimea. Give him Donbass, and he would slow down. He would cool out. You understand what I'm saying? Probably till after Trump leave. But give him the Donbass, because Donbass is already established.
Wait a minute. You said till after Trump leaves. So in other words, you're admitting that he's going to come back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
once Trump leaves, Putin gonna want more. He probably gonna go deeper.
So why on earth would you stop fighting now and let him regroup and get his weapons and stuff back up if you know he's coming back?
What do you mean? Why are you gonna stop?
You just said
Ukraine. You talking about why Ukraine gonna stop?
Yeah. In other words, they should keep fighting.
They don't have a choice.
They do have a choice. What are you telling me they don't have a choice?
Once he get to Donbass, he gonna build up his military, right?
Okay.
The Donbass got a lot going on. Is not a rural area. It's already established. He got that region. He gonna build up from there.
I'm trying to find out, how does this help you Ukraine?
It doesn't.
So why should they give it to him? Why should they not keep fighting?
They don't have the resources to keep fighting.
And they're going to have them in a few years when they come back?
Exactly. Once Trump leave, he's going to come back stronger, and he's going to take more land.
I don't get where I'm asking you, why should the Ukraine stop fighting and give up Donbass? Why should they do that?
That's probably going to be the situation tomorrow. You'll find out.
You're being confused. Okay, what position should the Ukraine take in this?
Ukraine should fight to get. Actually, they should fight to get Crimea back, but I don't know if that's going to happen. They should fight against. Really, they should get Crimea back, but I doubt if that happens.
So what you're saying is the Ukraine should keep fighting?
Yeah, but they running out of. How long can they do it, Tim?
Well, if they're going
to say tired, the European Union ain't going. Who gonna support them?
Well, according to you, Russia's coming back anyway. So all you're doing is letting a bully who's kicking your ass sit down and rest when you know he's going to get back up and hit you again. So you might as well just keep fighting now.
Right, but okay, you saying keep fighting. Well, you can have peace for 3.5 years. Why not take it?
Because Russia's pretty damn weak right now too. If you let Russia sit around and recoup over 3 years, they're gonna be much stronger than they are now. My guess is, I would say keep fighting them now.
Exactly, and we know the history of Russia. They will come back stronger.
So based on what you're saying, Ukraine should not get out the fight right now. They should just keep fighting.
I don't think they should keep. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think they can win. I don't think they can win against Russia. Because Russia, you think Putin gonna stop? No matter what this meeting happen tomorrow, Putin is not gonna stop.
So in other words, just prepare for the day when Russia is basically occupying the whole country.
I hope they don't get Kyiv, because Kyiv is further west. I hope they don't get Kyiv area. But, give them the Donbass. They don't have Kharkiv. Kharkiv is also on the east, but it's north, so they don't have Kharkiv.
So what are they doing 3 years when they come back? Because you've already admitted they're going to come back.
Well, what if Putin be 70? He'll be 78 by then. Maybe maybe a new leader. It'll go away. Give them the Donbass. Give them the Donbass.
That's exactly what Trump has said, is that Russia, just like with COVID, he said the same thing. Maybe they'll just stop. Is that what you would, if Canada invaded the United States and they were in control of, let's say, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming, some of the northern states, and some other country was trying to broker peace between America and Canada, would you say just go ahead and let them keep Wyoming and Idaho?
Yeah, I give them weak states. Yeah, give it to them. If they dominate, Tim, if they show they're dominant, give it to them, because it's insignificant. But
but Donbass is a whole different story compared to Wyoming.
You think it's insignificant to the people that live in Wyoming and Montana?
I get what you're saying. No. I get what you're saying. But you got to remember, a lot of people in the Donbass are pro-Russian, and that's what a lot of Americans don't understand. A lot of Europeans don't understand, or let's say Western Europeans don't understand the history of Ukraine and Russia. A lot of those people are pro-Russian, and that's what nobody's talking about.
Honestly, I hear that all the time. I'll just tell you something. There's a lot of people that are in Texas that are pro-Mexican. That don't mean they can. That doesn't mean they can cut the country in half and make part of it Mexico. Just because you're pro, I'll give you the response. One of my viewers said it best earlier, and I haven't said this, but I think he made the best statement. If you live in Ukraine and you're pro-Russian, just move to Russia. If you want to be part of Russia, then take your, as the right wing always says, if you don't like it here, I hope you pack. If you live in Ukraine and you're pro-Russian, then just fucking move to Russia.
Easier said than done, but you got to remember that area that they're in, they wanted to be part of Russia.
No, you can't take territory. If you want to be pro-Russia, you can be pro-Russia. You don't get to take land with you.
But that's what makes them more powerful. You don't understand them areas.
Right. So they're traitors then.
I wouldn't say they traitors.
If you live in Ukraine, you're a Ukrainian citizen, and you want to take land and make our enemy more powerful, how is that not being a traitor? You literally are aiding the enemy. You just said you want to make them more powerful.
Let me ask you this. Do you know the history in 2013 of the president of Ukraine? He bagged out of the deal with the European Union. He bagged out and said he wanted to be, he sided with Russia. I more rather be with Russia.
That ain't got nothing to do with the current government.
Okay, you saying it don't. No. Right, but the people stood up, and that's when the war started because of this president. You understand what I'm saying? So that's where everything started.
Well, actually, the people of Ukraine love Zelensky. I mean, he's highly favored because of his ability to stay in the fight. They love that guy.
I'm gonna tell you, Tim. I knew people in Ukraine soon as Zelensky, before he came into office, and they told me he was a comedian and clown. I got friends.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm going to tell you this: if you despise somebody, but then if you go to war and find out that person is a true warrior and a patriot, that's going to change your opinion of them. Your friends, what they told you about him is relative to what he was like before the war started. Now that he's a true patriot and a warrior walking all over, that guy's gotten a lot of respect. So you're basing how people felt before the war broke out.
Right, you're right. I'm saying when he was just first elected, I asked her opinion. I said, "What's your opinion of this guy?" Oh, he's a comic. He's a nutcase.
I don't care if you're. Listen, if all of a sudden Pee Wee Herman turned into a hardcore sniper, America's going to like him. I don't care what you're like before the war. If all of a sudden you start doing all kinds of great stuff on behalf of our survival, people are going to like you. And they like Zelensky. That nation loves that guy.
So what are we supposed to do? Keep supporting them? Keep putting our money into them? What are we supposed to do?
I just watched Trump spend tens of thousands of dollars to pay for aircraft to fly over Putin's.
Tens of thousands? That's pennies.
But hear me out, though. I watched him spend tens of thousands of dollars to fly aircraft over Putin's head in Alaska. If we can waste money like that, we got plenty of money. To have jets, burning jet fuel and shit to fly those aircraft just to fly over Putin's head? I don't want to hear about waste, fraud, and abuse and how we can't pay for shit. We actually paid to have that happen. That was completely unnecessary, and it cost a ton of money to fly those aircraft over that man's head. That was completely unnecessary. Not to mention the whole parade in D.C. So yeah, we can find money to help out the Ukrainians. Apparently, we seem to be able to find money for some of the lamest bullshit there is.
Okay, let me push back and then kind of switching the subject. But you talking about you put out the red carpet for Putin, right?
Flying bombers over his head?
No, you pull out the red carpet. You had the army on their hands and knees pulling out the red carpet Putin. Then you fly these F-35s and the B-2s in an attempt to intimidate Putin before the meeting.
That shit ain't intimidating that guy. How was that intimidating him? You flying, and that guy don't see, you realize how often that man don't see those aircraft on satellite? You know we got that shit. That ain't intimidating.
It was something Trump was doing to intimidate them.
Yeah, he's wasting money.
But listen, when they went to that meeting and came out, was Putin smiling and laughing and joking? And you can see you see how he was like, he ain't worried. Putin already knew he wasn't giving up to Trump. He wasn't giving no deal. Putin's mind is made up.
I can tell you one thing, that flyover was not intimidating anybody. That shit was a waste of money. Period. That was
a waste. Yeah, it was a waste
of money.
It was a waste. And Trump lost that deal. He looked like a fool. Putin came out a winner. Putin laughed at the reporters. You didn't see his body language.
Something. Look, I'm not even going to go into who won the summit between them two. I'm just going to say I feel confident that Putin is not going to back down for Trump. I think Putin has shown us over and over again he's not afraid of Trump. Trump made a threat that if he didn't adhere to his wishes in 50 days, he was going to impose strict sanctions and punitive measures. Putin ignored him so much, Trump knocked it down to 10 days because it didn't shake Putin at all. Then the 10 days expired the Friday before last. Putin didn't do anything with that. Now all of a sudden they're having a meeting. And of course, Putin is talking about he want to keep the Ukraine. Putin, how much more does this man have to show that he's not afraid of Trump? But yet when Obama, going back to 2012, Obama drew the red line in the sand for the Syrians if they don't use chemical weapons, and they didn't follow Obama's wishes, and he backed down, somehow he was a pussy. But Trump don't back down on Putin 3 times, and people still keep saying, well, he's a tough, respected leader. Can you make that make sense?
Okay, what do you think happening tomorrow? Now you got the European Union leaders. You got quite a few different countries: Britain, Germany, Italy. There's a couple more, but they gonna be there to make sure Trump don't bully.
Did you see the argument between Zelensky and Trump when he was saying you don't have the cars, you're flirting with World War III?
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen tomorrow. That is what's going to happen tomorrow. Trump is going to go in there and demand that Zelensky adhere to he's going to demand that Zelensky adhere to the wishes of Putin. Zelensky's not going to do it, and then Trump is going to attack Zelensky because Zelensky makes a much easier person to attack than Putin.
It's not going to happen. Not with the European leader is going to be there. He's not going to punk him out tomorrow. I'm telling you.
He didn't punk him out last time.
He tried to.
Zelensky didn't bow down to any of that shit.
No, he didn't. I agree with you there.
Yeah, but that's what's going to happen is that as of tomorrow, when Zelensky stands his ground and says, I will not concede part of my country to Putin, Trump is going to start attacking Zelensky again.
I bet you that won't be televised. I bet you that'll be behind closed doors this time. I guarantee you.
I disagree with you. I feel confident that Trump will start publicly saying that Russia is willing to have a ceasefire and it is Zelensky that is doing everything wrong for why this keeps going, and he is responsible for why the killing continues. We've gotten Russia to come to the table, and Zelensky won't. Zelensky is the one that's flirting with World War III because that's where it started at. That's exactly where it started at. He was saying
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I guarantee you tomorrow they will not make it live like they did last time. That's going to be behind closed doors. And then, yes, you will hear what happened afterwards. You might have a press conference afterwards, but you're not going to see that embarrassment. That's not going to happen tomorrow.
I mean, I can't speak on that, but I do.
Absolute failure. That'll be a failure.
I can't speak on that, but I do believe that we're about to start being unfriendly to Zelensky again. Because Trump has been making it clear, and so is MAGA, that they believe that Zelensky should concede part of his country. As many of my MAGA on here are saying, well, you know, they are, as you just said, well, they speak Russian already anyway. I mean, you guys are telling this man to give up his country to the fucking enemy. So that's what's going to happen.
The thing is, Tim, you already know Zelensky done said 2-3 days ago before this meeting with Putin, he done told him he not giving up nothing.
He done told the world that.
Say it again.
He done told the world that. I mean, he's made that clear from day one. He don't intend to give them that shit. I mean, so they already know that.
Anything. If anything, he want Crimea back.
Yeah.
He's not. Yeah, he'll fight.
Yeah, and Trump's stance is to stop the killing. Zelensky should do whatever Putin and Russia wants to stop the killing. That's kind of his take is just give them what they want and this will end. That's what he wants Zelensky to do, and they're not going to do that.
It's not going to happen.
So, all right, Chris.
All right, so what's the other subject you were talking about, the DC thing?
That was
I
it.
wanted to.
You can real quick. I'll let you go. What do you support that?
I support lowering the crime. You understand what I'm saying? But
do you support lowering crime only in liberal states?
No.
That's what's happening.
No. All across the USA. What I'm saying, okay, if they put these troops in there to deter, that's good. But don't start walking up the people's porch. I seen the video, and I don't want to, because I don't know if it's true. So I don't want to repeat that. But they walked up to the porch. These guys, I think they was drinking a beer or something, or maybe smoking. I don't know. But the video, these guards, they were saying, you can't do this on their own porch. Okay, this private property. They walked up to the porch, tell all your boys that this need to stop. Trump don't like it. I'm like, what do that got to do with stopping crime? These people sitting on their porch, they not bothering nobody. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all got that much kind of free time on y'all hands to just be walking up.
Well, let's be clear. If you're going to flood an area with law enforcement, 1,500 more people, they are going to have a lot of free time. I mean, it's going to be cops everywhere. So, like I say, in any case, I mean, if you put more cops on the street, you're going to have a lot more minor infractions with cops because there's more eyes on you. You didn't stop at the stop sign for 3 seconds.
Just be bored, but don't be harassing
They're
people.
not going to just be bored.
That's the problem.
That's not going to happen. That's not. Trump likes quotas. Trump likes good numbers. Trump likes to be able to get the public something. So the only way you're going to get that is to arrest, take guns off the street, I mean, you got to do something. You can't just sit around and just be bored. You got to give him his numbers.
No, that's not good. That's what I'm saying. This is going to be a chaos. You can't do that. You can't pick with innocent people that's minding their own business. Okay, that's wrong, bro.
I got to move it on. Chaos 2024.
All righty.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. Now, I mean, if you send, damn near 2,000 cops to an area, they got to have something to do. They can't just all sit around. I mean, so yeah, you're going to have more eyes on the citizens, and people are going to get fucked with. I mean, it's just, and then of course the citizens are not happy they're there, so people are going to be cussing at cops, giving them the middle finger and shit like that, and you're going to have plenty of cops that are going to use that as an excuse to come up to you and run you and do all that kind of shit, background checks and all. Legally, if you give a cop a middle finger, they're not supposed to be able to fuck with you. But in a case like that, oh my God, if you give one of those cops the middle finger, yeah, they're going to come and fuck with you. I mean, it's just too many of them. Somebody gave me a bear. Thank you for that. Alter Ego. Appreciate that. Thanks for the support. The White Rose. Good evening. Welcome to the program. The White Rose. What's up?
What's up, my brother?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. So what do you think? You favored saturating DC with law enforcement?
Hell no. There's a part of the Constitution that's called Possumi Comitatus, right? That says that U.S. troops, or just troops in general, because he federalized the National Guard, so let's call them federal troops, right? Mm-hmm. Are not allowed to perform law enforcement duties. So basically, he's doing it, but he's also going against the Constitution.
Wow.
Because the biggest thing here is Trump is an ineffective leader. He just is. Alaska just proved it. The only thing he could do is instill terror and fear in his own people, us. That's basically what
Wait a minute, though. Isn't he suggesting that he already ended 5 wars?
He didn't end no 5 wars. Where?
I mean, that's what he said.
Well, that's what he says. Do you believe him?
No, because
if
one
you
of the
believe
wars.
him, look at the bridge in California. I saw you.
Huh?
If you believe him, I saw you that bridge in California. I saw you the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah, he's claiming he ended 5 wars already. I think Trump is vying for the Nobel Peace Prize. He wants to add that to his accomplishments. So, but in my opinion, as long as America's continuing to fund Israel and most of the free world thinks that's genocide, I think that one event is going to disqualify him from ever getting the Nobel Peace Prize, no matter what he's doing, because most of the world believes we're involved in genocide, and Israel has made it clear they're going to take those people's homeland. So we're responsible for making that happen. So you can end wars elsewhere as long as you're funding and making that happen. That's probably it for him getting some kind of Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, but we can't give him the Nobel Peace Prize as a participation trophy because that's what he wants.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything to come up with a Nobel Peace Prize kind of thing. He hasn't figured out the coding of DNA. He hasn't freaking been this humongous oh my God, what do you call it? Diplomat. Everything that this man has done is a failure. Did you see what happened in Alaska?
You talking about the summit between him and Putin?
Yeah. It was a disaster. Even Fox News said that Putin steamrolled him. Fox News, okay? Wow. This was a total disaster. This made us look weak and they made us look weak in the world stage. We had United States military, okay, putting a rug down for Vladimir Putin in front of him in the beast,
even put him in the limo.
Yeah, and put him in the beast, which almost. I mean, this is like, is he your buddy or is he our enemy?
You know, this is why I suggest that oftentimes MAGA can be hypocritical in this stuff. Remember when Hurricane Sandy hit and Obama gave FEMA funding to Chris Christie in New Jersey, and they were criticizing that, Chris Christie was shaking hands with the enemy. He literally put Putin in the fucking beast. They're okay with it. He put him in the presidential limo.
He wants to be like Putin. I mean, look what he's doing. Look what he's doing to the American citizens. Okay, with this immigration bullshit, he's not only grabbing illegal migrants. He's grabbing people like me. I'm Puerto Rican. There's been at least 5 or 10 Puerto Ricans have been U.S. citizens of the United States since around 1918. Why would you stop me if I have the same race as you?
Because you look like the people they're after.
Yeah, but it doesn't make no sense. If I tell you who I am, and I got my license and I got my passport, in my birth certificate, whatever.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I think about Trump. I think he's ineffective. I think Ukraine should say, hell no, I'm not giving up shit. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's like us. Would we give up New York City?
No. I asked the same question to some of my callers who do believe that the Ukraine should do what Trump is suggesting, and I said the same thing. We would not give up part of our country to the enemy either. I mean, people live in those areas. You're giving up U.S. citizens that are under occupation by doing that.
Right. Yeah. Because one of the problems is that Ukraine is rich in rare earth minerals. Those areas are rich in. That's why he doesn't want the whole thing. He just wants a part here and a part there. He wants the parts that are rich in minerals, so he can do what he got to do. Yeah, and put more money in his pocket.
But Putin wants the whole thing.
Then I don't know what to tell you. He's not going to get it. There's no way. There's no way that NATO would allow that. NATO is not going to allow the Russian enemy at the back door of Western Europe. Because right next to freaking Ukraine is Poland, and Poland is a NATO state.
So you do agree with what our NATO member allies are saying, is that they don't believe that Russia will stop at the Ukraine.
He won't. He hasn't.
Yeah.
He has been for the last 20 or 30 years, right? He went into Crimea. He's been going into this little country and that little country. And countries that he hasn't gone to, he has put strong men oh my God, this guy that Trump likes, oh my God.
Leader of Hungary?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what his name is, but I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Well, he's a Russian puppet. So Russia has puppets all eastern what it was formerly Russia. And then he has also incurred for the last 20 years in a lot of small countries that, that the news don't tell us about. Crimea being one of the biggest.
Yeah.
And it's not like we have NATO countries bordering Russia. We do. But what he wants to reconstitute the former Soviet Union. He said them himself.
Yeah, what I think this is teaching the free world, our allies, is that they need to start being less dependent on the United States, because Trump has showed them all America is one president away from you essentially not having a friend in America. I mean, so like for instance, our weapons dominate the world. So all of the free world, all of the NATO member states and all, for the most part, they're using most of. France makes some weapons, but most of their weapons and stuff is coming from the United States. But they now know that we need to stop, just sitting back and leaving America in the driver's seat, because if they put a guy like that in there, we don't know where he may drive us. I mean, so he's kind of shown them that they need to start making this. I think it was France that has already indicated that they may consider giving nuclear technology to some of those other countries. That way, because once you get a nuclear bomb, the superpowers leave you alone. If Ukraine if Ukraine still had nuclear bombs, Russia wouldn't be in there. So it's making it seem like, what is the Second Amendment phrase? A polite society is an armed society. Or maybe an armed society is a polite society. A nuclear planet is a polite planet. I mean, because once you get nuclear weapons, nobody messes with you anymore. So that's why Iran is trying to get them, because we keep messing with them. Once they get a nuclear weapon, they'll be like Kim Jong-un. We'll leave them the fuck alone. So that's what Ukraine needs, is for one of the NATO member states to give. It don't have to be many. Just give us a few of them, just enough for a deterrent.
Right. Well, right now, the NATO member states, they are buying less and less weapons of war from us. They're trying to make their own. That was the last report that I saw on the AP. So they're trying to make their own stuff so they don't have to count on it, because they can't count on America.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what happened when Biden went back in office. This was really upsetting to me, right? Biden told Canada and the world, we're back. Do you know what Canada told us?
What?
For how long? That's what Canada told us. Yeah. That's what Canada told Biden. America's back for how long? Because we can't be trusted no more. Our government can't be trusted no more.
I wish I had a pushback for that, but I said that even before all of this shit. I said that Trump has shown the world that our word can't be trusted. I said that in the first term, because the minute he got out of Obama's deal with Iran, listen, if this is for my MAGA side of the audience, if you think Obama made a bad deal with Iran, so be it. But fact is, he made that deal and he put America's word on the line. Trump comes along, it's a bad deal, we're just going to get out of it. So why would anybody in the future make a deal when the next president can just terminate it? So, I mean, then of course he did it with NAFTA and the Paris Accord and talked about getting out of NATO. It's like, why would you get into any treaty or deal with the United States if the guy's just going to come along and break his word?
Right, and with the Iran deal, we had regulators, nuclear regulators on the ground in Iran. We had our people and our allies people checking to make sure that they weren't building a damn bomb.
I mean, but I will just say, let's say, for instance, we didn't have any of that. Let's say Obama made a terrible, terrible deal with Iran. But I always say your word is all you got. Here's the example I always use. Let's say you go out and you go to purchase a new Cadillac. And you get to the dealership and the husband's wife is working there that day. They own the dealership. The wife is there. She says your car is $10,000 below sticker price. She makes a bad deal on behalf of the dealership, but you buy a cheap car. You're happy to get the car. The next day you wake up, there's a tow truck out in front of your house. I want my car back. My wife made a bad deal. Would you ever do business with them again?
No.
Right. You can't just put your word out there and then break it because, well, I don't like it anymore. And that's what he did.
Yeah. They started the program back when he got out of the deal. Okay, and the money that the so-called money that Obama gave them, that was their money. That wasn't our money. That was money that was locked up in America.
Yeah, it was their own funds that were frozen.
American banks for decades.
Yeah, it was their own. Just like we held up or we seized Russian funds. I mean, yeah, it was their own money.
Right. Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you know, right now, democracy in America is dead. That's what I think. It is. It died when we didn't elect a person who wasn't a criminal. And I say this because Trump has the Supreme Court in his left pocket. He has the House and the Senate in his other pocket. He has the CIA. He has FBI. He has corrupted all of our institutions. They're going to do whatever they want to do, whatever he says to do. Look at Pam Bondi. She wants to come over and freaking put a guy in prison because he threw a sandwich at a freaking ICE officer.
I know the case you're talking about.
This is not the America. This is not the America that we grew up in. It's just not. Yeah. This is fascism. This is him following the 2025 policy. This is him trying to emulate Mr. 1939. You know,
really I know about the sandwich. She's really trying to give him prison time for that.
Yeah, they want to put him in prison. They said that he attacked a federal agent. That attacking a federal agent is 10 to 15 years in prison. And all this guy did was throw a sandwich. And Pam Bondi said, "You will not attack a federal officer." He didn't attack a federal officer, the damn sandwich did.
I know what he did was wrong. I know he lost his job at the Justice Department, but 15 prison time
for throwing a sandwich.
Damn, that's excessive.
So what happens when you tell one of these ICE officers that he's an asshole? You get 30 years in prison?
Yeah.
This is not America. This is not.
Yeah, that certainly ruins the notion that the punishment must fit the crime. If you try to give that guy that kind of shit, I agree with you. If she's doing that with something as light as that, yeah, it's pretty clear that their goal is to be exceptionally tough on crime, because that's insane.
Right. I mean, why is it right that most of the cities that Trump has named are run by black people? Think about that.
Can you say that again?
Some of the cities that Trump is going into either has a high population of black and brown people, or they're run by black people.
Well, if the goal is to lower crime in the most dangerous cities, all of the most dangerous cities have a lot of black people living in them. So that makes sense. What don't make sense is he's only going at the dangerous cities that are in Democratic states. That's where it looks. I mean, but listen, any of our most high crime-ridden cities in America, they're going to have a lot of black people that live in those cities. But plenty of those cities are in red states, and he's skipping over those to only go for ones in blue states. So that's where it looks like it's some kind of sinister plan behind it.
Yeah, I mean, there's crime all over the place. Whether you send them to Iowa, North Dakota, Alaska. I mean, come on. You know, some of the most heinous crimes in America are not committed by black and brown people. They're committed by white people. When was the last time you heard that you cheated on your wife and you offed your entire family?
That's a white crime generally. Yeah. I mean, there are some crimes that are committed more by whites versus blacks. That is true.
You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. So he's going. It's like I told my friend the other day. I said, listen, we are under, black and brown people in this country are definitely under attack. We are under attack.
I don't know. You said you're Puerto Rican. You do know the Hispanics, especially the Hispanic men, they voted for Trump. They didn't vote for Kamala. He won the Hispanic male vote.
Yep. They're stupid. That's all I can tell you. I voted for Kamala. I mean, I took 200 people to the polls.
Damn.
Okay. That's how much I wanted her to win. Me and my buddies, we listen. We worked until those polls closed, taking everybody, grandma, grandpa, everybody.
Everybody. Anybody who was elderly, who couldn't make it to the polls, we took them there. We did what we had to do. But there's some Hispanics that, I don't know, maybe, you know, in the black and brown community, there are a lot of uninformed voters. I have people in my family who think that when they got the stimulus check, that it was Trump's money.
Yeah.
Okay? And it
and this is where I do have to move it on, but I will give Trump credit for the fact that he talks to the people, whether it's true or not, because the Democrats should have been talking to the people more and letting them know this is not his check. I mean, Trump had rallies throughout Biden's administration, so he was still talking to the people. Not always telling the truth, but he talks to the people. Biden was not holding a lot of rallies. That's why Trump was able to convince people of things that may or may not have been true. So you got to give a man credit. He talks to the people. But go ahead. I'll give you the last word.
No, I think that when it comes to us Democrats, one of our biggest problems is that we don't have no bolas. We don't have no cojones. We should be out there fighting harder than Trump to stop all this bullshit, and I don't think we are. You know, I also think that when it comes to all these oh my God, all these marches, all these protests, that black and brown people should just stay out of it, because we did not cause the problem of America. We did not cause this government that we have now. This is all on white people.
Jesus. Well, I told you, Hispanic males.
Well, them too. But the majority were white people.
Yeah.
You know, the majority, his base is white.
Yeah, but most of the white people are still, the white people that voted for Trump are still quite happy with him. So they don't, I mean, I'm seeing MAGA 2024 all in my comments. They still are very happy. Black MAGA is still very happy.
Well, wait a while. Listen, do you know who Moody's reporting company is?
No.
Okay, Moody's reporting company is the one who downgraded the credit of the United States last time, right?
Okay.
Okay, they said that we are in the verge of a recession. Okay, they're just waiting for some numbers to come in, and they're going to announce this soon. Do you know who Jamie Dimon is?
Yes, I've heard the name.
Okay, Jamie Dimon is head of one of, I think, Chase Manhattan Bank, right? And he said that we are very, very...
They've been saying that since Trump got in office, though, and it hasn't culminated. I got to move it on, man. I appreciate you coming.
All right, brother. Thanks for letting me up.
Anytime. And that's why it's being said that the liberals are fear-mongering, because they've been saying that America's pending a disaster since Trump got in office, and yet, I mean, he's almost done a whole year now, and there's not a recession yet. So we'll see. I mean, you know, they said the terrorists were going to destroy the country. Now, in defense of the liberals, a lot of stuff Trump promised to do, he suspended it. So when they painted the U.S. economy as being in ruins under Trump, it was based on the tariffs he promised. Well, then he suspended the tariffs and didn't do them. So, of course, their prediction didn't work because he changed from what he was doing, which is why they've been calling him Taco, because he says something today and he changes tomorrow. But we'll see. Anyway, looking in the comments real quick, I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. Says I was totally something, I don't know. That has nothing to do with the program, so I'll leave it at that. The judge ruled that the request to unseal the Epstein grand jury transcripts was disingenuous, suggesting it aimed to create an illusion of transparency rather than genuinely inform the public. And that's what it is. Look, Trump never had any intentions on releasing that Epstein shit. The purpose of that was to hammer the liberals over the head with it. So you can suggest that, see, if you vote for me, I'll be transparent and talk to the people, but Biden is not doing that. And say that to get reelected. But then once I get reelected, I'll just tell them to stop talking about it and move on. It was never intended. He never intended to release that stuff. It was only meant to, he only told you about that with the goal that you would vote for him in hopes of getting it. But I don't think, I mean, based on what he's doing, it's pretty clear. He never had any intentions on releasing it. Laugh my ass off. This is how you negotiate from a place of power. I don't know what you're saying in regards to that. But anyway, folks, I do appreciate 150. Was that 150? Thank you for, you don't run shit. This is a free country. You can't tell someone they have to vote. I wish they did do that. Cedric, you are correct. You can't tell a person they have to vote. But there are countries, like when I lived in Australia, they have compulsory voting. I wish they had that here in America. I know the right would be against that. And I say that all the time because anytime anything is done to increase voter turnout, the right doesn't like it because they do better in elections with lower voter turnout. Like, for instance, the right wants you to have voter ID. I don't have any problem with having an ID. I think any full-grown ass adult should be able to have an ID. I don't think there's any excuse for an adult not to, any excuse for why an adult does not have an ID. But if you made the IDs really easy to get, the right wouldn't like it. Let's say, for instance, you use Trump's money he spent to fly bombers over the head of Vladimir Putin. The money he spent on that could give everybody in America a plastic ID. Just the money to fly them jets over his head, the fuel, the cost of maintenance, all the stuff that it was spent to do that. That money, because think about it, when you're making little tiny plastic IDs, laminated, whatever the hell they're made out of, with a little bit of ink on them, you buy in bulk, that shit's going to cost 2 or 3 cents a piece. I mean, if you're making thousands and thousands of what amounts to little driver's license pieces or whatever, it's going to cost pennies. The money he used to fly them jets over Putin's head would have covered voter ID for damn near every adult in this country. Just that. He could have done that. Just with that waste right there. So my guess is if you tried to make it easier to give voters IDs, the right would be against it. They want you to have an ID, but they do want the hurdles to be there too. Like, we want you to have to drive a little bit of distance to get the ID. We want to make you do stuff so that there's an increased likelihood that you'll just not do it and not vote. Remember the whole, you can't hand people bottles of water if they're in line waiting to vote. Anytime you hear of any hurdle involved in voting, it's coming from the right. Now, I'm not saying everything they do is bad, because some of those hurdles can prevent fraud. Fact is, the easier you make it for somebody to vote, the easier it is to commit fraud. That's what the Democrats do. The Democrats make it easier to vote. And like I said, the easier it is for a person to vote, the easier somebody can slip in and vote that should not vote. The right makes it, it's just the opposite. They make it harder to vote. They want to limit the amount of polling places, reduce, if not, you're not going to be allowed to vote online. They want to eliminate voting online. They want to, like I said, reduce the hours of voting. So that in liberal cities, you got people waiting in line anywhere from 2 to 6 hours to vote. Make it harder to vote. Now, there's 2 things for making it harder to vote. Now, if you make it harder to vote, you certainly reduce the amount of voter fraud like you get from the liberals. But the problem with the rights aspect is, while they reduce voter fraud, they increase the likelihood that people who legally could vote end up not voting. Signature match is another one, where somebody who legally has the right to vote, now all of a sudden they're doing signature match, where some pollster may say, this signature does not match what's on the ballot. And you could end up disqualifying somebody who legally had the right to vote. Legally, these are legal people who could legally have the right to vote. Obviously, voter ID could end up legally disqualifying people who had the right to vote. Getting rid of mail-in ID could legally disqualify. So they're cutting legitimate voters. The left is allowing potentially people who are fraudulent voters that should not be able to vote. The right is getting rid of people who should be able to vote. So both sides, there's pros and cons to both sides. Obviously, if you're standing in line for anywhere between 2 and 8 hours to vote, that's going to increase the likelihood that some voters are going to step out of line and say, fuck it. You're only going to see that in liberal cities that happen to be in Republican states. That's another ploy. Only time you see really long lines to vote are in liberal cities that happen to be in Republican states, because they're trying to encourage people to get out of that line. If it's a liberal city in a liberal state, the liberal governor is just going to open up more polling places or whatever it takes to reduce that line, so that they're not in line that long. Because the liberal governor don't want them to be encouraged to get out of line and not vote. The right-wing governor does. So the right-wing governor, if it's an 8-hour line, he's not going to open up any more polling places. Let it be 8 hours. They're mostly liberals anyway. It's a liberal city. They want you to get out of line, because everybody that gets out of line is a liberal not voting. So there is tricks that both sides play. The Republicans make it harder to vote. The liberals make it easier to vote. High voter turnout works for the liberals. Low voter turnout works for the Republicans. Like I said, anytime you hear somebody talking about passing a law to make it harder to vote, they're Republican. Anytime somebody's trying to pass a law to make it easier to vote, they're a Democrat. But they gave you charts to sit on. What are you talking about? I get off work early and go to work. You sound crazy, Tim, acting like a person can't get an ID. You sound like somebody who didn't hear shit I just said. I made it clear. I literally said the phrase, there is no excuse for a full grown-ass adult to not have an ID. Meaning that I'm okay with every voter being required to have an ID. And then you follow up by saying, I get off work early. And you sound crazy, Tim, acting like a person can't get an ID. I mean, just horrible interpretation skills. Horrible interpretation skills. I actually fucking agree with you. You said that. Anyway, I got to get back and watch the Chicago Bears. They're up 7-0. I'm watching them. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I'll catch you tomorrow. Subscribe to the program if you like this type of programming. Follow if you happen to be watching on TikTok or Clapper.